Chapter 131. 050 Young Master Jiang comes out to save someone. Part 2. _2, but the memories surfacing in her mind were slowly searing her emotions. She stepped out of the Wanha building, then squatted down, silently looking up at the moon in the sky, her dark pupils reflecting the cold moonlight. She wrapped her arms around her knees, and after a long while, she finally took out her phone. On the phone was a photo she had sneakily taken at the dinner table just now. It was of Ji Mulan. She stared at the photo, her fingertips gently brushing over the face on the screen, and then she whispered very softly, "Mother, Ji Mulan." She looked a lot like her mother. Jiang Fulai had just returned. He originally planned to take Jiang He out for dinner first. But while driving through the streets, he caught sight of a white figure squatting on the side of the road. "Stop the car," he said abruptly, sitting up. The car slowly came to a halt. Jiang Fulai, from across the street, silently gazed at by Lien through the window, past myriad lights, past a long river. Just as the first time, she was looking at the moon, and he was quietly watching her. She wore plain clothes, squatting with her back to the street light, her snow-colored skirt spreading on the ground, blooming like orchids. She seemingly had no expression, just quietly looking at one place. But Jiang Fulai always felt that at this moment, she was fragmented, shattered into pieces, scattered on the ground. Jiang he also saw Bai Lian. He was about to get out of the car after climbing down from the chair. But he was coldly seized by the back of the neck by Jiang Fulai. Jiang He's eyes widened, full of reproach. Jiang Fulai glanced at him and casually pressed him back into his seat. "You can't talk anyway. Let's go back." He got out of the car and then closed the door behind him. "Jiang He, is there really no police to deal with this?" Ming Dongheng in the driver's seat glanced at the rearview mirror, indicating he was helpless to intervene. Jiang Fulai walked up to Bai Lian. A person usually so alert at this moment didn't sense his approach. He squatted opposite Bai Lian, following her gaze to see a full moon. After gazing for a while, Jiang Fulai commented, "Did you calculate that from this angle? The moon looks brighter?" Bai Lian snapped back to reality, and upon lifting her eyes, she saw a face of extraordinary features. The sudden sight was impactful. The man's pair of phoenix eyes were squinted lightly, his brow raised as he looked at her. Even while squatting, his posture remained remarkably graceful. Bai Lian thought he would return very late today. She turned off her phone. "Why would you say that?" "I used to like sitting in the last row of the classroom, in one particular spot," said Jiang Fulai. Looking at her, his eyes exceptionally shallow and clear. "The school forum rumored that spot had the best study efficiency because I had calculated it. But in fact," Jiang Fulai continued leisurely, "the professor felt intimidated speaking with me in the front, so he asked the dean of the Ma Institute to have me sit at the back whenever possible." Bai Lian felt like laughing. She rested her chin on her arms. She could imagine it, the professor not daring to speak and not daring to find him directly. He could only silently ask someone else to pass on the message. "You came out early. Have you eaten?" Jiang Fulai asked after seeing her expression before he stood up. Bai Lian shook her head. As expected, he saw she was still reluctantly squatting on the ground, not very eager to move. Jiang Fulai extended his hand, his gaze lowered. "Come on, it'll take you to eat something that ordinary people can't get." Bai Lian looked up with half-lifted eyes. She stared at that glistening, slender hand for a long while. In the air, a faint scent of silver grass seemed to flow, with continuous traffic on the road, and behind her were lights from 1,000 homes. She extended her hand and grasped that bit of warmth from Xiangqing. Jiang Fulai took Bai Lian out for a meal, not to Wana building, but to a private residence in an alley. When Ming Dongheng knocked on the door, a man inside came out cursing and holding a kitchen knife. "What are you knocking for?" "Do you need me to knock some sense into you with a hammer?" Hammer, creak. The door opened. The man's gaze fell upon the tall figure in an ink-colored trench coat, standing behind Ming Dongheng. The man's light eyes, cold as a spring, swept over him dismissively. The man's machine gun-like mouth seemed to be hit by a switch, instantly shutting. He opened the door politely. a smile playing at his lips. He stepped aside to let the line of people enter. His eyes widened when they met Bai Lian's gaze. Then he grabbed hold of Ming Dongheng's hem tightly, gesticulating with his eyes to Ming Dongheng. "How come there's a girl?" Ming Dongheng looked at him in surprise. "Qi lawyer, why are you grabbing me?" "Qi Yundai." He tilted his chin slightly, his peripheral vision fixed on Bai Lian, gesturing fiercely with his eyes as if they were about to spasm. Ming Dongheng frowned. "Do your eyes hurt?" "Qi Yundai." He was tired. Suddenly, Qi Yundai let go, turned without expression, and closed the door. He went to the kitchen with the knife. Wana building. Ji Mulan re-entered the private dining room, trying to suppress her anger. Ji Xiaojun knew the moment he received the message from Bai Lian that the mother and daughter hadn't come to an agreement. He wasn't surprised. Ji Mulan had a strong personality and a strong need for control. Bai Lian was obedient, but had her own thoughts, such as sitting by Ji Heng's bedside every day. "Brother, you help me persuade her." Ji Mulan sat down, calmly speaking to Ji Xiaojun. "I must take her with me." Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word. So, Ji Mulan turned her gaze towards Su In. Su In gave her a reassuring look and then said with a smile, throwing out the bait, "Mr. Ji, you know that Jiangjing Private School has strong faculty and international connections. It's a breeding ground for diplomats in liberal arts. If she goes there to study, she will absolutely do better than anywhere else in the future." The position of a diplomat was an unattainable job for someone from Xianqing. Ji Xiaojun shook his head. "She wants to finish high school in Xianqing." Those were the exact words Bai Lian had texted to Ji Xiaojun just now. "Brother." Ji Mulan frowned. She slammed down her chopsticks with a snap. "Don't you want to leave this place? Or do you want her to stay here forever?" Ji Mulan. Ji Xiaojun looked up. "How long have you been back? And have you ever asked what Alien is thinking? Do you know that she has now switched to science?" "Switched to science." Ji Mulan's brows furrowed. "In her senior year? Switched to science." She glanced at Su In, holding back because he was present. She didn't mention that Bai Lian had been driven to switch from the science class to the humanities by her teachers in her first year of high school. Su In's son was a junior at Jiangjing University, currently applying for graduate school. For her to mention this in front of Su In was something she simply couldn't bring herself to say. "Can you please stop making things worse?" Ji Mulan poured herself a glass of cold water. She needs to suffer to know the value of hard work. Don't you know that she can fall asleep while practicing the zither, frustrating her teacher to the point of leaving? If we don't discipline her properly and just let her do as she pleases, how will she ever get by in society in the future? Every child has a rebellious phase. Su In was surprised to find Bai Lian so rebellious. Afraid that the siblings would start arguing, he consoled Ji Mulan. "Studying science is fine too. Maybe the child likes science. It's not like there are no opportunities." Su In was just saying it casually. Switching from humanities to science in her senior year. It must be rebellion, as Ji Mulan said. What opportunities? He hadn't really considered it. Ji Xiaojun didn't answer Su In. Suppressing his anger, he pressed his hand on the table and stood up. "Ji Mulan, it was bad enough you left her alone with the Bai family. But can you not impose your own ideas on her? Dad, I don't care about her getting into Beijing University or what grades she'll get. So what's wrong with letting her study science if she wants to? Also, Alien has only been learning the zither for a year, and she already plays so well. What more do you want from her?" Chapter 132. 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon. Grandpa calls Xiaochen _1. "She can play the guzheng?" Mulan placed her glass on the table with a clatter. "Are you joking?" Was she unaware of Bai Lian's learning progress? At first, Mulan personally supervised Bai Lian, the first student from a Bai family to have a teacher storm off in frustration. During that time, Mulan nearly never left the house, fearing the sight of those people at the Bai family's ancestral hall. She played at the school's anniversary celebration, Xiaojun said, looking at Mulan's incredulous expression. "You really didn't know?" Mulan stared at Xiaojun for a long moment, then shook her head. "There's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow," Xiaojun said, softening his tone. Let's just leave the matter of moving to Jiangjing as it is for now. Let her study science. If necessary, she can switch back to humanities next year. Xiaojun and Ji Heng were indifferent about these things. Su-in started to feel surprised when he heard that Bai Lian could play the guzheng, as he was particularly sensitive to guzheng players. Is she good at it? Only after 1 year? Mulan looked out the window. Yes, I didn't expect that after a year. She actually learned it. Really only 1 year? Su-in didn't know much about the guzheng, but he supposed that one couldn't get very good after only a year. Xiaojun said she played well. Perhaps he hadn't heard many good performances. Su-in felt a bit regretful. If she had talent, she should have started earlier. She might have even joined the Qin family. He stopped mid-sentence. Saying more wouldn't necessarily make the others understand. When the three finished eating and went downstairs, Xiaojun declined Su-in's offer for a ride and took the bus home instead. He also found time to call Bai Lian. Su-in's assistant came to pick them up. What? Mrs. Jis' daughter doesn't want to transfer here? Z's assistant, who had come to help with transferring Bai Lian's school registration and household registration, didn't expect to hear this news from Su-in. Utterly surprised. Between Xiangqing and Jiangjing, wouldn't anyone know which to choose? Su-in nodded at his assistant. Xiaojun was eloquent and cultured, but he lacked a bit in vision. Going to Jiangjing was an opportunity most people could never get. He planned to marry Mulan during the new year, and Bai Lian would be his adopted daughter. To the Su family, raising one more person made no difference, and raising one fewer made no difference either. He was marrying Mulan, not her daughter. So whether her daughter stayed in Xiangqing or went to Jiangjing made no difference to him. Did he actually expect Mulan's daughter to help him gain favor with the main family? Mulan. Su-in sighed from the back seat. Speaking to Mulan, your brother is right. Sometimes you have to learn to accept the mediocrity of your children. The assistant listened to their conversation and roughly understood the situation. If Su-in could nonchalantly use the word mediocre in front of Mulan, that must mean quite ordinary. President Su, the assistant, waited for the two to finish before reporting. I've confirmed it. Patriarch Chun is indeed in Xiangqing. Really? Su-in sat up straight. Then this matter is settled. Mulan listened quietly to their conversation. Even though she had spent some time in Jiangjing, she still wasn't clear about the state of affairs there, and she had no idea who this patriarchan was. Just like how now, she didn't understand why Su-in was so confident that Xiangqing could develop. She had previously thought the Bai family in Beicheng was already at the peak of prosperity. But the higher she climbed, the more she realized how limited her vision had been. On Bai Lian's side, Ming Dongheng entered the kitchen to cook for Qi Yundai and was driven out with a cold face after about 3 minutes. He's a lawyer. Jiang Fulai surveyed the hall, his light eyes and thin lips emitting an air of detached coldness as he introduced with indifference. He's pretty good at cooking. After Ming Dongheng came out, he brewed tea for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. After smelling the tea leaves and feeling something was off, he glanced at the kitchen. Then Ming Dongheng took a jab at Bai Lian. Last month, during an economic case, he was in a rush because of a cake at home. He felt he had the upper hand, so he left 10 minutes early. As a result, some funds were lost. Jiang Shijue didn't dare to confront Jiang Fulai, but had someone else report back. Jiang Fulai erupted in a rage, lashing out at everyone from top to bottom in the Jiang family, suspended Qi Yundai from his job, and ordered him to focus on making cakes in Xiangqing. Ming Dongheng placed the teacups in front of Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. When he turned around, he was startled by Jiang He staring at him, poker-faced. Ming Dongheng jumped. Young master, you're so quiet. I wouldn't see you if I didn't bend down. Jiang He was too short, even shorter than Bai Lian, let alone from Ming Dongheng's perspective. Jiang He swore that not only did Jiang Fulai give him a glance, but he also scoffed. Chapter 133 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon. Grandpa calls Xiaochen_2. He silently climbed next to Bai Lian, ignoring Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng. As Bai Lian was quietly reading an English text, a message appeared at the top of her phone, sent by Mao Kuan. Picture, Mao Kuan. Says Xiaoqi and the others have finished the logo design. take a look. Bai Lian opened it and glanced at it. The logo was very thoughtful, overall shaped like a gourd lying on its side, with a silver needle stuck upside down at its waist, and the head of the needle was two small leaves. The overall tone was a soft shade of green. Fresh, saving the world by dispensing medicine, a silver needle. A very atmospheric logo. Bai Lian rarely praised. Very good. Mao Kuan was excited. Right? You know, Sun Chun has studied painting before. Mao Kuan. And Xiaoqi, he hasn't studied it, but he's very good too. With that, Mao Kuan became somewhat melancholic. Everyone was talented, except he couldn't seem to make out anything special. After dinner, Ming Dongheng drove to Pure Street. Bai Lian didn't message Ji Heng, and since Ji Heng didn't pick her up today, Jiang Fulai got out of the car and walked into the alley with her. I can go by myself. Bai Lian looked at the dark alley. Jiang Fulai, with one hand in his coat pocket, merely glanced at her upon hearing this, saying nothing as the shadow cast by the streetlight behind him partially covered his face. Bai Lian truly wasn't afraid of this stretch of road. She had traversed even darker paths before. But Ji Heng would always be here waiting for her. And now, with Ji Heng absent, it was another person who accompanied her through this long and dark road that seemed to have no end. It was as if since coming into this world, she had never been alone. Have you ever been to the Snow Mountain? Jiang Fulai tilted his head slightly, his voice clear yet not cold, but not exactly unapproachable either. Bai Lian shook her head. Jiang Fulai, usually brisk in his pace, walked with a swift wind even in the lab, but now he walked at a leisurely rate. Under the moonlight's cloak, his sharp contours seemed to soften, over 6,000 meters. When I used to feel down, I'd stay up there for a long time, sunlit golden mountain, clouds billowing and mist rising, purifying everything. If there's a chance, it'll take you to see it. Ji Heng's house was just up ahead. Bai Lian stopped, her white dress immaculate in the moonlight, her smile lazy. Okay. She waved at him, as a sign that she had arrived. Jiang Fulai stood still, his figure upright. He didn't speak, but he visibly seemed in a good mood. Only when Bai Lian extracted her keys and opened the gate did he turn and vanish into the night. The yard was dark, not a single light on, shrouded in a thin mist. Ji Heng sat by the stone table, quietly smoking, his attention snapping back when he heard the gate. Bai Lian was latching the door as she looked back. Grandpa, why didn't you turn on the lights? Having secured the door, she casually reached for the yard light. The pitch-black yard instantly lit up. Ji Heng, still holding the smoking pipe, looked at Bai Lian in surprise, his mouth opening but no words emerging. What's up? Bai Lian put the book down, her eyebrows slightly raised. Your uncle told me. Ji Heng looked down and took another drag of smoke, his voice muffled. Your mom's back and she wants to take you to Jiangjing. He thought she wouldn't come back today. Oh, Bai Lian lazily returned to her room. I had a falling out with her. Ji Heng was taken aback. Then he stood up again. Why? Because I'm not going to Jiangjing. Bai Lian's voice lazily floated out the window. While Ji Heng was reluctant to see Bai Lian leave, he knew that children eventually need to spread their wings and fly out of the nest, and he would come to terms with it in a couple of days. Even he knew Jiangjing offered much better opportunities than here. Actually, Jiangjing, he took 2 steps forward, pipe in hand, about to explain to Bai Lian. Then Bai Lian methodically picked up her biology book. Grandpa, since you're not sleepy yet, let's discuss the DNA replication process. ACGE is. Ji Heng abruptly halted and took 2 steps back, his demeanor calm. Never mind, Jiangjing isn't that great. He dejectedly went back to his room with the smoking pipe. Behind him, Bai Lian leaned lazily against the window, arms crossed, an eyebrow raised. Sunday, there was a parent-teacher meeting. The meeting was at 9, but Bai Lian had gone to the library to read first, and only around 9:30 did Ji Heng arrive at the bus stop, waiting to go to school with Bai Lian. And this gentleman is... Chen was looking for Ming Dongheng and saw Bai Lian waiting at the bus stop, so he joined her there. Upon seeing Ji Heng, Chen was taken aback. Bai Lian stood up straight and casually introduced the two. My grandpa, last name Ji. Chapter 134. 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon. Grandpa calls Xiaochen_3 Director Chen hurriedly greeted. Mr. G, hello. Just call me Xiaochen. Hello. Jing nodded, probably by Lian's friend, and said while holding an empty cigarette holder, Xiaochen. Director Chen chuckled and passed Ji Hung a pouch of tobacco. Give mine a try. Ji Hung looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian lifted her head and said wordlessly, Go ahead, take it. Thank you. Ji Hung's face softened considerably toward Director Chen. Director Chen's eyes lit up. He stood in place, watching Bai Lian and Ji Hung leave. Rubbing his hands, he began to take out his phone to find some tobacco for himself. This was Ji Hung's first time attending a parent-teacher meeting. He had deliberately worn the robe from last time, his entire presence exuding scholarly elegance and authority as he sat in Bai Lian's place. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. Do I look all right? Ji Hung whispered. Students weren't allowed at parent-teacher meetings, so Bai Lian, standing in the aisle, reassured Ji Hung. Yes, you look cool. Okay. Ji Hung was finally at ease. Bai Lian saw he had adjusted and started to walk outside. Heaven knows this was her first time attending such an occasion too. As she reached the doorway, Bai Lian glanced at the seat of the student sharing her desk. No one had arrived, and she hadn't seen them today either. Behind her, Zhang Xiais came in with his head up, leading his mother. Physics 37. Why do I even have to attend this parent-teacher meeting for you? His mom scolded, twisting his ear. Do you think I don't feel embarrassed? Zhang Xiais bent over and shouted his grievances. Mom, I told you I got 39, not 37. Don't listen to the physics teacher's nonsense. What? Those 2 points are very important to you. You can ascend to heaven with them? His mom scoffed. Zhang Xiais, you're right about everything. Zhang Shi's mom, face stern, deeply resented having to attend this meeting for him. Upon seeing Bai Lian, she softened a bit. By your physics, Zhang Xiais, startled, quickly shoved his mom inside, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Swift and decisive. Next time you'll surely bless me to score 50, right? He prayed to Bai Lian with hands clasped together. Bai Lian, just 50. Even in dreams, so unambitious. Lu Lingxi, holding a stack of papers, began distributing each student's results to the parents and started talking about important matters for senior high school students, including their physical and mental health. Ji Hung received Bai Lian's grades and ranking. Slightly surprised, he had learned about the college entrance examination before, 750 points. Bai Lian, from humanities to sciences, scored in the 400s. These were excellent results. Lu Lingxi talked at length, and Ji Hung listened attentively, even taking notes. By the time the parent-teacher meeting concluded, it was already past 10 o'clock. Not fond of crowds, Ji Hung waited until most of the class had left before slowly making his way downstairs, with Bai Lian waiting for him at the cake shop outside. Dressed in his distinctive robe, his unique demeanor stood out immediately in the crowd. The Secretary General, standing at the bottom of the building, spotted Ji Hung at once. His gaze fleetingly swept over the report card in Ji Hung's hand, and the Secretary General gave a sarcastic smile at 450 points. Ren Xian was busy today and had no time to attend Ren Wangshuan's parent-teacher meeting. Ren Jiawei was always very busy, and Ren Wanxian didn't want Ji Xiaorong to come, so it was almost always the Secretary General who showed up. He didn't see eye to eye with the Ji family members. Secretary General. The principal, hearing of the Secretary General's arrival, hurried over with several leaders to greet him. This was the person second only to Ren Xian. The Secretary General gave them a slight nod. When the principal approached the Secretary General, it was clearly for a reason. He smiled and got straight to the point. Yesterday, Miss Ren had a conflict with a student from Class 15. It's just a little friction between students. We hope Miss Ren is generous and will continue to shoot tomorrow. Ren Wanxian had already spoken to the Secretary General about this incident. He merely glanced at the principal and the others while walking forward, scoffing, "Principal, do you really think it's just a little friction?" The principal was taken aback. The students of Class 8 have good living conditions and can afford a small cafeteria. That's what their parents and grandparents worked for, the Secretary General said with a smile as he looked at the principal. How the other students live, that's their ancestors' issue. Principal, do you understand? The words of the Secretary General were veiled, yet mocking. Was he implying that students from other classes were jealous of Class 8 students and deliberately targeted them? The principal pursed his lips without speaking immediately. The lady is with her senior brother. The Secretary General looked faintly at the principal. I believe you've also heard of him. He might help our miss to submit an entry for the Orchid Pavilion Award this year. Everyone knew about the Orchid Pavilion Award, which had an influence not unlike the 100 Flowers Award in the entertainment industry. Those present were all quite astonished. The Secretary General enjoyed their expressions before speaking. Our miss isn't opposed to continuing writing. Possibility arose. The eyes of the principal and the others lit up. Have the people from Class 15 apologize to our miss in person. The Secretary General spoke slowly but with authority. Only then will she continue to write. Chapter 135. 053 refuses entry to Jiangjing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet. Second update. _1 Having said that, the Secretary General didn't wait for their response and headed straight for the door. Behind him, the principal and the others exchanged glances. Suddenly one spoke up. He'll go find Teacher Liu and have Zhang Shi eyes, and the others apologize to Ren Wanxian. The principal sighed, but did not object. Indeed, yesterday's incident was Zhang Shi's fault, and students from Class 15 should apologize to Ren Wanxian. Although it seemed a bit much, the principal always had to think about the bigger picture. There was no one else in the entire school who could film that shot other than Ren Wanxian. The Secretary General had essentially represented Ren Qian's stance. This wasn't just the Secretary General's attitude, but also Ren Qian's. The bunch of students from Class 15 were indeed lively and lovely, and he had a good relationship with them. But to offend Ren Qian over this trifle, and consequently be unable to shoot the video, was simply not worth the loss. Outside, at the milk tea shop, Bai Yin was brushing up on her work while waiting for Ji Heng at the milk tea shop. The place was as crowded as ever. Qi Yundai, expressionless, finished his morning tasks and, taking off his chef's hat, was about to leave coldly. Nobody in the kitchen dared to speak to him. It was only when Qi Yundai observed Bai Lien sitting outside that he turned around 180 degrees. Miss Bai, what brings you here? Qi Yundai took a seat opposite her. He was very surprised. Today, Bai Lien was dressed in sky blue long sleeves, with each black button fastened meticulously. One hand held a black pen, the other casually pressed down an exercise book, lazily working on questions. Upon hearing him, she raised an eyebrow indifferently. Master Qi, because of his delicious cooking, Bai Lien had quite a bit of respect for him. Just call me Xiao Qi. Qi Yundai sat across from her. The unwelcoming expression on his face was gone, and he began to complain. I've been making cakes for over half a month now, you know. He really missed his cases. He would even prefer to go back to teaching that group of blockheads. He had almost forgotten what his main job was. Qi Yundai was around 40, a bit older than Chief Chun. Bai Lien couldn't bring herself to look at his face. But don't you like it? Bai Lien listened to him attentively, her fingers writing a string of neat characters. Qi Yundai spoke despondently. No, that was in the past. He was paying for his youthful recklessness. When Ji Heng came to find Bai Lien, he found Qi Yundai chattering nonstop in front of her. A stranger arrives. Instantly, Qi Yundai's face turned cold, and he regressed to his expressionless self. Bai Lien introduced Ji Heng to him. Qi Yundai stood up, graceful. Mr. Ji, hello, I am Xiaoqi, the cake chef here. Yet another stranger. Following Bai Lien, Ji Heng felt that in this past month, he had met all the people he was meant to meet in his lifetime. Hello, Xiaoqi. Ji Heng, holding his pipe, greeted politely. But he wasn't particularly warm. Qi Yundai only complained to people he knew well. Bai Lien praised his cooking last night. Jiang Fulai was a bit nicer to him. So, unilaterally, Qi Yundai counted her as one of his people. In front of Bai Lien, he could vent. In front of others, he remained a cold, heartless cake-making machine. Mr. G. Chi and I returned to the kitchen and took out a bag of freshly baked cakes. This is a new product with less sugar. Take it home and try it. He placed a bag of cakes in Ji Hung's hands. Before Ji Hung could react, Chi and I greeted Bai Lian and turned to leave. It was Ji Hung's first time receiving these little cakes. He looked down and, subconsciously, glanced at Bai Lian. With her slender legs crossed, Bai Lian tapped on them as she methodically finished a problem, one hand propping her chin, and lazily smiled at Ji Hung. The cake is delicious. In meeting your mother later, Ji Hung didn't sit down. Holding his pipe, he stood in front of Bai Lian, his weathered eyes deep. Will you come with me? Ji Hung had decided to accept Ji Mulan's invitation. If it had been 2 years earlier, Ji Hung would never have agreed to meet Ji Mulan. But now, simply because of Bai Lian, Ji Hung was willing to see her, especially since Ji Xiaojun had mentioned that the person Ji Mulan had found this time had better character than Bai Qiming. He decided to check it out. No, Bai Lian rested her wrist on the table, calmly capped the pen with her other hand, and spoke in a light tone. Ji Hung nodded. Okay. Not wanting to see Ji Mulan again, Bai Lian headed back to the library to plan dining out with Jiang He. It was a small restaurant near the school. With her legs propped up, her slender, fair fingers pulled out a menu hidden under the teacup, and she tilted her chin toward Jiang He, casually asking, Is there anything you don't eat? This wasn't her first meal with Jiang He. Chapter 136. 053 refuses entry to Jiang Jing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet. Second update. _2, but it was the first time she had ordered dishes for him. Jiang He slowly looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian did not realize the seriousness of the issue, only squinting her eyes slightly. Jiang He bowed his head and began to list the dishes. I don't eat celery, potatoes, carrots, lotus root, cucumbers, lettuce, soybeans, asparagus. A lock of black hair fell by Bai Lian's forehead, her fair fingers holding a pencil, her dark eyes filled with self-doubt. Ah? Jiang He quietly added the last one, tribute vegetable. Although he only said it once and listed a long string of names, Bai Lian remembered them all. She looked at Jiang He with a smile that was not quite a smile, and then casually ordered a few dishes, avoiding those he did not eat. After she finished ordering, she took out her phone, wanting to complain to someone. Bai Lian, this world actually has so many dishes. Jiang Fulai was still busy at this time. His team member had placed his lunch next to his desk, which he put aside dismissively to attend to later after finishing his tasks. He massaged his forehead and removed his glasses. He looked coldly at the team members, his brows and eyes frosted over as if sunlight shone onto a snowy field. Has your brain grown mold? Hewan led the apology. I'm sorry. Don't ask. If you do, apologize. Are you apologizing to me? You're apologizing to Euler. If he had known that you would treat his formula this way, he would have preferred to take it with him to King Yama. Jiang Fulai said icily. Hewan's head almost drooped to the floor. Here he was, the up-and-coming prince of mathematics, only to find his reputation ruined in the laboratory today. Jiang Fulai bowed his head and closed the file. Looking at his phone screen, he took a deep breath. Don't be angry. At least he was a person. Get out. We'll have a group meeting at 2, he said as he looked up, his tone cold and clear. Considerably calmer. He won, and the others left, as if fleeing, and the moment they exited the office, he was pinned by the neck. Didn't you say to write it like this? I believed you and didn't check. How could you betray our trust? It's not cough, cough. Hewan struggled and waved his hand. Doesn't anyone care about our life-saving benefactor? In the office, Jiang Fulai opened his lunchbox with one hand and unlocked his phone with the other, replying to Bai Lian's message. Jiang Fulai, what dishes? Did you also just have lunch? Bai Lian, image, Bai Lian. What a pity so many dishes did not grow into Jiang Xianiao's liking. Jiang Fulai clicked on the image Bai Lian sent. It was the 2 dishes she had ordered. Jiang He does not eat a lot of things, which Jiang Fulai was aware of. He raised an eyebrow and slowly, deliberately replied, Don't worry about him. He's just picky. That's why he's so short. He quickly switched to Jiang He's WeChat. Jiang Fulai, Smile. Meanwhile, Ji Hung also met Ji Mulan. In front of others, Ji Mulan was assertive, but facing Ji Hung, she became much more silent. The two hadn't sat down for a proper talk in almost 20 years. It was Ji Mulan's first time sitting across from Ji Hung, and as she reached a certain age, people aged faster. In Ji Mulan's memory, Ji Hung was still a middle-aged man with not much white in his hair. But the Ji Hung sitting across from her now had his face filled with deep lines, and his eyes were no longer as bright as before, especially his hair, which was almost entirely white. Ji Mulan instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. After so many years of separation, the father and daughter were now very silent in each other's presence. Having calmed significantly over more than 20 years, Ji Hung put down his tobacco pipe and the cake, looking across at Su-in. "You're getting married at the end of the year?" "Yes," Su-in, holding Ji Mulan's hand, replied earnestly. "Don't worry, I will take good care of her." Old people are accurate judges of character, and so was Ji Hung. He could tell at a glance that Su-in was indeed different from Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming had never once brought Ji Mulan back after they got married. Su-in, even before marrying her, had already brought Ji Mulan back with him. "You should be able to see the difference in our family's circumstances," Ji Hung mused aloud. Anyone in Jiangjing from an ordinary family was beyond their comparison. This time Su-in fell silent for a moment. His mother, indeed, was not willing. Life is for two people to share. Su-in pondered for a moment before seriously saying, "I don't live with my parents anyway, so she won't feel pressured being with me." That was when Ji Hung refrained from speaking. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Su-in changed the subject, looking at the cake Ji Hung had placed on the table. "This cake you bought for Alien is very nice looking." Ji Hung glanced at the cake, his tone much warmer when mentioning Bai Lian. He bowed his head and methodically opened his tobacco pouch. No, it was a gift from her friend Xiaoqi. The tobacco was from Xiaochen. Chapter 137. 053 refuses entry to Jiangjing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet. Second update. _3 Xiaoqi? Xiaochen? Su-in nodded. He didn't care who this Xiaoqi or Xiaochan was, as long as the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Alien got 450 on her monthly exam. Ji Hung began slowly. She switched from liberal arts to science, and her teacher said she has a lot of spirit. "You don't need to worry about this matter." 450? Su-in nodded without saying anything. He was surrounded by geniuses. Saying words of praise for a score of 450 would just be too insincere. But since the elder was so happy, he didn't say anything. "I'm going to see why the dishes haven't arrived yet." Su-in smiled as he stood up, leaving the private room to the father and daughter. After he left, Ji Mulan, clutching the bag, spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Dad." Ji Hung said, lowering his head as he slowly folded the report card and put it in his pocket. "Is Su-in's family even better off than the Bai family?" Although it was phrased as a question, he was already certain of it. Ji Mulan came back to her senses, quickly wiping her eyes. She regained her savvy and beautiful appearance. "Yes, his family has many connections, so I thought of taking Alien. Let Alien stay in Xianqing." Ji Hung lit his tobacco and took a rough drag. Smoke blurred his face. "Dad, you..." Ji Mulan was sparked at once. She had come back this time for Bai Lian. But Ji Hung raised his hand, interrupting her. "As you said, Su-in's family is well off, and he's surrounded by capable and outstanding people. What kind of life could our alien lead there? There are barriers between Xianqing and Jiangjing." Ji Mulan paused. "Also," Ji Hung sighed, "his family doesn't agree with your marriage, does it? If you take Alien there as well, to what extent do you two plan to live at the mercy of others?" That silenced Ji Mulan completely. The Su family actually supported many people. Taking in one more person was not a big deal for them. But among those they supported, who wasn't talented? To Mrs. Su, Bai Lian might be less important than even the dog she raised. Did she really want to take Bai Lian to live such a life? Then my marriage to Su-in? Ji Mulan opened her mouth. Ji Hung took another drag of his cigarette. Looking down, "We will go." "Great, great." Ji Mulan unavoidably became emotional. It was the first time she spoke calmly with Ji Hung, and he was willing to attend her wedding. "He'll have someone come to pick you up when the time comes. We'll talk about it later." Ji Hung shook his head. The three of them finished their meal in peace. After escorting Ji Hung away, Ji Mulan finally confirmed with Su In that they would not be bringing Bai Lian back to Jiangjing. Not going back. Su In glanced at her. Although he was surprised, he didn't ask much. He didn't try to persuade Ji Mulan to bring Bai Lian back to Jiangjing. After all, Bai Lian wasn't some irreplaceable lab talent. Not yet to the point where he'd be troubled. "Go and find out what Mr. Chin's recent likes are," Su In instructed his assistant, "and present my card of respect." Monday, after lunch, with Pu Xiaoan and Yang Lin, Bai Lian returned to the class. Passing by the office, Lu Lingxi hadn't left yet. She was arguing with the principal. "You must be joking. Having Zhang Xi's apologize to her? Let me ask you, what did he do wrong? I haven't even dealt with you yet about Ren Wanxian, Chun Zhu, and Chun Wei tricking our class longsword. And you have the nerve to speak up." The principal helplessly tried to appease Lu Lingxi. "We should focus on the big picture. Don't you want to complete the task given by the Bureau of Culture and Tourism?" It wasn't Ren who said it. It was decided by Mr. Ren and his Secretary General. The principal hadn't expected Lu Lingxi to react so strongly over just an apology. Lu Lingxi knew that getting angry with the principal was pointless. She fell silent for a moment, then called the Secretary General. The phone was answered after just 2 rings. Lu Lingxi politely recounted the entire sequence of events, emphasizing longsword, and finished by saying, "This publicity won't harm Ren's reputation. In the future, Ren will also be a spokesperson for Xianqing." The Secretary General naturally knew this. More so, he was more aware of the situation than the school. The development was initiated by Mr. Chun. From beginning to end, the Secretary General hadn't planned for Ren Wanxian to step down. His tone remained calm. "Do you think our Ren family would care about this?" Lu Lingxi pressed her temples. "This is also a request from the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. You wouldn't want to cause them embarrassment, would you?" "So," the voice from the phone, while the Secretary General glanced at the conference room's Ren Qian, revealed a smile. "Why should the Bureau come to us about something concerning your miss? Unless there's an apology, apologize, forgive our miss for not cooperating." He hung up the phone with a click. Office. The principal looked helplessly at Lu Lingxi, and then sighed. "Then should we just let Zhang Xi's apologize?" Outside the door, Bai Lian heard everything loud and clear. She was dressed in a white shirt, casually holding her school jacket, her black eyes narrowed slightly, a lock of hair lazily resting across her brow as she raised a hand. "Do they have to have her?" The principal and Lu Lingxi were both startled. They turned around. Bai Lian looked at them, tilting her head slightly. "Or is anyone who knows Liang-style calligraphy all right?" Chapter 138. 054 Imperial Tutor. The true strength of Bai Lian _1 Xianqing is taking this cultural and tourism planning very seriously. From Ren Qian and his likes down to the children, everyone is cooperating to maintain Zhangcheng's civilized appearance. From ancient times till now, Xianqing #1 Middle School has carried on its traditions for many years. The stone in the middle of the schoolyard is the biggest highlight. When the Culture and Tourism Bureau sent the order to the school, the principal immediately entered into full combat mode. He even emotionally and logically persuaded Lu Lingxi, pulling out Bai Lian. At the moment when Ren Wanxian unilaterally said she didn't want to record, the principal really panicked. To him, the matter of making an apology, Lu Lingxi took it far too seriously. Calligraphy is most important. The principal had a very good impression of Bai Lian. He knew she always studied earnestly everywhere. Others might not know, but the principal was very aware that her physics grades had caught the attention of Jiang Jing. But in our school, only Ren Wanxian has achieved the highest level of study. The history and culture of Xianqing are profound, especially the Bai family. The most glorious stroke of the great Yong dynasty was like a brilliant firework, resplendent yet fleeting. It bloomed only in Xiangqing. The stone standing in the courtyard of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School represented Liang-style calligraphy, and the culture presented in the video had to be the Liang style. Not to mention, that was also the style that Mr. Chen valued. Therefore, the only choice for this role was none other than Ren Wanxian. The Ren family was firmly holding onto the principal's lifeline. Oh, Balian's gaze didn't fall on the two of them, her dark pupils seemingly fixed on some point in the void. In that case, I can give it a try. What are you going to try? Lu Lingxi blurted out instinctively. You, in Zhangxi eyes, don't need to worry about this. Halfway through speaking, Lu Lingxi suddenly realized what Bai Lian meant. She scrutinized Bai Lian carefully. The girl's snow-white shirt was meticulously buttoned from bottom to top, and the cuffs and collar were embroidered with green gentleman bamboo. Her black pupils reflected the scattered sunlight outside the window. Peaceful and calm. You know Liang style too? Yes, Bai Lian nodded. Lu Lingxi knew about Bai Lian's foundation in Guanga-style calligraphy. Although Guanga style was good, it was quite limited by the development of other styles. But she was always not one to discourage students and would not deny them opportunities. Then should we let Bai Lian try? Lu Lingxi suggested to the principal. Calligraphy isn't something just anyone can pick up and execute well. It requires training from an early age and immense wrist strength. According to what the principal knew, the hardship a calligrapher endured while practicing hanging the wrist was no less than that at Shaolin Temple. That's why few persisted with the practice. Getting onto the promotional video wasn't a matter of just any casually written character. It required characters that were presentable on stage. In the whole school, only Ren Wangxuan's practice showed proper form, but to say it so directly to Bai Lian would be too discouraging. The principal stared at Bai Lian for a while before speaking. Write a few characters for me to see first. He hadn't prepared any brush, ink, paper, or inkstone, so he just found a white paper in the office and a black pen on Lu Lingxi's desk, then handed it to Bai Lian to write. Bai Lian wasn't particular about the pen or the paper, nor the setting. She put aside her jacket, spread a blank A4 sheet on the table, and with her slender and strong fingers holding the black pen, she wrote 4 characters. Meanwhile, the principal and Lu Lingxi were still debating over the possibility of sending Zhang Xiais to apologize. Having put down the pen, Bai Lian picked up her school uniform, looked up towards Lu Lingxi and the principal, and politely said, "Teacher, I have finished writing." So quickly. The principal was somewhat surprised since he was accustomed to Ren Wangxuan's writing. She needed a long time to prepare, and she would write with great care, redoing it over and over if dissatisfied. Bai Lian hadn't even taken a minute from start to end, had she? Lu Lingxi glanced at the principal, then gently said to Bai Lian, "All right, you go back to doing your homework." After Bai Lian left, the principal continued, leaving aside the matter with the long sword. It would be quite normal for Zhang Xiais to apologize. Living in this world, it's impossible not to adapt. As for the characters Bai Lian wrote, the principal hadn't even looked at them. He just didn't believe Bai Lian could write Liang style. Why leave aside the long sword? Lu Lingxi scoffed. I haven't even started to make trouble for them, and you're already leaving it aside. She turned around and returned to her seat. Seeing the paper that Bai Lian had casually placed on the desk, she picked it up and examined it. No, why is your vision so narrow? The principal still wanted to convince her. After talking for a while and realizing that Lu Lingxi was ignoring him, he turned around only to find her holding a piece of paper, so engrossed that she was lost in thought. The principal walked over to have a look, and upon seeing it, his face, previously filled with helpless entanglement, instantly turned to dumbfounded astonishment. Chapter 139, 054 Imperial Tutor, The True Strength of Bai Lian_2. There were only 4 characters written on the paper, Bai's Imperial Vines. It was the phrase she had used the first time to introduce herself. Even though she used a plain black pen, each character was deeply etched into the paper, their strength seeming to burst through the back, swirling and retreating with a surging vitality, the sinew of each character fully revealed. Through the paper, one could feel the momentum of 1,000 horses galloping. What kind of experience did it take to write with such formidable expression? Last time Director Chen visited, he was not very satisfied with Ren Wangshuan's calligraphy. At that time, the principal had not understood, but now he finally had a faint understanding of why Director Chen had looked down on Ren Wangshuan's calligraphy. Because he had seen better. Ren Wangshuan's characters indeed lacked a bit of real combat experience. Teacher Liu, the principal pulled out the paper from Lu Lingxi's hand and murmured, "I think you're right. This apology might not necessarily need to be spoken out loud. I'll go contact the photographer right away." Having said that, the principal stuffed the paper into his pocket and hurriedly left. Behind him, Lu Lingxi, wait, had she read it all? The last class of the afternoon. The class meeting. Lu Lingxi walked to the class with her lesson plan and notebook, setting her eyes on Bai Lian, who was already neatly dressed in her school uniform and was quietly working on her test papers, resembling a quiet and beautiful cat with an air of mystery about her. She also seemed like a prisoner straining to break free from the mist and hardship. Lu Lingxi could almost see every student in the class clearly, except for Bai Lian. She was diligent and studious, more so than anyone else in the class, but sometimes she seemed to step out of this world, quietly observing everything from a bystander's perspective. The monthly test is coming again next week. Lu Lingxi placed her notebook on the desk, ignoring the moans of some students. Half the term is already over. It's time to buckle down. And I'm talking to you, Zhang Shi'ais. Zhang Shi'ais hadn't expected he could still be singled out by Lu Lingxi, even with his face buried in the desk. He could only nod miserably. After the usual class meeting, Lu Lingxi called Bai Lian out again, to tell her to go for the photo shoot the next noon. Bai Lian nodded slightly after listening, meaning it was okay as long as she knew how to write in Liang style, and it wasn't a designated person. Returning to her seat, Zhang Shi'ais was still sticking his head out talking to someone across the aisle. "My parents don't have such high expectations for me either, and I'm not that smart. Don't have any grand aspirations. I think it's quite good this way." Zhang Shi's life motto was, whatever obstructed him, he would give up. He didn't have grand aspirations and wasn't even sure what he wanted to do in the future. Halfway through his speech, he saw Bai Lian and couldn't help but touch his nose. "Do you think I'm very hopeless?" Bai Lian picked up her pen and glanced at him. "Why would you think so? There are many kinds of lives. Just choose what you like. And you are quite impressive." Most people feel guilty and reflective about their own relaxation and entertainment, feeling like they're wasting their time. But not everything has to be meaningful. And in this regard, Zhang Shi'ais does quite well, just purely happy. "Really?" Zhang Shi'ais crossed his legs, smiled broadly, then lowered his voice to Bai Lian. "I'm thinking about becoming an extra in Yen Lu's film crew after I graduate." It took Bai Lian a while to search her memory before she grasped what an extra meant. Typical Zhang Shi'ais. His biggest dream was just to be an extra. You should at least be a director. After school, in the afternoon, Bai Lian received a message from Mao Cohen. The logo for Imperial Revitalizing Plaster was out, and nowadays, too few people use traditional medicine. Once this plaster appeared in the fighting ring, it became popular throughout Baekter Street, circulating among a group of mercenaries. "White tank top. Sis, there's a Western doctor looking for you. White tank top. He's a foreigner. White tank top. He's very curious about Chinese medicine." Bai Lian hadn't been concerned about it, but she arched an eyebrow when she heard he was curious about Chinese medicine. As she packed up her things, she replied to Mao Cohen, "Bai Lian, one white tank top." "Got it. White tank top. Do you have Instagram?" Bai Lian had never heard of it, so she didn't reply. 2 seconds later, "White tank top. Okay, got it." 5 minutes later, Bai Lian received a WeChat friend request, and upon checking, the avatar belonged to an old man with white hair and blue eyes. She accepted the friend request. "Lance, your plaster is amazing." Bai Lian had memorized a lot of English words in the past month and could understand them and communicate in simple English. Bai Lian, "Thank you." The two conversed for a few exchanges, the other party speaking in English and she responding in Chinese characters, which she could understand. Chapter 140, 054 Imperial Tutor, The True Strength of Bai Lian_3. She said the other party couldn't understand her and needed a translator, but from her reaction time, this Lance could tell she knew English. Lance began to ask, "Can you speak English?" Bai Lian, no. Bai Lian closed her phone, yet her face remained composed. She indeed knew a bit of foreign languages because she needed to understand others' languages to study their items, but she only spoke and typed in Chinese. You don't understand? Then it had nothing to do with her. Yang Lin was much better today, and the bruising on her arm had disappeared. She went to the milk tea shop with Bai Lian. She went there for a part-time job. Jiang He waited for Bai Lian at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Ming Dongheng did not accompany Jiang He. The one waiting with Jiang He for Bai Lian was Director Chen. "Miss Bai." Director Chen was on the phone. When he saw Bai Lian, he said something to the person on the other end, put down the phone, but still had a worried look on his face. Jiang He stood up, walked over to Bai Lian, and grabbed the hem of her clothes. Bai Lian didn't want to talk much with Director Chen, but remembering that he had given Ji Hung tobacco the day before, she set down her backpack and asked lazily, "Ran into some trouble?" Yeah, Director Chen didn't guard against Bai Lian and just vented to her. In working on Xiangqing culture and tourism, lots of relics needing restoration, the clash between workers and the police force yesterday. It's blowing up online. Some media had fermented the situation. This incident had a terrible impact on Xiangqing. On one hand, they said the wretched terrain breeds troublemakers. On the other, they said the local police department was corrupt. The incident itself was overly sensitive. Director Chen wondered whether to entirely lock down the news and stop journalists from reporting on it. Of course, he only wanted a vent at the moment and wasn't expecting advice from Bai Lian. As Bai Lian walked toward the library, she listened quietly. Only after he finished did she look at Director Chen. It's best not to block this issue. Huh? Director Chen looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Bai Lian unpleasingly looked back at him, her almond eyes misty. Blocking is worse than channeling. As an administrator, what you want isn't to shut people up, but to show that survival is fundamental to the common people, to openly investigate. She laid out a clear strategy for Director Chen. Finally, she extended a pale finger, lightly tapped Director Chen's chest, and lazily turned her head with a smile. There's no absolute in law. You represent authority, credibility, so never let yourself lose the power of speech. Director Chen rarely discussed such matters with anyone. Ming Dongheng couldn't understand. Jiang Fulai didn't have the time to talk about it with him. He never imagined that he'd hear these insights from a high school senior. It was like breaking through layers of fog. I understand. Director Chen straightened up, now looking at Bai Lian with a touch of respect. Thank you, Miss Bai. This Miss Bai was more respectful than any he had said before. The library was one stop away from the school, and Bai Lian walked there because she was talking with Director Chen. The two of them talked about a lot more in bits and pieces. Upon reaching Xiangqing Library, Director Chen respectfully saw Bai Lian off as she went in, his heart shocked from his first casual chat with her. Many strategies she spoke of were enlightening. If Bai Lian wasn't clearly a high school senior, he couldn't help but wonder, had she been an official? Otherwise, where had she learned such art of governance? After Bai Lian entered the library, he took out his phone, calling his people. Have you found any good tobacco yet? Make it quick. After giving orders, Director Chen opened the chat with Ming Dongheng. He faintly sensed a broad and open path spreading out before him. Chen Yongquan, Mr. Ming, what does Miss Bai like to eat? Chen Yongquan, what are her hobbies in daily life? Chen Yongquan, besides gouging, what else does she like to do? Ming Dongheng just sent back 2 characters, suicidal. Director Chen, who was furiously typing. Damn it, this guy's sharp when he shouldn't be, and as oblivious as a dog when he needs to be sharp. Unbelievable. Well, he might as well put more effort into his work with Mr. G. Of course, Director Chen wouldn't know Bai Lian's teacher was Liang Zuan, the emperor's teacher, the greatest prime minister through the ages, who taught the emperor's technique and practiced the way of the world. His students included one who became an emperor. Could the other one be far behind? Chapter 141. 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bei's handwriting. Part 2. Iren family. As soon as Ren Wanxian got home, she saw Ren Qian instructing the secretary. Tobacco. Do you have a channel? Get more tobacco. The secretary general nodded. He too had heard of Chen Yasmin's recent frantic search for various tobaccos. On the surface, everyone seemed peaceful, but secretly, who knows how many people had been reassigned to this task. Tobacco production wasn't prominent in Xianqing. They were looking for rare tobaccos across the country to pave the way to Chen Ye's door. It wasn't until Ren Qian went upstairs that the secretary general turned to Ren Wanxian. Miss, did those people from class 15 come to apologize to you today? No. Ren Wanxian shook her head, feeling uneasy. The principal didn't seek me out either. Could something have happened? Even if the people from class 15 didn't come, the principal should have, at least. But Ren Wanxian hadn't seen anyone all afternoon. It was only after Shed lost her temper that day that Ren Wanxian realized the seriousness of the situation, but she couldn't swallow her pride to look for the principal. So she let the secretary general handle it. What could possibly go wrong? The secretary general had full confidence in Ren Wanxian's capabilities. What else could they do? Aside from you, could they find another person to assist them with the shoot? Listening to the secretary general's comforting words, Ren Wanxian calmed down. He was right about that. What you need to do now is just wait patiently and see who loses their patience first. Strength is everything, the secretary general said with a smile. Watch, by tomorrow they'll be asking for your help. Library. As soon as Bai Lian sat down with Jiang He, she received a message from an unnamed mobile number. Let's meet somewhere tomorrow to talk. No signature, but Bai Lian knew it was Ji Mulan. She didn't respond. On the other end of the phone, Ji Mulan was frustrated by the lack of reply. Beside her, Su In was video conferencing with the administrative director, his brow furrowed. No tobacco channels under our name? Keep looking. Chun Yi is in Xianqing, a rare opportunity. In Jiangjing, they wouldn't even have the chance to meet Chun Yi. Ji Mulan didn't quite understand these business maneuvers. She and Su In indeed had a significant gap between them. Just as Ji Hung had said, bringing Bai Lian might not have been a good idea. She quietly sat aside and listened, not disturbing them. After Su In ended the video call, he turned to Ji Mulan. She didn't agree to meet with you? Yes. Ji Mulan nodded and then shook her head. They'll find her directly tomorrow. Su In wasn't concerned about Bai Lian. What bothered him was his rejected invitation. Bai Lian was in the library figuring out the Jiangjing University Prep Camps app. She wasn't good at chemistry, usually too lazy to do the problems on it, but luckily, the Jiangjing University Prep Camp app now allowed skipping the problems she couldn't do. Today, Bai Lian had completed a physics problem and a math problem. Started doing problems? Jiang Fulai just arrived upstairs and noticed someone practicing Jiangjing University's prep camp problems, raising an eyebrow. Bai Lian, with one hand pressing down on the paper and the other holding a pen calculating a problem, wore a snow-white blouse, half leaning on the desk. Under the library lighting, her profile shone, making her look graceful and beautiful no matter how you looked at her. She was always serious when doing homework, but today she seemed particularly languid and sluggish. What's that? Bai Lian changed her position, propping her chin with her hand, and lazily looked up. She noticed the glass bottle in Jiang Fulai's hand. Pale blue water contained dark blue crystalline structures resembling snowflakes. Bai Lian quickly became captivated by the beautiful shade of blue. The library wasn't crowded. Jiang Fulai sat opposite her, slightly leaning back in his chair, and pushed the bottle over with an air of nonchalance. Blue crystal flower vase. Bai Lian took it and quietly observed the bottle under the light, looking at the crystallized blue flowers. Made with glycine and basic copper carbonate, Jiang Fulai's light-colored eyes always appeared cold, but now as he sat in the library, the light created a hint of a languid charm. Do you know this blue has another name? Bai Lian continued to observe the blue crystals. From Jiang Fulai's words, she roughly knew they were made with chemicals. Klein blue, Jiang Fulai said faintly. Bai Lian nodded, silently repeating the name. In the midst of their conversation, Jiang Fulai noticed Bai Lian working on the app's problems. He sat up a bit straighter and asked as if casually, "Started doing problems?" He had always thought Bai Lian didn't want to do problems. He only found out later that she was a bit weak in chemistry and biology, but he never saw her studying chemistry. Yes, Bai Lian glanced at her phone, then smiled. It seems I can skip the chemistry questions now. Chapter 142, 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bei's handwriting. Part 2. _2 Someone with hidden talent and fame lightly opened their mouth. Pretty good. Jiang he sat next to Bai Lian, flipping through a large dictionary expressionlessly. During your winter vacation, the Jiangjing app will have a local training camp. Jiang Fulai reached for Bai Lian's phone and flipped through a bit. It's quite helpful for chemistry. This was the first time Bai Lian had heard about the training camp, and she pondered it. 9 o'clock. The library closed. Jiang Fulai watched Bai Lian pack her book bag, his phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, and after a moment's thought, he said, Chi Yundai made a lot of delicious food today. Chi Yundai was the best cook Bai Lian had ever encountered. She hesitated a bit about the meal he prepared but still swooshed to zip up her jacket and slanted her head towards Jiang Fulai with a hint of regret. Then you'll have to go eat with Jiang Xiaonyao. I have to go back and have dinner with my grandfather. Jiheng had been restless these past few days. Bai Lian would go back every night to have dinner with him. Your grandfather hasn't eaten yet? Jiang Fulai looked at her. You guys go eat. Bai Lian waved behind her. They'll take the bus back. Having said that, the bus came to a stop, and Bai Lian got on board with her backpack. Jiang Fulai watched expressionlessly as the bus swayed into the distance, leaving him staring at its rear. Next to him, Jiang he crouched on the ground. He silently looked up at Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai looked down at him with a high and mighty gaze and let out a cold laugh. Are you crouching down to avoid being found by someone? The next day, Tuesday, Bai Lian didn't have lunch because she had to reshoot the promotional video. It was still the same photographer from last time. He recognized Bai Lian and was surprised. Bai can also write in the Liang style. Before Bai Lian could speak, the excited principal beside her explained to the photographer, yes, and Bai writes the Liang style very well. Today was for reshooting the scene of writing in large characters. Bai Lian took off her school uniform jacket, revealing a light white shirt underneath, and then picked up a wolf hair brush. Right on this board, said the photographer in a gentle voice, naturally obliging since it was a newcomer recommended by the principal. Bai Lian stood in front of the board. She held down the rice paper with one hand and lifted the wolf hair brush with the other, her eyes and brows lowered. Her hair was loosely secured by a wooden hairpin. The sun filtered through the trees and the window, casting mottled shadows on her, shrouding her in a hazy and mysterious aura. Without any extra movements like those of Ren Wanxian, everyone on set involuntarily held their breath. She always had an inexplicable quality about her that seemed to link with the entire Xiangqing in countless ways. This sense of a collision between the past and the present was all too obvious. Without hearing the next step for a long while, Bai Lian looked up, asking in surprise, Can I start now? Oh, the photographer came back to his senses. Yes, you can start. Just like that, it feels great. He turned on the camera. Only then did Bai Lian lift her wrist and write a line on the paper. After drinking wildly to the heart's content with enemies, one man, one arrow, stormed through Fengdu. This was the line from a stone in their school, and also the one that Ren Wanxian had tried and failed to write well over and over again that day. Bai Lian completed it in one go. As she wrote, her strokes were fluid like drifting clouds and flowing water, her calligraphy robust and forceful. She had felt an overwhelming presence while writing with black ink for the principal the day before, and this was nothing compared to today when she was using the wolf hair brush she was most comfortable with. At a glance, each character seemed to exude an aura of ferocity and pride. This line of text made it easy to envision scenes of brave combat. Such was the charm of calligraphy. This was the resonating passion etched in the DNA of the people, felt through just a line of writing. Bai Lian, after writing, looked at the line for a while and was dissatisfied. Then she turned her head towards the photographer. I want to do it over. Since this was for promotion, it didn't need to be perfect. She had not removed the iridium bracelet from her wrist, and the brushstrokes hadn't quite reached the necessary strength. Bai Lian was about to take the inkstone and crumple the paper into a ball. The principal hurriedly stopped her, snatching the paper from Bai Lian's hands. Do it over? It's written so well. Why would you want to redo it? The photographer also replayed the video. He didn't understand calligraphy, but could feel the impact from Bai Lian's writing. Last time they filmed Ren Wanxian, he knew that calligraphers needed to be in the right state of mind to write well. A good state meant good writing. No state meant dissatisfaction, no matter the effort, as was the case with Ren Wanxian. If Bai Lian's writing, as impressive as it was, got destroyed, what if she couldn't reproduce the same effect? Let's just leave it like this. The principal carefully dried the ink, his eyes never leaving the piece of writing. You go back to your class. This writing will remain as it is. Chapter 143, 055, Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bei's handwriting. Part 2, _3 just like that, fearing Bai Lian might crumple up the paper. Clearly, he shared the same thoughts as the photographer. Bai Lian, she opened her mouth, wanting to explain. Then she was pushed out of the door by the photographer. Bai Lian looked at the closed door, somewhat speechless. Principal, my school uniform. The door opened a crack. The school uniform was thrown out. Bai Lian picked up her uniform and looked at the door for a long while. Fine then. She slowly walked toward the direction of the cafeteria. Since the photo shoot was quick, most students hadn't finished eating. As soon as Bai Lian entered the cafeteria, Pu Xiaohan waved at her. Over here. Pu Xiaohan had gotten Bai Lian some food. The group finished their meal and then returned to class. Along the way, they happened to run into a line of students from Class 8. Ren Wanxian and Chunju had just finished eating too, and neither group had a good impression of the other, but at least they maintained superficial peace. Ren Wanxian's eyes darkly stared at Zhang Xiai's. Zhang Xiai's felt goosebumps all over. Sister Lian, let's go. There's something filthy here. He exaggeratedly spoke and left with the class 15 students. Behind them, Ren Wanxian looked even more upset. She had thought Zhang Xiai's intentionally came to apologize, so why did he just leave? By her side, Chunju also remembered the last incident. What happened with that thing? I don't know. Ren Wanxian was also feeling frustrated. She knew that the photo shoot was scheduled for noon today, but Zhang Xiai's hadn't looked for her, and neither had the principal. I'm going to find the principal. The whole situation from beginning to end was shrouded in strangeness. The Secretary General told her to stay put. The principal and people from Class 15 would surely come to find her. Initially, she was indeed full of confidence and didn't take it to heart. But as time almost ran out, she hadn't seen anyone come to apologize. That's when Ren Wanxian began to panic. She went to look for the principal in his office, but he was not there at that time. Ren Wanxian waited patiently for another 10 minutes before he finally arrived. Late, as usual. Ren's student, seeing Ren Wanxian, the principal was quite surprised, then seemed to understand something. He smiled, yet didn't say it straight out. Please, take a seat. Ren Wanxian sat down. The principal then poured himself a cup of tea and began leisurely. Ren's student, what brings you here? Ren Wanxian could tell by the principal's composed manner that things were different than she and the Secretary General had imagined. Principal, Ren Wanxian's demeanor has always had no issues. She was very polite. Regarding the cultural and tourism promotion, please don't take my grandfather's secretary's words to heart. This was offering a way out. The principal smiled gently, his voice very warm. So you've forgiven Zhang Xiai's? We are all classmates. The principal nodded, that's good. And that was all he said. Ren Wanxian waited for the principal to accept her offer, but after his that's good, he fell silent. Seeing that Ren Wanxian hadn't left, the principal looked puzzled. Is there something else, Ren's student? She bit her lip. Looking at the principal, almost humiliatedly she spoke. I will participate in the promotional video shoot. Promotional video? The principal looked up from his computer, then smiled. Ah, that. I forgot to tell you. Bai Lian just finished filming it. Rin Wangshuan's humiliated expression instantly turned to shock. Her heart missed a couple of beats. What? The principal continued, calmly waving her over. You didn't know, did you? Student Bai actually knows the Liang style, too. I am watching her video right now. Why don't you come and have a look as well, student? Chapter 144. 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_I Run Wanxian endured the fear. She walked over to look at what the principal was viewing. The video happened to show the moment when Bai Lian wrote her characters. As someone who had studied Liang-style calligraphy, Ren Wanxian could tell at a glance that the person writing those lines had executed the brushwork and transitions with extremely meticulous technique and composition. Nearly at first sight, she realized what her mentor Qiu Xuejing often meant by the words sinew and bone. How about it? Isn't Bai Lian's writing good? The principal said, crossing his legs, unable to resist starting the conversation. Isn't this what teacher Qiu refers to as being in the zone? Today's calligraphers always learn the methods of ancient writers. Most people guess the state of mind the ancient calligraphers were in by studying authentic works. The principal reflected on the second Bai Lian wrote her characters. He felt that Bai Lian had a moment of enlightenment then, and almost everyone in the audience hadn't even reacted yet. This state is just good luck anyway. Ren Wanxian, looking at the principal, couldn't come up with an answer. She pursed her lips, glanced at the principal, and suddenly took a step back. She couldn't believe that Bai Lian, someone she never took seriously, could surpass her in every way, even if it were just a training class. Calligraphy had always been her proudest aspect, promoted for so long by the Rin family and Xiangqing No. 1 High School. She wouldn't even regard Xiu Buqing. With his Orchid Pavilion Award nomination, how could she possibly admit that Bai Lian could measure up to her? It's just a momentary state. She took out her cell phone and called the Secretary General. What's wrong? The Secretary General was with Ren Qian. Miss, have you finished shooting? Ren Wanxian heard Ren Qian's voice on the other end. She gripped the phone tightly. Her gaze lowered as she spoke. It's nothing. She abruptly ended the call. This matter. She couldn't let Ren Qian know. She held her phone, stood in place for a long while, and then sent a message to Qiu Buqing. Senior brother, did you talk to the teacher about the Orchid Pavilion Award? Meanwhile, at the Qiu family, Qiu Buqing had just received the message when he got home. In the living room, Qiu Xuejing was discussing matters with people from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Qiu Buqing didn't interrupt and just stood aside waiting for them to finish. Is it really impossible for Xiangqing to set up a calligraphy association? The Cultural and Tourism Bureau official seemed disheartened as he looked at Qiu Xuejing. So many remote places can have a calligraphy association. So can't we in Xiangqing? There are countless calligraphers in the country. Apart from the traditional Calligraphers Association, all small locales have their calligraphy associations, except Xiangqing. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau had applied 3 times already and had been unsuccessful. It's still lacking a bit, Qiu Xuejing said with a sigh, unless we win the Orchid Pavilion Award, which would give Xiangqing a significant boost in reputation and might just provide an opportunity. Winning the Orchid Pavilion Award paves a clear path for the future. The Traditional Calligraphers Association and even some families in Jiangjing would extend olive branches. Then applying for a calligraphy association for Xiangqing would be much easier. But whether Qiu Buqing could win the Orchid Pavilion Award this year was still uncertain. I believe Teacher Qiu can certainly do it, the person from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau said, looking at Qiu Buqing with a face full of hope. Qiu Buqing didn't respond. Qiu Xuejing just smiled, then sighed again. After the Cultural and Tourism Bureau official left, Qiu Buqing looked at Qiu Xuejing, his lips pursed, quite puzzled. Grandfather, why didn't you recommend junior sister's work for the Orchid Pavilion Award? Her mind is too restless now. Not suitable. Qiu Xuejing shook his head. But Qiu Buqing disagreed. You should know that women naturally lack strength in their wrists. She's already done very well to have trained to this level. Aren't your expectations for junior sister a bit too demanding? If you put it that way, Qiu Shuezhing looked at Qiu Boqing coolly. Have you heard of Su Yajun for Jiangjing? At 18, she was proactively invited by the Traditional Calligraphers Association to join. She's also a woman, so why is her wrist strength so formidable? Upon hearing that name, Qiu Boqing fell silent. How can you compare? Don't you know who her teacher is? Comparing Ren Wanxian with her seemed utterly unfair, and he didn't agree with Qiu Zuzheng's rationale at all. Qiu Shuezhing shook his head. Qiu Boqing grew up with Ren Wanxian, and they were fellow disciples. Naturally, he admired the exceptionally talented Ren Wanxian. After school in the afternoon, Pu Xiaoan and Bai Lian, along with a bunch of others, were walking on the road. For Teacher Qiu's lecture tomorrow, I want to ask Sun Qian if he can get us a couple of tickets. Do you guys want to go? Zhang Xiai's nonchalantly spun a basketball. Spare me. Pu. Bai Lian took her time, putting on her earphones. Pu Xiaoan glanced at Bai Lian. Next to her, Ning Xiao quietly spoke up. Teacher Qiu Shuezhing, a very famous calligrapher from Xiangqing. Chapter 145. 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_2, even Lian Ning Xiao, who tends to keep others at arm's length, knew about it. Oh, I'm not going. Pu Xiaoan, knowing that Bai Lian had only been here for just over a month, explained to her, but that's Teacher Qiu from Beicheng, a member of the Beicheng Calligraphy Association. This time, I don't know who managed to move this big mountain and actually got him to come back to Xiangqing. Having said this, she looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was still indifferent. Pu Xiaoan, who was beside her, even heard Bai Lian whisper a word under her breath. So cool. All right. Pu Xiaoan glanced again at Yang Lin, who was lagging a step behind them. Yang Lin definitely wouldn't go either. Next to number 1 middle school, a black car was parked far across the street. Jiang, he was sitting in the back seat, resting his head against the window, looking far off in the direction of the school gate. In front of him, Jiang Fulai slightly squinted his eyes as he browsed on the laptop screen, the chilling aura on his stern face growing heavier by the moment. Ming Dongheng was sitting in the driver's seat, itching to get out of the car. Yet, the phone in his pocket rang again. Ming Dongheng didn't dare glance at the rearview mirror and hurriedly picked up the phone. It was Jiang Shijue. What are you doing? He asked cautiously as he got out of the car, lowering his voice. Don't you know that young Master Jiang is looking at a document sent by the Gao family? The Gao family was an untouchable line that no one dared to cross for Jiang Fulai. On the phone, Jiang Shijue didn't care about the treatment Ming Dongheng was receiving, simply saying the invitation from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, hoping our Emperor Jiang could provide a piece of writing. I've brought the message. Just remember to find time to tell him. After finishing, Jiang Shijue, ignoring Ming Dongheng's cursing, hung up the call directly. His technique of passing the buck was incredibly smooth. Ming Dongheng's face darkened. If Jiang Shijue didn't dare say it, did he dare to? He fiddled with his phone, complaining in the group chat with 4 people. Is the Traditional Calligraphers Association mad? When have they ever seen Jiang Fulai practice calligraphy? Yet they dare to bother him with this request. Inside the car, with the knuckles of his pale fingers tapping lightly on the screen of his phone, Jiang Fulai glanced out the window and, after considering for about 5 seconds, called Bai Lian. I'm about to come out. Bai Lian's voice sounded quite surprised. Jiang Fulai was very nonchalant. You go to the back gate. Jiang Ziniao's autism is acting up. There are too many people at the front gate. We'll wait for you at the back gate. Bai Lian was aware of Jiang He's autism. Without any doubt, she responded, okay. Sitting in the back seat, Jiang He. The black business van slowly drove into number 1 middle school's back gate. Jiang Fulai's car was allocated by Jiang Jing, but the license plate was that of Xiangqing, making it inconspicuous for daily use. At the school gate, sitting in the driver's seat of a white car, Su In looked at the black car. He was slightly taken aback. Ji Milan was trying to call Bai Lian, but no one answered. She had some doubts whether Bai Lian had blocked her. After speaking a few words to Su In, she saw him staring blankly at something. What's up? Ji Milan followed his gaze, but saw nothing special. Suin came back to himself and shook his head. It's nothing. But he couldn't shake off the feeling, that car. He had once seen a similar one from a great distance in Jiangjing. The entire body of the car was bulletproof. However, he never saw the person inside it, and he hadn't expected to see a similar car in Xiangqing as well. At the back gate of the school, Bai Lian had already arrived. The season had turned to autumn, and she had her school uniform jacket pulled tight, with the sun already half set, casting a reddish glow. She stood by the roadside in her school uniform, cold and clear, holding her phone with fingers that were also pale and cold. Her silhouette projected like a simple ink painting of early autumn. Ming Dongheng quietly parked the car beside her. The rear car door opened automatically. Bai Lian stood still. Looking at Jiang, he propped up against the back of the seat, smiled, as if the silent figure in the painting had come to life. "Why are you so weak?" She got into the car and pinched Jiang's face. Jiang, he pursed his lips and looked up. Jiang Fulai cast a warning glance at Jiang He, his long fingertips tapping the laptop as if absent-mindedly. Chapter 146, 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_3 today. Ming Dongheng seemed to be heading to the fighting arena to watch some new godly match. Jiang Fulai had given the day off. During the day, Jiang Fulai dealt with the affairs of the Jiang family and had to make a trip to the research institute in the evening, while Jiang He was dead set on finding Bai Lian. Ji Heng had also gotten to know Jiang He, and he had no objections to heading back with Bai Lian at this moment. Heiress Street intersection. Bai Lian and Jiang He got out of the car. Jiang He turned and was about to walk down the alley when Bai Lian grabbed him by the nape of his neck and pulled him back, raising an eyebrow. "Why didn't you say goodbye to your brother?" Jiang He, "Goodbye." Jiang Fulai's gaze lightly swept over Jiang He before he said to Bai Lian, "If he has any trouble, call me." After all, Jiang He was not a normal child. It wasn't until Jiang Fulai left that Bai Lian led Jiang He into the alley. The long and winding alley was filled with many workers installing street lamps today. Bai Lian was somewhat surprised. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. When they arrived at Ji Heng's courtyard, she found the door half open, and Ji Heng's somewhat hearty laughter could be heard inside. "Xiaochen, you must have dinner here tonight. I'll cook." As soon as Bai Lian opened the courtyard door, she saw Ji Heng sitting at the stone table with a pipe in hand, squinting his eyes, taking a deep drag on the tobacco. "You know, although this tobacco has no brand, it's even stronger than what I used to smoke." A thin wisp of smoke exhaled from his mouth. On the stone table lay a small bag of tobacco, casually stuffed into a plastic bag. Xiaochen immediately noticed Bai Lian returning, his face lighting up. "Miss Bai is back." Ji Heng paused, his smoking slowed down a bit. Bai Lian knew Ji Heng had a strong addiction, but she just didn't want him to smoke so uncontrollably. She greeted Xiaochen. "I'm going to tidy up Jiang Zainiao's room." Ji Heng pointed with his pipe to a room next to Bai Lian. "That was Shane's old room. I tidied it up in the afternoon. You check if there's anything missing." As the two talked, Xiaochen did not dare chime in. It wasn't until Ji Heng asked him, "Do you have any dietary restrictions for the meal?" Xiaochen hardly dared to trouble Ji Heng to cook for him. He was thinking of bringing that cake maker over. He was pondering the possibility. Then Ji Heng's old-style cell phone rang. It was Ji Milan. "I've been waiting for her at the school gate until now and haven't seen her. Has she skipped class again?" Ji Milan didn't bother with pleasantries, her voice cold as if she were angry. Of course, she was talking about Bai Lian. Ji Heng walked towards the door with the phone, holding the tobacco pipe upright, and taking a puff. "She's already back. How come I didn't see her?" Ji Milan's voice rose. She wanted to say more, but remembering that she had just made peace with Ji Heng, she said, "What I mean is, I've been waiting for her." "Never mind. Suin just acquired a hotel, and we're celebrating tonight. You two come out first, Suin, and I will wait for you." "No thanks," Ji Heng said calmly. "We'll have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen tonight. If you want to come, you can join us for a few drinks." With that, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Ji Milan's expression was very unpleasant. She really didn't understand. Why was she bending over backward to create opportunities for Bai Lian to meet Su-in? If Bai Lian was clueless, it was one thing. But was Ji Hung just as oblivious? What's wrong? Su-in looked at her as she sat back in the car. Ji Mulan shook her head, not letting her displeasure show. It's nothing. My dad said we should go back for dinner, but you're not used to the place where he lives, and he also has a friend over for drinks tonight. Let's just head back first. Ji Mulan wouldn't take Su-in to a place like Pure Street. Su-in nodded slightly. He wasn't in the mood to join Ji Hung and his friend for drinks. Wednesday, under the watchful eyes of most of the students, Qiu Shuizheng came to the auditorium of Xiangqing No. 1 High School to give a speech. The principal personally greeted him. Even 2 reporters showed up. Mr. Qiu, please have a seat. The principal escorted Qiu Shuizheng to the reception room and personally made him a cup of tea. Thank you for caring so much about our senior students. He was a big positive example for the whole of Xiangqing. There's no need for formalities, principal. I grew up in Xiangqing, said Qiu Shuizheng, one of the few who had made it out of Xiangqing and achieved a bit of success. Although he returned infrequently, it didn't mean he wasn't concerned about his hometown. I'm happy to do something for the place where I grew up. The principal naturally knew this as well. In Xiangqing, especially among the older generation, feelings for the hometown ran deep. The principal was tidying up a pile of stuff on the conference table. This year, the school has a few top students. I wonder if they have a chance to soar to great heights. As he was speaking, a piece of paper drifted gently to the floor. That's what Mr. Ren told me, said Qiu Shuizheng as he took his teacup, blowing on it lightly. He was about to sip when he noticed the paper on the floor, his eyes casually glancing at it, and he stopped in his tracks. Snap! He slammed down the teacup, reached out to pick up the paper. Who wrote this? Chapter 147. Chairman Teacher 057. Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update. _1. The principal was still organizing books. Upon hearing the voice, he quickly set down the book and took 2 steps forward. Seeing Qiu Shuizheng lost in thought over a piece of paper, he lowered his head to take a look and then smiled. This is written by our student, Bai Lian. It's no less impressive than the work of student Ren, don't you think? The principal knew that Ren Wanxian was Qiu Zhuzheng's prized disciple, so he didn't overly praise Bai Lian. Yet Qiu Shuizheng shook his head. No, this kind of brush strength, let alone Wanxian, even my grandson might not measure up to him. The principal couldn't see it, but Qiu Shuizheng was very clear. Laymen don't understand what it means to penetrate wood by 3 fun, that the brush can kill into the paper, controlling the speed and pressure at the fingertips, demonstrating the writer's skill. He subconsciously assumed that such writing must have been done by a male student. He then remembered the principal mentioned that this student was still in senior year. How old would that be? And who was their teacher? How could there be such hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Xiangqing? Qiu Shuizheng quickly spoke up. Which student is it? I'd like to meet them. The principal hadn't expected Qiu Shuizheng to hold such a high opinion of Bai Lian. You are about to give a speech, so how about I arrange a meeting after your speech is finished? With luck, he might be able to see Bai Lian in the auditorium. Okay. Qiu Shuizheng knew he was too eager. With his speech still pending, he reiterated, make sure to arrange our meeting. The principal didn't understand why Qiu Shuizheng was in such a hurry, but he still made the arrangements and went out to call Lu Lingxi. Qiu Shuizheng took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. I believe that Xiangqing may have hoped to apply for the Calligraphy Association in the future. The bureau chief must have set Qiu Shuizheng as a priority, for they called the principal the second the message was received. Noon. Bai Lian was almost just out of class when she received a call from Shenqing. Alien, Shenqing's voice was a bit soft. Your mother suddenly asked me out to eat today and told me to call you to join us at Wana Building. But Shenqing didn't agree outright. She felt that Bai Lian's relationship with Ji Mulan probably wasn't good, so she called Bai Lian first to confirm. The food here is quite good. Shenqing thought for a moment. Do you want to come? Ji Mulan. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian was a bit lost in thought. Alien, Shenqing had been speaking for a while when she realized no one was responding. Mitchum, by Lien, resting her arms on the balcony, looked down below. Her emotions had stabilized over the past 2 days, and her eyes were dark and deep. I'm on my way. Xinqing was sitting on the toilet. She hung up the phone. Then she came out, washed her hands, and headed for the private room. There was only Ji Mulan in the private room. Suen hadn't arrived yet. Ji Mulan was looking down at her mobile phone, not speaking with Xinqing. Xinqing sat opposite her somewhat awkwardly. Suen arrived a few minutes before Bai Lian. His presence was even stronger than Ren Jiaowei's, and Xinqing didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She wanted to ingratiate herself with Suen, but found herself unable to articulate any flattery. Xinqing was starting to regret coming. She had just heard Ji Mulan mention dining at Wana Building and wanted to try this delicacy that was usually beyond her reach. "This is my sister-in-law." Ji Mulan introduced Xinqing with indifference, as she had always looked down on her a bit. Suen was very polite. Xinqing could only give a stiff nod, finally understanding she didn't fit in at this kind of occasion. Fortunately, the sound of the doorbell saved her. Xinqing quickly stood up. Bai Lian walked in from the outside, glanced at the people sitting inside, pulled out the chair next to Xinqing, and sat down casually, leaning back lazily. Her school jacket was left open. Her long eyelashes hung down, lightly casting a shadow over her dark pupils. She greeted Xinqing lightly. As for the others, Bai Lian found it hard to extend any politeness. Ji Mulan sat opposite her, troubled by her rebellious demeanor. "Don't you know how to greet people? This is your Uncle Su." Only then did Bai Lian look up, silently observing Ji Mulan. The person had a very beautiful face, but the expression was noble and domineering. Those eyes lacked warmth. They were gradually becoming estranged from the memory she held. Bai Lian couldn't help thinking of the Klein blue Jiang Fulai had mentioned, the color of a person's pupils after death. Was that the color of her mother's eyes when she passed away? "Kids are always like this." Su-in didn't mind, just smiled at Bai Lian. "Even though you don't want to be registered under the Su family, I still consider myself your Uncle Su." Su-in was skilled in negotiations, and with just a sentence or two, he lightened the mood. Chapter 148. Chairman Teacher 057. Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update. _2 Xinqing instantly relaxed and signaled to Bai Lian with her eyes that this stepfather wasn't bad. But Bai Lian didn't catch her eye. Ji Mulan observed Su-in's reaction and knew he had a favorable impression of Bai Lian. As long as Bai Lian didn't mess up, her face indeed possessed a deceptive charm. Although she couldn't take Bai Lian to the Su family, she would still try to make sure Bai Lian had opportunities to interact with Su-in. "Your grandfather told you, didn't he?" Su-in pondered for a moment. "He'll be marrying your mother at the end of the year." "Sure." Bai Lian was indifferent to the news. "Congratulations." Ji Mulan's expression softened a lot. Sun was taken aback. He wanted to say more when the cell phone head placed aside rang. He looked at it and immediately answered. "Hello." Su-in's voice was serious and respectful. It was obvious the person on the other end wasn't ordinary. "Yes, I'm in Xiangqing, preparing to acquire a project." The person on the other end of the phone said something. Su-in exclaimed in surprise and quickly stood up with some excitement. "What? Okay, I understand. I will do it well." He waited for the other party to hang up first. Then he disconnected the call. Ji Mulan had never seen Su-in speak to anyone with such an attitude, and she couldn't help but look at him with surprise, then hesitated. Who was that call from? The butler Su. Su-in tried to contain his joy, but couldn't hide it completely as he smiled at Ji Mulan. He said Miss Su is coming to Xiangqing to pick up something and take it back to Jiangjing. He knew I was in Xiangqing and told me to take good care of her. Mulan, our decision to come to Xiangqing was right. Ji Mulan understood that the butler Su and Miss Su he mentioned were definitely not the people she knew from Su-in's family. Miss Su? Asked Ji Mulan, slightly inquisitively. It's Miss Su Yajun, explained Su-in to the few people at the table, with a hint of awe and rare envy. She was earmarked by the Traditional Calligraphers Association at the age of 18, and her teacher is the president of the association. Su Yajun's father and he had been classmates. They grew up together, but unfortunately, because of Su Yajun's soaring status, his family held considerable weight in the main house, while he was still at the same place. At this point, Su-in sighed, just hoping that his own son would have a slightly easier time applying for the laboratory this year. You guys don't understand the weight of the Traditional Calligraphers Association in Jiangjing. Su-in was about to continue when he looked up and saw Shun-Qing's confused expression. Not just Shun-Qing, even Ji Mulan, who had just arrived in Jiangjing, seemed silent. Su-in stopped mid-sentence, remembering these few individuals likely had no clue about the situation in Jiangjing, let alone anything about Su Yajun and the Traditional Calligraphers Association. There was no point in explaining the significance of the president of the Calligraphers Association to them. All right, let's not talk about this. Su-in shook his head and smiled. You just need to know that Miss Su is very important. After finishing, Su-in didn't continue eating. He picked up his cell phone, bid farewell to Bai Lian and Shun-Qing, and hurried back to start an online meeting with his assistant and the chief administrative officer. Ji Mulan also had a lackluster meal. As she was paying the bill and leaving absent-mindedly, she suddenly stopped when she saw Bai Lian waiting obediently for Shun-Qing. Wait until I get a firm footing in the Su family. I made it very clear last time. Am now registered with grandfather, said Bai Lian, slowly zipping up as she bowed her head. Then when she raised her eyes, they were calm. Don't bring this up again. I will never leave with you. Bai Lian wasn't the real original character. She didn't know what Ji Mulan was thinking, but even if Ji Mulan was truly reflecting and making amends, she couldn't replace the original person and forgive the Bai family and Ji Mulan. Because the harm had been done, leaving the original girl to die alone in that lake. Bai Lian could never forgive anyone on her behalf. Ji Mulan stood frozen in place. Bai Lian nodded slightly to Ji Mulan and left with Shun-Qing. It was only after they got into the elevator that Shun-Qing dared to speak to Bai Lian. You fool, not taking advantage of a good situation. Your future stepfather is from Jiangjing. As Shun-Qing spoke, she couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. Such fortune for Ji Mulan, she thought, not knowing where it came from. Bai Lian's hands were in her pockets, and instead of studying vocabulary like usual, she just lazily walked ahead. Oh, silly child. Shun-Qing wanted to ask if she knew what being from Jiangjing meant, but remembering that Bai Lian was even willing to give up the Bai family, she fell silent. Bai Lian had just returned to her class. Hu Xiaoan waved at her from her seat with a smile. Lu's mom said as soon as you're back, go straight to the principal's office. The principal's office again? The principal's office. Mr. Qiu, director. The principal looked at Qiu Xuejing and the cultural bureau director who were sitting idly and cautiously suggested, student Bai has gone out. Wouldn't you two prefer to have lunch first? Chapter 149. Chairman Teacher 057. Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update. _3 no need. Qiu Xuejing waved his hand. He stared intently at the direction of the office door. By his side, the director had just arrived not long ago and was looking at a large character that principal had just shown them, written by Lian earlier with a wolf hairbrush. The paper had been taken by the photographer for additional shots. The principal only had a photo. I think you're right, the director whispered to Qiu Xuejing. We really might have a chance. The two were in the midst of their conversation. The door gently creaked, and Qiu Xuejing and the director immediately looked up to see a slender silhouette. The person bowed his head slightly, with long, pale and cold fingers on the door, drifting in lazily as the door pushed open, a cool jade-like brilliance softly filling the space. It was a girl. The director and Qiu Xuejing both withdrew their gazes. Both had subconsciously assumed that such characters could only be written by a boy. Principal. Bai Lian looked towards the principal, squinting her eyes. You were looking for me for something? Not me. The principal also glanced at Qiu Xuejing and the director, surprised at how these two could be so composed at this moment. Bai Lian, it's elder Mr. Qiu and his colleague who are looking for you. Qiu Xuejing had thought it was some student looking for the principal. Upon hearing what the principal said, he suddenly stood up, staring intently at Bai Lian. She wrote these characters? Yes. The principal was startled by his reaction, but Qiu Xuezheng exchanged a glance with the director. In the calligraphy world, men were prevalent and women scarce. Over so many years, only one woman had won first place in the 7 competitions for the Lanting Prize. They had thought Ren Wanxian was outstanding, but to think the one who wrote such a powerful stroke was a girl. The director was much more direct than Qiu Xuezheng. Bai Lian, you're planning to participate in the Lanting Prize this year, aren't you? If she missed this year, she would have to wait another 3 years. Bai Lian, not recognizing them, simply raised an eyebrow. Lanting Prize? She had never heard of it. Not only the director and Qiu Xuezheng, but even the principal found it too outlandish. Bai Lian, you don't know about the Lanting Prize? Bai Lian's eyes were sincere. Could she be the disciple of a hidden master? Qiu Xuezheng gave the director a look which the latter understood and began to explain the Lanting Prize to Bai Lian. If you participate, you'll definitely make it to the preliminary selection. Not just the preliminary. You even have the potential to win the 3rd prize, although it may be a bit challenging this year. But the Traditional Calligraphers Association will surely invite you to join, he went on and on, all about the benefits of participating in the Lanting Prize. Of course, no matter how much he said, he only dared mention up to the 3rd prize, considering even Qiu Buqing was aiming for that. Oh, Bai Lian responded disinterestedly, her long lashes lowered, her dark eyes appearing lethargic. She spoke with an air of nonchalance. Is there anything else, Principal? Qiu Xuezheng and the director had thought of many possibilities, but the one thing they hadn't considered was that Bai Lian was indifferent to the Lanting Prize. After all, no calligrapher was disinterested in the Lanting Prize. Even Ren Wanxian had been scheming for a chance to participate. As she started to walk away, the director spoke helplessly. I was also going to say that if you participate in the Lanting Prize, you could help us in Xiangqing to apply for a calligraphy association, allowing more children to learn calligraphy. Bai Lian stopped in her tracks and turned around, the gentle sunshine striking her profile. Apply for an association? Yes, winning an award makes it much easier to apply for a calligraphy association. Qiu Xuezheng explained softly. There are many children in Xiangqing who want to learn calligraphy, but we lack teaching resources and facilities. With a calligraphy association, it would be much easier to manage. I see. Bai Lian lightly flicked a lock of hair by her face, her expression mild. Then ill participate. What? Bai Lian, recalling the mention of the 3rd prize, touched the iridium on her wrist, contemplative. The higher the rank, the better the benefits I can apply for. Chapter 150. People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed 2nd place. _1, of course. Qiu Xuezheng came back to his senses. He looked at Bai Lian, seriously explaining, as long as you're shortlisted, people will approach you. If you win 3rd prize, the Traditional Calligraphers Association will definitely invite you to become a member, and then you won't have any trouble applying to local calligraphy associations. The higher the ranking, the better, of course. If you win the 1st prize, it goes without saying that you might even become a senior member of the Traditional Calligraphers Association. At this point, Qiu Xuezheng did not continue. He realized that Bai Lian was more concerned about Xiangqing, so he continued to talk about these resources. Many children in Xiangqing like to learn calligraphy, but the area is remote and lacks teachers. Very few families like the Ren family hire famous teachers from Beicheng, so most people are self-taught without any formal instruction. By the way, Qiu Xuezheng suddenly remembered something. He stared at Bai Lian with sparkling eyes. How old are you this year? 2. Bai Lian, thinking about the Orchid Pavilion Prize, started to reply instinctively, then hesitated. She lowered her eyes, and after a long silence, said, 19. 19. The eyes of the head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau shone brightly. This age, she would still be very young the next time she participates in the Orchid Pavilion Prize. After making sure that Bai Lian will participate, Qiu Shuezheng and the other person both sighed in relief. He's solemnly cautioned by Lian. You should practice your calligraphy more during this time. Your brush strokes are still a bit unsteady. You need to submit your work by next week. The deadline for the Orchid Pavilion Prize was drawing close. After Bai Lian left, the principal turned to the two of them. Mr. Qiu, director, shall we go have dinner first? Sure. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau finally showed a smile. As he headed out, he looked in the direction Bai Lian had gone. Being shortlisted is certain, but I wonder if she and young Mr. Qiu can win the third prize this time. 19 is too young an age. I didn't even ask her what her CCPT score was. Qiu Shuezheng walked out, knowing more insider information than the other two, and sighed. And this time, the Orchid Pavilion Prize is like a dragon's den of hidden talent. Just Xie Jinyan and Su Yajun are too eye-catching. But it's not a big problem. She's still young. By the next Orchid Pavilion Prize, she is sure to astonish everyone. The principal did not understand these matters and listened quietly. What if Bai Lian writes an even more brilliant piece during this period? If she could win, a 19-year-old third prize winner, then in another 3 years, she goes on to win the first prize, the director thought, and couldn't help but chuckle. By then, our Xiangqing will also be seen by them. The Traditional Calligraphers Association will definitely allocate resources to us. These thoughts were overly optimistic. Qiu Shuezheng looked at the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau wordlessly. Dreaming day by day that Qiu Buqing would win a prize was one thing, but now he even dared to dream of a first prize. Bai Lian returned to class 15. Pu Xiaoan was talking to someone else about Qiu Zuzheng's lecture from that morning. Mr. Qiu really is my idol. The meaning of reading is why, to read for oneself. Zhang Xiais was lying in the back, asleep, while Ning Xiao and Yang Lin were busy solving practice questions. Bai Lian sat back in her place and slowly pulled out her physics practice book from among a pile of books. When Pu Xiaohan saw her return, she abandoned her conversation with the others, turned around, and asked Bai Lian in a low voice, "What did the principal want with you this time? Another promotional video?" "No," Bai Lian said, casually uncapping a pen with one hand and leaning back in her chair. Then she suddenly looked up and smiled at Pu Xiaohan. "Why didn't you get good at calligraphy?" Pu Xiaoan touched her nose and shrugged her shoulders. "Just a little bit I learned from the teacher during big character class in elementary school. Then later, I learned on my own watching videos online." She sounded somewhat proud by the end of her statement. Everyone studying calligraphy knows that with a teacher's guidance, one can avoid many detours and lay a good foundation more quickly, making writing much easier. Calligraphy is profound and complex, and without a teacher, it's difficult to improve. Yet Xiangqing didn't even have a calligraphy association. Those with any amount of achievement all settled in the Beijing Writers Association. Most of Xiangqing's population is made up of ordinary laborers without the means to hire a calligraphy teacher from Beijing to instruct their children. Pu Xiaoan was also like that, mostly self-taught. Opportunities to hear a lecture from Qiu Shuezheng, like today, were almost non-existent. Bai Lian lowered her head, her fingertips pressing down on the practice book, lowered her lashes, casually writing on the physics test paper. Pu Xiaoan wanted to boast to Bai Lian about how she had found many videos to learn on her own. But looking at Bai Lian with her head down, she inexplicably felt a sense of sorrow emanating from her. Pu Xiaoan swallowed the words she was about to say and just watched Bai Lian slowly work on physics problems. Chapter 151. People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed second place. _2 In fact, for these 2 weeks, Bai Lian spent most of her time on biology, occasionally exchanging ideas with Ning Xiao when he encountered a difficult physics problem. It was at this time, the whole class 15 suddenly fell silent. Feeling a chill on her back, Pu Xiaohan's sixth sense made her turn around swiftly, sit up straight, and start working on exam problems from the past decade. Out of the corner of her eye, sure enough, she spotted the elusive Lu Lingxi at the window. Everyone else in the class was seriously doing their homework, except for Zhang Xiais, who was still busy sleeping. Lu Lingxi walked up to him quietly and raised her hand. Zhang Xiai stood up with his ear being pinched and caught sight of Lu Lingxi. Lu Mom, spare a handsome guy's life. How late did you play games last night? Lu Lingxi sneered. Zhang Xiai's. I just, at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 2:59. Not a minute past 2. This was his final act of defiance. You think it's fine to sleep during the day and play games at night? Huh? How many times have I told you? Zhang Xiai's. In today's society, without a diploma, you'll face setbacks in everything. Lu Lingxi let go of his ear, pleading earnestly, and then pointed to the back of the room. Go stand at the back. Zhang Xiai's reluctantly took his book and went to the back. After Lu Lingxi finished speaking, she looked down as Bai Lian finished a question, and then gently said to Bai Lian, come out for a moment. Zhang Xiai's was amazed at her quick change of demeanor. The principal said he wants to give your contact information to Mr. Chiu. Lu Lingxi was telling her this. I can give him your number. Is that okay with you? That was fine. Bai Lian nodded. Saturday, Director Chen came to look for Ming Dongheng. Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were not around, so he was much more relaxed in his seating. There's another match for Mr. by next Tuesday. If he wins, his score will reach 3rd place. Tickets. Ming Dongheng poured himself a cup of tea. His words were succinct and cool. They're already prepared. Director Chen took out freshly printed tickets and handed them to Ming Dongheng. He had been in high spirits these past 2 days, having managed 2 issues in Xiangqing with perfection after Bai Lian's advice, earning high praise from Elder Chen. The 2 of them were still talking. Outside, a servant brought in a woman. Young Master Ming, someone from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, is here. Ming Dongheng glanced slightly and grunted in acknowledgement. Being a naturally cool person, his presence became even more intimidating after following Jiang Fulai. Director Chen didn't know who this Miss Su was and looked curiously towards the door. A tall woman in a plain white dress walked in. Despite Xiangqing's weather not being too hot, she didn't even wear a coat. Upon entering, she slightly lowered her head, not daring to casually look around. Young Master Ming, she stood to the side. Noticing there were only 2 people sitting on the sofa, she paused slightly. Director Chen. Director Chen clearly recognized the woman in front of him. He poured himself a glass of water too. Su, what brings you here? The teacher sent me to fetch something. Su Yajun stood to the side, her reply very cautious. Ming Dongheng knew she would come. He glanced at Su Yajun and, not recognizing her, spoke indifferently. Sit for a while, they'll go upstairs to get it. Su Yajun quickly nodded. Only after Ming Dongheng left did she feel a bit more at ease and took a seat to the side. Oh, by the way, the president of the Traditional Calligraphers Association was adept in both calligraphy and painting, known for writing in the Liang style, and often joined Elder Chen for tea. Director Chen was very familiar with her. Is President Shui in good health lately? A servant came over to pour a cup of tea for Su Yajun. Su Yajun took it with thanks, and then slowly said, the teacher is well. A few days ago, he went to enjoy tea and admire calligraphy with Elder Chen. Director Chen smiled upon mentioning Elder Chen. He looked at Su Yajun, his expression growing much lighter. Ming Dongheng came down with a rectangular wooden box from upstairs and handed it to Su Yajun. Hold on to this. Give it to President Shui and don't open it. He was used to being cold. Su Yajun quickly stood up and received it with both hands formally. Oh, Director Chen suddenly realized upon seeing the wooden box, recalling how President Shui used to bother Jiang Fulai frequently and had been driven out many times by Ming Dongheng. This is for the exhibition, right? He was still speaking. His phone in his pocket buzzed. Seeing the name displayed, Director Chen's eyes lit up. He stood up briskly. Hello, Uncle G. Fishing? Great, I love fishing the most. Wait for me. He couldn't bother with the people in the hall any longer and rushed to Ming Dongheng. Mr. Ming, I need to go fishing with Uncle G. Keep the tickets safe. Chapter 152. People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed 2nd place. _3 after saying that, Chief Chen walked out. Ming Dongheng still heard Chief Chen talking to his subordinate. Go prepare fishing gear for me. Ming Dongheng. G uncle uncle? Who the hell is this Uncle G that Qin Yongkuan is calling for? Ming Dongheng's expression became increasingly cold as he gazed at Chief Qin's retreating figure. His hand brushed something. Su Yajun, still standing to the side, was also very surprised inside. G. She had searched all over Jiangjing and hadn't heard of anyone with the surname G who could elicit such a strong reaction from Chief Qin. Who is this Uncle G? Ming Dongheng glanced at Su Yajun and asked coldly, "Does Miss Su have any further business?" He politely addressed her as Miss Su. However, Su Yajun didn't dare respond and quickly stood up straight, glancing subconsciously upstairs before saying, "I won't bother Mr. Ming any longer." Once out the iron gate, Su Yajun's complexion lightened significantly. A white car was waiting on the next street. Ji Milan sat in the front passenger seat, looking ahead until she saw a white figure, and Su-in, who was in the driver's seat, hurriedly got out of the car. Since Su-in had gotten out of the car, Ji Milan naturally didn't dare to remain seated in pretense. She followed suit and got out too. "Miss Su." Su-in greeted Su Yajun with a smile. He was an acquaintance of Su Yajun's father. She nodded at him with a light smile. "Uncle Su, he'll be staying for 2 days. I appreciate your help this time." Su-in knew that Su Yajun was calling him Uncle Su in honor of his father, and even though Su Yajun was polite, Su-in didn't dare to truly consider himself her uncle. "This is my future wife, Ji Mulan," he then introduced to Su Yajun. Su Yajun wasn't interested in who Su-in's wife was, but upon hearing she had the surname Ji, she turned to look at Ji Mulan. She instinctively remembered that phrase Uncle Ji Chief Chun had just mentioned. "Are you from Jiangjing originally?" Su Yajun asked Ji Mulan, her demeanor somewhat strict. Su-in was surprised by Su Yajun's attitude, then laughed. "She's not from Jiangjing. She's from Shanqing. She came over for a project and took the opportunity to see her father." Ji Mulan, listening to Su-in's words, wore a smile that was impeccable, but her heart was extremely uneasy. She had already tried so hard to escape Shanqing, but everywhere she went, she couldn't shed the shadow of Shanqing. Sure enough, when Su-in mentioned Shanqing, Miss Su's smile faded a lot. Su Yajun no longer pried into the matter and got into the car. In the car, Su-in checked the rearview mirror, noticing Su Yajun still holding the wooden box in a hug, not placing it on the seat. The box's length suggested scroll. Whose calligraphy is this? Su-in had done his homework over the past couple of days, determined to keep the conversation going with Su Yajun. Upon hearing this, Su Yajun was startled, then shook her head. "I got it from Mr. Ming. As for whose it is, it's better for you not to know." Su-in was startled. As soon as Su Yajun mentioned Mr. Ming, he knew which Ming it was. Only Ji Mulan, sitting in the front passenger seat, was silent. She didn't understand most of what the two were talking about. "The Lanting Award is about to begin. I thought Miss Su would stay at the Traditional Calligraphers Association." Su-in smoothly changed the subject. "I want to congratulate you in advance for winning the first place and top prize." Su Yajun had shone brightly in the CCPT Level 9 exam at 18 and was invited to join the Traditional Calligraphers Association. At 20, she participated in her first landing award and won the third prize. This year was her second participation. Everyone loves hearing sweet talk. Su Yajun was not surprised. She gave a light laugh, her gaze drifting out the window. "The top prize is possible, but the first place should be Xie Jinyan's. He has more wrist strength than I do. I guess a solid second place then." Chapter 153. 059 He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _1 There were only so many people participating in the Orchid Pavilion Award, and Su Yajun only admitted that Xie Jinyan was better than her. As for the others, as for the third place, she had never even considered it. Su-in looked into the rearview mirror, full of admiration. Even getting second place is amazing. Since the Orchid Pavilion Award has been established, only one female scholar has won the first prize. If Su Yajun were to get the second place, her popularity would be even more intense than Xie Jinyan's. At this point, Sun was also very clear. She became increasingly jealous of her old classmate. In the passenger seat, Ji Mulan was holding her mobile phone. She couldn't join in the conversation, so she just searched for information about the Orchid Pavilion Award. As for this Min Xiao, Xie Jinyan, and Chairman Shui, she had no idea. As it was Saturday, Bai Lian and Ji Hung had lunch at Ji Shayan's home at noon. This place might be demolished, Ji Xiaojun said with furrowed brows at the dining table, bringing up the matter. Shen Qing was also unusually silent. Bai Lian sat quietly to the side, eating her meal leisurely, listening to their conversation. Ji Hung bowed his head to pick up the tobacco pipe, lit it, took a puff before speaking. The government hasn't issued a notice, so it might not necessarily be demolished. Don't worry, let's go fishing this afternoon to relax. That's right, Shen Qing suddenly laughed and served Bai Lian a helping of vegetables with chopsticks. Places like ours, which developer would take a fancy to us? Eat, everyone eat. Ji Xiaojun relaxed his frown slightly and picked up his chopsticks again. Where shall we go fishing? Xiang River. Ji Hung, who always had a poor appetite, didn't eat much, only urging Ji Xiaojun to eat faster. Xiaocheng will also join later. Let's secure a few good spots after we finish eating. After lunch, Ji Hung took Ji Xiaojun for fishing. Bai Lian picked up her backpack and went to the library. Just as she walked out, her mobile phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lance. Lance? Hello. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Hello, Lance. Traditional Chinese medicine is simply magical, Lance. Image. He sent her an image. Bai Lian closed the door and casually clicked to view it. It was a diagnosis of an illness. Bai Lian and yen. Asterisk and percent hashtag at percent. After replying, she didn't care whether the person on the other side could understand her or not. She walked slowly out, just flipping to a vocabulary app when a new message popped up at the top of her mobile phone. Huh? Where are you? Have lunch with us at noon. Your Uncle Sue has an important guest. She thought she was building social connections for Bai Lian, giving her a leg up. Bai Lian paused slightly. This was the first message from the other party, and only then did she realize that the original host still had her on WeChat. She clicked through to the message and saw a very long page of conversation with Ji Mulan, almost all messages from the original host. From 2 years ago. Mom, where are you? Dad brought that pair of siblings home. Mom, why aren't you coming back? I won't be willful anymore. They'll study well. The original host seemed to treat Ji Mulan as a recorder, noting down everything. The last message was from 3 months ago. Dad took away the letter of introduction you gave me to become an apprentice. Ji Mulan hadn't replied to any of them. She stubbornly believed that she was doing what was best for her daughter, unable to accept her daughter's mediocrity, and after encountering a marriage crisis, she left the original host alone. Today was the first time Ji Mulan sent a message. Bai Lian stopped, took a deep breath, and almost with a cold expression deleted Ji Mulan from her WeChat friends list. Then she tilted her head slightly back, hand resting on her heart, as if she could feel the despair left by the original host in this world. Outside the community gate, a black car was quietly parked opposite, with the car door open. Jiang, he was squatting at the front of the car, hands covering his ears, staring intently in the direction of the community entrance. By his side, Jiang Fulai stood in a black shirt, coldly standing there. Apparently too angry to care, he had unbuttoned the top button of his collar, and his solitary, cold gaze rolled over Jiang, he like a chilling moon, aloof and proud, without a trace of emotion. His figure was tall and slender, his profile as if exquisitely sketched to perfection, yet passing pedestrians didn't dare to approach them. Bai Lian stood at the community entrance for a while. Her mood gradually calmed down. Today, she was dressed in a grayish-blue long dress, with a white long coat on top. The coat didn't have any buttons, just casually left open, with clusters of dark green vines embroidered on the cuffs and the front of the coat. They curled upwards and swayed gently with the wind, seeming as though they would burst forth from the fabric, reflecting against the various colors of poppies around the hem of her dress. What's wrong with him now? Bai Lian stood beside Jiang He, bending down to look at him closely for a moment before putting away her phone, lazily tilting her head to ask Jiang Fulai. Chapter 154. 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _2 Jiang Fulai glanced at Jiang He. Chi Lu made dishes for lunch that he doesn't like. Jiang He is particularly picky about food, unlike normal people. The chefs at the Jiang family know his preferences, and they always make a dish or two that Jiang He will eat. But Chi Yundai was unaware, and after realizing Jiang He wouldn't eat anything, he cautiously added that picky children don't grow tall, which caused Jiang He to sulk by himself until now. Jiang Fulai had held back the whole way, not scolding him. He merely listed the dishes that Jiang He would not eat for Chi Yundai. Bai Lian nodded. She had gone back and checked last time. Children with autism have peculiar personalities, and almost all the dishes Jiang He refused to eat were of the same type, which might have caused him some trauma. So even Jiang Fulai held back and refrained from scolding him. When the three of them arrived at the library, Ming Dongheng just happened to bring Jiang He's meal over. He stood silently behind Jiang Fulai, reporting to him, "I've already given the stuff to the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association." Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Traditional Calligraphers Association and did not know Su Yajun, so he simply referred to the others as people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Because Jiang He needed to eat, Bai Lian and the others stayed in the coffee shop on the ground floor of the library. Jiang Fulai sat in the chair of the coffee shop, casually draping an arm over the back of the chair, his brows conveying a clear sense of aloofness, responding with only a hum. Bai Lian crossed her legs, leisurely taking out biology questions and working on them. "Right," Ming Dongheng began, seeing that Jiang Fulai seemed in a good mood. "The Traditional Calligraphers Association was asking if you might consider being a judge again." Before he could finish, Jiang Fulai looked at Ming Dongheng indifferently, with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Ming Dongheng, the one joking wasn't him, but Chairman Shui. Waiting until Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at him, speaking to Bai Lian beside him, Ming Dongheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and tagged Jiang Shijue in the group chat. Ming Dongheng. At Jiang Shijue, the words had been given. Jiang Shao refused everything else. This time, Jiang Shijue replied very quickly. "Jiang Shijue. Jiang Shijue. You're still alive?" Jiang Shijue was very direct. "I don't believe it, Su Nanjing. Press 1 to prove you're not a robot." Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng. You guys don't understand. He put away his phone, cautiously glanced at Bai Lian, and then puffed out his chest. Bai Lian spent the afternoon studying in the library. At 4 o'clock, she received a call from Qiu Xuezhing, who asked how her practice was going. When he learned that Bai Lian had been at the library doing homework all day, Qiu Xuezhing was noticeably silent. "You haven't practiced your calligraphy at all today?" "Yeah, in the science and engineering section on the second floor, apart from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, there was no one else." Bai Lian held the phone in one hand while methodically drawing with the other. "Come over to my place. Let me see your normal standard," Qiu Xuezhing suggested diplomatically. "Your principal said you were in good shape last time. Calligraphy requires serious practice. Practice makes perfect." He pondered for a moment. Then, recalling Bai Lian's indifferent demeanor from last time, he couldn't help but feel she was somewhat unreliable. "I have an old wolf hair brush here, and I also have Xian paper. It would be perfect for you to take back and practice with." Qiu Xuezhing composed himself. "You should come over and try it." Calligraphy is also very strict about the tools used. For an old calligrapher, wolf hair brushes used for decades are desirable, their tips soft yet resilient, and the brush as a whole strong in waste power. The older the Xian paper, the better. This is also one of the reasons calligraphy is an expensive hobby. After a moment's thought, Bai Lian agreed. "Okay." Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai, overhearing her conversation with someone, held a black pen between his index and middle fingers, the tip resting on snow-white paper. He looked at his wristwatch on his left hand. "Are you leaving?" "Yes," Bai Lian replied languidly as she methodically packed her books. I'm going to a teacher's house. Jiang Fulai nodded his head. He glanced at Ning Xiao sitting opposite him, tapping his fingertips on the table leisurely. Then, he carelessly slid the paper across to her. Ning Xiao tentatively collected the draft paper. I understand it now. Beside him, Pu Xiaohan did not dare to look up. It wasn't until Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian had left that Pu Xiaohan lifted her head. She looked at Ning Xiao in awe. How did you dare to ask him about the question? Ning Xiao fell silent for a moment. Actually, it wasn't bad. Compared to Tang Ming, he was normal. Pu Xiaohan glanced at the paper in Ning Xiao's hands, unable to understand anything written on it. The Qiu family. Qiu Xuejing put aside his work, waiting in the hall for Bai Lian to arrive. Qiu Buoqing returned from outside. Grandpa. Chapter 155. 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _3. He looked at Qiu Xuejing, wanted to say something, but remembering Grandpa's attitude last time, he didn't dare to speak. Qiu Xuejing lowered his head, slowly took a sip of tea, his gaze still fixed on the doorway. Don't go out these next few days. Practice your large characters more. Polish your temperament. Qiu Buoqing went to meet the Ren family. Ren Xian wanted him to make contact with Qiu Xuejing on his behalf. But when the words reached his mouth, he didn't dare to say them. About to go upstairs to practice calligraphy, the gatekeeper brought someone in. Teacher Qiu, student Bai has arrived. Not just anyone could enter Qiu Zhuzheng's residence. He had informed the gatekeeper in advance. Bai Lian crossed the threshold, slowly walking in. She was carrying a school bag and greeted Qiu Xuejing politely. Teacher Qiu. Her brows and eyes relaxed and casual. Qiu Buoqing did not recognize Bai Lian. His eyes flicked over her before he intended to go upstairs. You're still in the library? After a long silence, Qiu Xuejing spoke seriously. You may not necessarily win third prize this time. There are many participants in the Orchid Pavilion Award. Qiu Buoqing, who was about to go upstairs, paused in his steps. He turned around abruptly, looking at Qiu Xuejing. Grandpa, you recommended her for the Orchid Pavilion Award? Qiu Xuejing frowned slightly. That's right. Her calligraphy is very unique, and her artistic conception is much stronger than yours. Qiu Buoqing's gaze shifted to Bai Lian. He rested his hands on the stair railing and looked at Bai Lian with an inquisitive and competitive air. What did you score at level 9? Hearing his question, Qiu Xuejing also looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian's cold white face showed little expression, only raising her eyebrows slightly as she slowly inquired, What level 9? CCPT. Qiu Buoqing's face became colder, his eyes growing colder as he watched Bai Lian, the inquisitive look fading away. Calligraphy and painting ranks. You haven't taken this test? Bai Lian was not even clear on what CCPT was, merely frowning. Do I need a certificate for that? What does a certificate prove? It seems you haven't even taken level 9. Qiu Buoqing withdrew his gaze, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He looked towards Qiu Xuejing. Grandpa, who exactly is she? Why would you prefer to recommend someone who hasn't even passed level 9 over recommending my junior sister? Qiu Buoqing. Qiu Xuejing slammed down his teacup with a snap and scolded, Mind your language. Once you've seen Student Bei's work, you'll understand. Qiu Buoqing was very dissatisfied that Qiu Xuejing hadn't recommended Ren Wanxian. Let's wait until she has passed level 9. Qiu Buoqing turned around and went back upstairs. Behind him, Qiu Xuejing shook his head. Unlike Qiu Buoqing, he knew that Bai Lian was unaware of even the Orchid Pavilion Award, not to mention CCPT. It was beyond his expectations, yet rational, which made him all the more curious about who Bai Lian's teacher was, which hermit it could be. He's taking up for his junior sister. Don't take it to heart. Qiu Xuejing apologized to Bai Lian. I indeed haven't taken it. Bai Lian shook her head, then immediately brought up another matter. Do all these now require a certificate? She seemed to learn a new term. Examinations for certificates. Without a certificate, one would not be recognized. Let's go try out the brush. Qiu Shiwejing led her upstairs, explaining as they walked. Not just calligraphy. Even traditional Chinese doctors need a certificate to practice. Practicing without one is against the law. Without permission from law, it's forbidden. Even traditional Chinese doctors need certificates. Bai Lian followed, murmuring in amazement. So the wandering herbal doctors no longer exist? There used to be some in Xiangsheng. Qiu Shiwejing was surprised by the archaic term Bai Lian used, and after a moment's pause, said, later, due to the need for medical practice certificates, these people disappeared. Bai Lian fell silent for a bit. She was now starting to understand why Lu Lingxi was always managing Zhang Xi's. Qiu Shiwejing opened the door to his study, solemnly took out a pin box from the drawer, opened it to reveal a dark brown weasel hair brush. Try this brush today. See if it feels right for you. He also took out some plain white paper, letting Bai Lian test the brush first. Bai Lian uttered an isham, no longer thinking about the certificate issue, placed her school bag aside, and then approached the desk, noticing at first glance the weasel hair brush Qiu Shiwejing had brought out. With her eye for quality, she could naturally tell that this brush was very precious. Qiu Zizheng's desk was large, and he was stooping over to grind ink. He smiled at Bai Lian. Go ahead and try. Bai Lian nodded slightly, took the weasel hair brush in her right hand, and lightly held up her somewhat wide sleeve with her left. She dipped the brush in the ink, bent over, and wrote a large Xiang character. This was the first time Qiu Shiwejing saw Bai Lian write in large characters. The strokes were fluid, the brush tip penetrated deep into the character. Today's character was even better than last time's. This indicated that her performance last time was not a fluke, but her normal level. There it is. Qiu Shiwejing stopped, looking at Bai Lian with a sharp gaze. Although this time many master students have joined, I believe you will definitely get third prize. Third prize. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment. Please wait. What? Qiu Shiwejing didn't understand. Bai Lian carefully placed the weasel hair brush down, lifted her right sleeve, revealing a brilliant ribbon inside and a silvery white small ball tied around her wrist. Qiu Shiwejing watched, dumbfounded, as Bai Lian effortlessly removed the metallic white sphere from her wrist. Chapter 156. Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lianlianers. One people who never pick up a brush to write large characters will never know just how difficult it is to keep their wrist steady when lifting the hand to write. Wrist strength is the most basic of fundamentals. Men and women are naturally different, so when Qiu Shiwejing first saw Bai Lian's calligraphy, he thought it was the work of a male. It was evident from her solid brushwork, but now, as Qiu Shiwejing watched Bai Lian remove the chunk of metal the size of an egg and calmly place it aside, he felt an urge to swear for the first time, despite his usual composure, in practicing calligraphy. He wasn't Chunju. He didn't deal with iridium or even recognize it. Looking at the silvery white metal, he could only think of iron and alloys. Judging by its size, it seemed to weigh more than half a gene, which was already enough to make him question his life's choices. This isn't your hand. Qiu Shiwejing began to speak, unable to restrain himself. You've been carrying half a gene of iron in your hand. As he spoke, he reached out to pick up the iridium Bai Lian had set aside, wanting to weigh it himself. As soon as he got a hold of it, Qiu Zizheng's half-spoken sentence stopped abruptly. Classmate Bai, how heavy is this? Qiu Shiwejing couldn't tell, and simply turned his head to ask. His face was almost expressionless as he asked. Bai Lian placed the iridium down, lifted her brush again, and upon hearing the question, she tilted her head slightly and casually replied, Just 2 gene. Just 2 gene. Qiu Shiwejing couldn't believe it. Do you know what you're saying? Yeah. Bai Lian dipped her brush in ink, and seeing Qiu Zizheng's hesitant expression, she raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Qiu Shiwejing looked at Bai Lian's serene and slightly calm face. How could she be so calm saying that? The best method to practice wrist strength is by hanging sandbags and practicing balance every day, Qiu Shuizheng looked at Bai Lian and exhaled slowly, but very few can truly do it. To my knowledge, even Xie Jinyin can only manage to practice with a 1-gene weight, and even then, he is extremely outstanding. Even so, he only practices with that weight and doesn't carry it around all day like you. Classmate by this, before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Shuizheng had only heard of a few people in the Traditional Calligraphers Association who practiced writing this ancient way. The current president of the Traditional Calligraphers Association is one of them. Anyone who practices writing with weights in the calligraphy world leaves a brilliant mark, but only those few masters practice this way. Yet Qiu Shuizheng never expected to encounter someone in Xiangqing who practiced writing with hanging weights. And it was 2-gene. He looked at Bai Lian, eagerness and anticipation apparent in his eyes. This time, at the Orchid Pavilion Awards, Xiangqing might indeed secure a place. I see. Listening to Qiu Zhuheng's explanation, Bai Lian just smiled faintly. 2-gene? Bai Lian didn't understand Qiu Zhuheng's shock. This was how everyone used to practice writing, and the martial artist carried sandbags heavier than hers, with 2-gene being just the starting weight she practiced with. It was very normal for martial artists to endure hardship. She had just become accustomed to this body, so she had used only 2-gene. In the past, her teacher, wanting to temper her character, had her wear a 1-gene weight from the age of 6, moving to 2-gene when she was 7. As time went on, the weight she bore on one hand increased exponentially. So, the current 2-gene were just the beginning, and she was far from reaching her peak. In her view, it wasn't that heavy at all. As Bai Lian thought this, she began to write another Xiang character. Without the restraint of the iridium, her strokes were swift, almost effortless. A Xiang character, as if a crane danced into the sky, appeared before their eyes. She loved the subtlety of concealing the sharpness within the strokes, creating a thunderous yet unmanifested power with just a single character. Qiu Shuizheng hurriedly reached out and picked up the paper. He then carefully blew the ink dry. Teacher Qiu, Bai Lian placed her brush into the washing pool, cleaned it, and set it aside. Then she picked up the iridium, lowered her gaze, and methodically strapped it onto herself. Do you think this could win second place if I submit it? She was not quite sure about the current level of calligraphy research or if her wrist strength had returned to its peak. Never mind second place. Qiu Shuizheng placed the paper properly, his eyes flashing as he looked at Bai Lian. I think you might even win first place this time. I'm a bit eager to see the selection at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. The Calligraphy Circle places great importance on the Triennial Orchid Pavilion Awards, having already predicted the winners of the first place early on, especially the competition between Xie Jinyin and Su Yajun. But Qiu Shuizheng felt that this time, Bai Lian might just be the dark horse to shine at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Chapter 157. Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian Ector. Qiu Shuizheng brought out a pile of rice paper and also packed his precious wolf hair brush that he had cherished for many years, pushing them into Bai Lian's arms. Teacher Qiu, my calligraphy, Bai Lian, hugging a pile of paper, was also handed the wolf hair brush. She wanted to tell Qiu Shuizheng that she could do without this kind of brush. But Qiu Shuizheng simply wouldn't listen to her. You go home first, practice well, bring out your top-notch state. It'll take care of your leave from school. All right, I also want to admire your calligraphy, so I won't walk you downstairs. He ushered Bai Lian out, and to prevent her from returning the rice paper and the wolf hair brush, Qiu Shuizheng even locked the door behind her. Holding her backpack and the papers and brush, Bai Lian stood outside the door, staring at it for a long time before she finally started walking downstairs. Downstairs, Qiu Buqing was sitting on the sofa, quietly talking on the phone with someone, his gaze briefly landing on Bai Lian as she descended from upstairs before quickly shifting away. He had no fondness for someone who sought fame by unworthy means. After Bai Lian had left, he hung up the phone and went upstairs to find Qiu Shuizheng. Grandfather, you must give me a reason? He stood outside the study, without entering. A person who hasn't even passed level 9. Don't you think it's a joke? Qiu Xuezhing stood by the door, looking at Qiu Buoqing. Don't judge people by their credentials. You should first take a look at her calligraphy. But we do examine all sorts of certifications. Qiu Buoqing interrupted Qiu Xuezhing. Didn't you initially take her as your closed-door disciple because you saw that your junior sister got her level 6 certification at the age of 9? If she could, why can't Wan Xian? This was something Qiu Xuezhing couldn't refute, because it was a fact. It was now an era that looked at credentials. Wherever you went, they would list what certifications you had received, how many points you scored. Having certifications meant you could go anywhere in the world. Before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Xuezhing indeed thought this way. But what set him apart from Qiu Buoqing was that he had lived through times when credentials weren't necessary. You don't need to speak for Wan Xian anymore. Qiu Xuezhing shook his head slightly. I have already registered Bai Lian for the competition. In a couple of days, she will go to Jiangjing with you all to participate in the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Not far from the Qiu family's house, on the road, Jiang Fulai and Jiang he were still waiting for Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng wasn't there. Jiang Fulai was driving, sitting in the driver's seat, slightly surprised when he spotted Bai Lian carrying a bunch of papers. Why do you have so much rice paper? He recognized at a glance that it was rice paper in her hands. It's for practice, given by teacher Qiu, Bai Lian said, sitting next to Jiang He, placing the brush case in her backpack, holding the excess of rice papers in her arms. With one hand holding the papers and the other resting lightly on the car window, revealing a faint hint of red, she appeared nonchalant with a strangely enchanting sense of mystery. Practice. Jiang Fulai started the car as soon as he saw her settled. Bai Lian didn't hide anything, resting her chin on the rice papers, practicing large script for the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Jiang Fulai's hand on the steering wheel paused momentarily at her words. The Orchid Pavilion Awards? That's on Tuesday. Are you going to Jiangjing? I suppose. Bai Lian wasn't quite sure, speaking in a lazy drawl, staying for 2 days. Not going to spend a few more days in Jiangjing? Jiang Fulai slowly started the car, seemingly making a suggestion. Spend a few more days? I have to come back for classes. That seemed like something she would do, thought Jiang Fulai as he quietly glanced in the rearview mirror. The car stopped at the Pure Street intersection. Approaching 6 o'clock, Jiang he was still going back with Bai Lian today. Jiang Fulai tapped him on the back of his head from behind, lightly warning him, don't cause trouble. He would visit the laboratory every day. Today was no exception. The day was still young. Bai Lian, carrying her black backpack and a bundle of rice paper, stood at the Pure Street intersection. Her white, lightweight jacket fluttered with the wind as the clustered embroidery at the hem swayed. Don't worry, go ahead. Jiang Fulai stood there watching Bai Lian, her tall figure as clear as the bright moon. Those around who wanted to talk to Bai Lian hesitated to approach, especially Mao Kuan, squatting nearby, who initially wanted to talk to Bai Lian, but upon seeing Jiang Fulai, he squatted down again, holding back. Go on, Bai Lian chuckled. I'll watch you leave. Jiang Fulai grunted in acknowledgement and walked back to the driver's seat. He drove off, and when he turned a corner, he looked in the rearview mirror, seeing Bai Lian still standing lazily in place, watching the car leave. Once the black car completely disappeared, Mao Kuan dared to approach Bai Lian. Sis, Mao Kuan came over with a cigarette in his mouth, trying to help Bai Lian with the rice paper. He looked towards Jiang He. Jiang He, my friend. Bai Lian handed the rice paper to Mao Kuan casually, heading into the alley. Chapter 158. Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian_3 Bai Lian's friend. Mao Kuan straightened up with respect as he looked at the expressionless cool kid holding a ball-like Rubik's Cube. So it's Xiaoge. Hello. My name is Xiao Mao. Jiang he glanced at Mao Kuan expressionlessly and didn't say anything. Mao Kuan had now become well adapted to carrying the 8 gene of iridium, lifting it as if it were weightless. Bai Lian knew at a glance that her initial judgment was right. He was very talented and had wasted many years. You don't need to use the solid foundation paste for now, Bai Lian said as she walked down the alley, taking out flashcards to memorize words while conversing with Mao Kun. Next is the medicinal bath. 15 grams of poria, 50 grams of atractylodes macrocephala need to be stir-fried first. 18 grams of pelling grass, 12 grams of dried Romania. She listed a long string of medicinal names. Mao Kun looked at Bai Lian with a blank expression on his face. It indicated that the list was too long, and he didn't catch it all. Bai Lian, I'll send it to you later. Mao Kun laughed sheepishly, just about to thank her, when he saw the delicate-looking Xiaoga beside Bai Lian gave him a look full of speechlessness. Even though his IQ wasn't very high, he could still feel the contempt from Xiaoga Mao Kun, the Jihang courtyard. He hadn't returned from fishing yet, but Ji Mulan, wearing a silk shawl, was there. Standing in the courtyard with her back to the door, upon hearing a noise, she turned around coldly, her eyes landing on Mao Kun, who was following Bai Lian. Mao Kun didn't have an appearance of an upright citizen, the kind of person a policeman would keep a close eye on, with dyed blonde hair and an air of vagrancy about him. Seeing Bai Lian mingling with such people again, Ji Mulan couldn't help getting angry. Didn't you say you had reformed? That you would study hard? Slap. Bai Lian tossed her school bag onto the stone table and reached out to grab Ji Mulan's carefully maintained shawl. Ji Mulan hadn't expected Bai Lian to make such a big move, nor did she think Bai Lian would turn on her. She staggered and was caught by Bai Lian. Bai Lian held Ji Mulan's collar with one hand. She was taller than Ji Mulan with an extremely pale face, her fingers slowly tightening. Expressionless. Seeing that things were not looking good, Mao Kun hastily set down the rice paper in his hands, passed a cigarette to Bai Lian, and lit it with a flame. Sis, calm down. Bai Lian breathed out, her other hand loosely holding the slim cigarette, the burning end glowing crimson. Smoke softly blurred her face. She tilted her head slightly, and with an indifferent voice so soft and slow, she said, Ji Mulan, your only task now is to play your part well in front of Grandpa, or else. She heard a noise coming from outside the door. She casually tossed aside the cigarette and stamped it out with her foot. Then she lazily raised her head, hooking a smile at Ji Mulan, like a mandrake flowering from a sea of blood, dangerous and alluring. She made a silent bang, shape with her mouth towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan, clutching her luxurious shawl, watched Bai Lian revert to an innocent facade to open the door. Grandpa! Bai Lian took the fishing rod from Ji Hung's hands, raised her eyebrows. Did you catch any fish? Behind her, Director Chin's back was adorned with a fish basket, and on each side of his waist hung 2 big fish. Miss Bai, look, one is caught by me, one by your grandpa. He turned his body to show off his catch to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked at Director Chen who, despite having a fish basket, insisted on hanging fish at his waist for display. Come inside first. As Ji Hung entered, he saw Ji Mulan. He hesitated. Why are you here? Eating here tonight? I came to ask you guys out to dinner. We're treating Miss Su to dinner tonight. Ji Mulan coughed lightly. She didn't look at Bai Lian, her complexion turning somewhat pale. And by the way, to ask why, Alien has blacklisted me. Dinner. Ji Hung did not respond to her last remark, only saying, Tonight I'm going to have a drink with Xiaochen. I want go. Ji Mulan couldn't believe Ji Hung's words. She looked at Ji Hung, then at Director Chen, who was standing beside with fish awkwardly hanging from his waist, and at Xiao Mao, who was cowering in a corner. What were all these shady characters around her? What had Bai Lian learned in Xiangqing? To forsake Su In's dinner party and eat here? She put so much effort into networking for them, even persuading Su In to include Ji Hung and Bai Lian, yet these two couldn't grasp her painstaking effort. She should have known Bai Lian was just not getting it. Suit yourselves. Ji Mulan covered her neck, not looking at Bai Lian. I'm leaving. She walked straight out the front gate. She made a call for her driver to pick her up from Pier Street. On the way, she stepped on a puddle-covered brick, and the dirty water splashed on her leather shoes, causing Ji Mulan's expression to grow colder. Why are you so late? At the dinner, Su In looked at Ji Mulan. Didn't the two of them come? He was referring to Bai Lian and Ji Hung. Alien is doing homework. Ji Mulan's demeanor was impeccable. Suin wasn't particularly concerned about whether Bao Yin and Ji Heng showed up, and with a smile, he introduced, "Miss Su, you've met. This gentleman here is Ren Qian, and this one is Chen Gang, CEO Chen. Sorry for the wait." Ji Mulan apologized to them with a smile. Ren Qian and Chen Gang knew that Suin was a businessman from Jiangjing, so neither dared to accept Ji Mulan's apology. Ren Qian smiled, lifting his glass. "No worries at all. Don't fret, Miss Su. The land you want will sort out for you." As he spoke, his gaze flicked towards Su Yajun, who sat next to Su-in. Su Yajun was seated beside Su-in, but was not speaking. Su-in also did not introduce who Su Yajun was to them. Ren Qian did not dare to guess lightly, but from Su-in's extremely respectful attitude toward that lady, he knew Miss Su was not to be taken lightly. "We'll have to trouble you, Mr. Run," Su-in chuckled, then sighed. "I sent a name card to Chun Yi. Heard he was free this afternoon. It's a shame he didn't come." Chun Yi. Su Yajun lifted her head slightly upon hearing the name. "He went fishing this afternoon." "Fishing?" Ji Mulan was taken aback. Chapter 159. 061 arrives in Jiangjing. Who will be the dark horse? Second update. _1 Ji Mulan instinctively recalled that Ji Heng had also gone fishing that afternoon. There was someone with a fish, it seemed. Ji Heng called him Xiaochen. It was too chaotic at the time, and Ji Mulan hadn't heard very clearly, but then she laughed at herself, wondering what she was thinking. How could she associate the master mentioned by Miss Su and the others with those shady characters? She and Su-in were aware of Su Yajun. However, Ren Qian and Chen Gang didn't know and exchanged shocked glances. Could this girl actually be so familiar with Master Chen's whereabouts? "You want to invite him to dinner?" Su Yajun looked at Su-in and pondered slightly, thinking that she would likely return after receiving the Lanting Award. "They'll ask him for you later." "That would be great." Su-in's eyes lit up. He found it hard to even meet Master Chen, but it was not the case for Su Yajun. Across the table, Ren Qian and Chen Gang looked at each other, Su Yajun's tone suggesting she was quite familiar with Master Chen, prompting a new realization about her identity. Su Yajun, having no interest in the others, left early to rest after finishing her meal. After she left, Ren Qian raised a glass to Su-in. "The young lady just now is her?" Su-in didn't hide anything. Being new to Xiangqing, he wanted to use this opportunity to create some buzz for himself. "She's my old classmate's daughter, a student of President Shui of the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Miss Su Yajun. You might not have heard of her in Xiangqing, but she's quite famous in Jiangjing. You know about the Lanting Award, right? She's a shoe-in for the first prize." The Traditional Calligraphers Association, President Shui, Ren Qian, and Chen Gang might not be familiar with these names. But Ren Qian had heard of the Lanting Award. Ren Wanxian had wanted to apply for the Lanting Award this year, but was rejected by Qiu Shuezhing. Yet this Miss Su was actually aiming for the first prize. Both of them had their calculations. Meanwhile, at Ji Heng's place, Director Chun and Xiao Mao stayed for dinner. He cooked himself in the evening, preparing fish head with chopped chilies, sour soup fish, and handmade fish balls for the soup. The skill wasn't anything impressive, but it was very homely. Director Chun took a photo and posted it on social media. "Thanks, Uncle Ji. This is delicious." Image. Jiang he was visible just a little in the picture. He seldom posted on social media, but most people liked his photo. Director Chun was just about to put away his phone when suddenly a notification popped up on his social feed. "Junior Jiang liked your post." For a moment, Director Chun felt as if he saw his dismal life flash before his eyes. He stared at the like with trepidation, sweat forming on his back. Had he offended him recently? But that wasn't the end of it. Shortly afterwards, Jiang Shijue and Ming Dongheng also liked his post. Qi Yundai commented, "This is clearly not as good as the one I made. Why not show off mine? And yet so many people like this?" Ming Dongheng replied to Qi Yundai, "Smile." Qi Yundai replied to Ming Dongheng. After dinner, Bao Yin went to wash the dishes, but Director Chun and Mao Kuan both stood up whoosh and snatched the dishes from her hands. Ji-hung leisurely filled his own tobacco, and seeing Director Chun stand up, he chuckled, tapping the tobacco pipe. Let her wash. She was the only one who didn't help me cook. At home, Ji-hung cooking and Bai Lian washing the dishes was a matter of course. How could Director Chun dare? Not just Director Chun. Mao Cohen was also feeling nervous about the idea of his sister washing dishes. Will the dishes still be there tomorrow? He reached out and snatched the dishes back from Director Chun, saying cheerfully, No need, I'll do it, I'll do it. I love washing dishes the most. Mao Cohen was strong, and Director Chun simply couldn't snatch the dishes back. It'll help you dry the dishes. Missing out on the chance to show off, Director Chun followed Mao Cohen closely. Halfway there, he suddenly felt that Mao Cohen's head of blonde hair was very familiar. Jiang he sat aside, watching the two of them squeeze into the kitchen, utterly speechless. Ji-hung's courtyard had grown more vibrant lately. As he watched Jiang, he solving the Rubik's Cube. When he saw Bai Lian come out looking relaxed, he asked again, How could you let a guest do the dishes? I don't want to wash them. Bai Lian sat down lazily. But she saw Director Chun and Mao Cohen looking almost ready to cry. Did you block your mother today? Ji-hung remembered this issue, telling Jiang he to go farther away before lighting up a cigarette. Bai Lian took out her phone and put on her earphones. Yeah. Ji-hung sighed. He knew Ji Mulan's issues very well. He smoked silently for a while before saying, Add her back. She's your mother. After I'm gone, she will be your only family. He didn't want the future Bai Lian to be entirely alone. Grandpa, Bai Lian suddenly stood up, interrupting Ji-hung. I'm going to Jiangjing in a few days. Ji-hung was taken aback as he lifted his gaze, holding the pipe. Jiangjing? With your mother? Chapter 160. 061 arrives in Jiangjing. Who will be the dark horse? Second update. _2 Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. No, she said, looking at Ji-hung before leisurely responding. The teacher asked me to participate in a competition, so I asked for 2 days off. Oh. Ji-hung lowered his head and continued smoking. At this moment, he didn't speak any further about Ji Mulan. Xiao Xuezheng secured time off for Bai Lian. Since Xiangqing didn't have an airport, she had to take a 12-hour train journey to Beijing. Without the accompanying qualifications, Bai Lian and Xiao Buqing needed to meet up with representatives from the Beijing Writers Association in Beijing. They would depart under the leadership of Vice President Qian from the Beijing Writers Association. Monday morning, carrying a simple backpack, Bai Lian had just reached the bus station when she saw Jiang He across the street, leaning against the car window and waving at her. She walked over surprised. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai lowered the window. Dressed in a soft white loungewear, his typically haughty demeanor appeared much softened. His wrist was casually resting on his knee as he leaned back against the seat at an angle. He seemed busy on the phone with someone. Hearing Jiang He's noise, he looked outside the window and waved to Bai Lian. Bai Lian got into the car and sat in the back seat with Jiang He. We're also heading back to Jiangjing. Jiang He leaned close to her and gazed out the window, not too happy to see a doctor. He had thought he could avoid it this year in Xiangqing. Not only had he not managed to elude it, but it had also come several days earlier. Bai Lian nodded and rubbed Jiang He's head. Don't neglect your health out of fear. Then she took out her phone, found a contact, and sent a message to the person in charge. Vice President Qian, I will go to Jiangjing by myself and meet up with you there. Vice President Qian must have been busy as he didn't reply. Jiang Fulai's car didn't head to Beicheng. Instead, it went to the neighboring Damping city, which was slightly more developed than Xiangqing with no mountains, only plains. The car arrived at a vast airport apron. Just as she got out, Bai Lian saw the legendary airplane. No security check or ticket gates were visible. Bai Lian had never flown before, but the original person whose memory she had did, and the scene differed greatly from what she had seen before. The captain, dressed in uniform, came running over from a distance and respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, shall we depart now? Jiang Fulai took off his headphones and gave a slight nod, his eyes and brows sharp. Bai Lian followed them onto the plane and suddenly realized, right, a private plane. The plane was quite large, with an entertainment room where 4 couches surrounded a table, and a big bok choy pillow rested on the couch by the window. Jiang He silently went over and hugged the pillow. Bai Lian put down her bag and settled herself by the window on the opposite side. As the plane took off, the aircraft shook. It was Bai Lian's first time on a plane. Not burdened by studying vocabulary, she quietly watched the aircraft lift into the air, the instant feeling of increased weight causing her to feel somewhat dazed. The plane climbed higher and higher, her hand lazily propping up her chin, lips slightly pursed. This was a significant shock for someone who had never experienced flight in ancient times. Rare to see you not studying vocabulary. Having finished his business, Jiang Fulai bent over to place a cup of lemon water in front of her and sat across from her, leaning lazily against the couch. Bai Lian turned her gaze from the window. She took the lemon water and drank slowly, easing her discomfort. "I'll study in a bit. There are still a few hours to go." He handed her a blanket, his pale eyes calmly observing her, his voice very light. "You can sleep for a while." When they arrived in Jiangjing, it was the afternoon. Jiang Fulai asked for Bai Lian's hotel information and directed the driver to head straight there. The hotel was arranged by the Beijing Writers Association, located next to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. After checking into her room, Jiang He didn't want to leave, but was expressionlessly dragged away by Jiang Fulai. That was all the flights from Beicheng to Jiangjing. By the time Vice President Qian and a group of students wearily arrived in Jiangjing, it was already 11 at night. Vice President Qian was checking off names at the airport one by one. The last black pen rested on the name Bai Lian, while other people's names had a long list of awards following them. Only Bai Lian's space was blank. Only the most basic information was filled. With the pen and the roll call list in hand, Vice President Qian called Qiu Shuezhing. "This is the last flight today, and she hasn't arrived. Even if she catches the earliest flight tomorrow, she'll arrive in the afternoon and miss the competition." Bai Lian was a late addition to the roster of recommended individuals by Qiu Zuzhang's insistence. Otherwise, Qiu Shuezhing didn't say much. Her file lacked details and was sparse on credentials. She was young, and on top of that, a girl. Vice President Qian didn't pay much attention to her. On the phone, Qiu Shuezhing sounded surprised. "She should have arrived, right? She sent me a message in the afternoon. Check the hotel later." Chapter 161. 061 arrives in Jiangjing. Who will be the dark horse? Second update, _3. "Okay, I'll go ask at the hotel," Vice President Qian casually replied. Bai Lian just needed to be safe. Whether she had arrived or not didn't make much of a difference to him. After getting to the hotel, he arranged the accommodation for the competitors and then confirmed Bai Lian's whereabouts with the hotel staff. He learned that Bai Lian had arrived in the afternoon. Vice President Qian was somewhat surprised. Bai Lian had only set out in the morning. It took some time to get from Xiangqing to Beicheng, and from Beicheng, it was a 5-hour flight to Jiangjing. How had she arrived so quickly? Could it be that she set off yesterday? However, Vice President Qian didn't spend much time thinking about Bai Lian. After sending a message to Qiu Shuezhing, he went back to rest. There was a tough battle ahead tomorrow. The next day, 8 in the morning, Vice President Qian sent a group message asking all the contestants to meet downstairs. The hotel was close to the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and most competitors chose to stay there. When Bai Lian came downstairs, there was already a large gathering of people. She sent a message to Jiang Fulai and then looked up, searching through the crowd, eventually spotting Vice President Qian to the right of the hotel's entrance. She wore a white blouse that day, paired with a horsehair skirt embroidered with golden patterns. Elegant yet bold. Her complexion was pale, her figure slender and tall. Her jet black hair casually swept up, lowering her head slightly. As she passed by, most of the people gradually fell silent, quietly watching her. Bai Lian went over to Vice President Qian to check in. Vice President Qian, with a stern look, made no small talk. He checked off her name and cautioned, "Don't wander off during the event. Wait for me at the door when you're done. All right, Balian nodded slightly. She seemed quite obedient. Vice President Qian's face softened a bit. Don't think Vice President Qian treats everyone like this, a boy in a black hoodie whispered to Balian. He's much nicer to Jianrong. Balian glanced at him. The boy scratched his head, his face turning a bit red. You're the only girl here this time, right? I heard about you yesterday. While he was speaking, someone suddenly exclaimed from within a group from Beicheng, Jianrong is here. Finally, we get to see him. That's him. Not far away. Vice President Qian also looked over, his stern face immediately softening. Jianrong, come here. His voice could be described as gentle. Balian also looked over to see two tall guys walking side by side not far away. One was Qiu Buqing. Naturally, he noticed Balian standing to one side, frowned slightly, but didn't speak to her. The other was the much-discussed Jianrong. Jianrong was dressed in a black windbreaker and casual trousers. He greeted the vice president as he approached. Vice President. The contest starts at 10. Don't be nervous, Vice President Qian said kindly to Jianrong. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you have a great chance of winning second prize. Understand? Jianrong was their biggest trump card from Beicheng this time. This year's Lan Ting prize had age restrictions, with significant distinctions between the first, second, and third prizes. All four major cities were desperately competing for the second prize. There were many contenders for the third prize, but its value was several notches below that of the second prize. The vice president and the whole Beicheng Writers Association had high expectations for Jianrong to win the second prize. As for the first prize, all 5 top prizes in previous competitions came from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, not to mention that this year several master students were allowed by their teachers to compete. The vice president and his associates had never considered the possibility of anyone snatching the first prize from this group of exceptional talents. I'll do my best, Jianrong said earnestly. Of course, the others should also do their best. Vice President Qian looked up again, his expression much colder. He glanced over the 20-odd people in attendance and gave a brief encouragement. Qiu Buqing and Sun Hao might win third prize. As for the rest of you, just strive to be nominated, and I won't expect too much from you. The group of more than 20 people set off towards the neighboring Traditional Calligraphers Association. Most of them crowded around Jianrong, chatting and adding him on WeChat, while Balian and the boy from earlier fell behind, unnoticed. Jianrong might actually win second prize. Then he's sure to get into the Calligraphy Association this time. I just hope to get nominated. The boy beside Balian lowered his voice, muttering to her, What about you? Are you confident about securing a nomination? Chapter 162. 062 Lan Jie's slick moves, approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang'er won by Lian, was at the end of the line and slowly replied, They'll do my best. The young man scratched his head. Up ahead, Jianrong, who had been joined by many others, also noticed a girl in the group. Girls were rare in the Beicheng Writers Association, so he turned to Qiu Buqing and asked, Do you know that girl? Qiu Buqing didn't look back, just nodded his head. To be selected to participate, she must be quite skilled, right? Jianrong was a bit curious. He somewhat wanted to get to know her. Upon hearing this, Qiu Buqing scoffed. She hasn't even passed level 9. Jianrong immediately lost interest. Among their group, which one hadn't scored above 80 in level 9, and yet here was someone who hadn't even taken the assessment. The doors of the Traditional Calligraphers Association were heavy and dignified, with wooden plaques and golden beams. The gateway was 8 meters wide, with stone lions squatting on either side, where everyone came to check in. Even the deputy chairman and those with Jianrong were no exception. Balian used the young man's phone to take a photo for him, just as she was returning the phone to him. A burst of commotion came from the entrance. All eyes turned toward the direction of the gate, as a line of people wearing the fan-shaped logo of the Traditional Calligraphers Association slowly made their way through the entrance. Young calligraphers from all over the country who had come to participate in the Lanting Award couldn't help but look over. They eagerly gazed at the traditional Calligraphers Association uniforms they were wearing. Xiejin, it really seems to be him. Exclamations rang out. It's Xiejin, next to Bai Lian. The young man also looked very eagerly at the group, turned around to discuss with Bai Lian, but found that Bai Lian was looking at her phone, her back. Memorizing vocabulary? What's up? Seeing him staring at her, Bai Lian tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. Aren't you curious? His fervor was immediately extinguished by Bai Lian's slightly cold look. It's Xie Jinyun, the frontrunner for first place this time, rumored to be the next president. Then he watched as Bai Lian memorized another word amid their conversation. The young man. Having been sidetracked by Bai Lian, the young man looked back at the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, his eyes no longer burning with enthusiasm. Let's add each other on WeChat. He figured that since adding Xie Jinyun was out of the question, he took out his phone and added Bai Lian on WeChat instead. The interior of the Traditional Calligraphers Association was spacious, understated yet luxurious. Their competition venue for today was in the largest building in the middle. Here are your exam passes. The deputy chairman distributed the passes to them downstairs. I won't say more about the content. Inside you have 3 chances to write. Everyone needs to choose their best piece to submit. They'll be waiting for you downstairs. He handed out the exam passes one by one. Finally, he admonished Jian Rong with a kind look in his eyes. Don't be nervous. Keep a normal mindset. The teacher believes that one day you will also reach such heights. I know. Jian Rong held his exam pass and took a deep breath. He was exceptionally talented in Beicheng, but here at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, no one knew him. 20 people from Beicheng entered. Downstairs, many team leaders who knew each other were chatting, and the manager from South City came over smiling. Lao Qian, was at your association's Jian Rong just now? Yes, Deputy Chairman Qian smiled. It's him. The young fellow has talent. It's just a pity, bad timing. Indeed, quite unlucky. The South City manager clicked his tongue. Bad luck running into Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun. One being groomed as the next president, the other a student of the current president. Those participating in the Lanting Award this session are rather unlucky. I just did a lengthy pep talk with my students. Even the most talented individuals could be suppressed by such figures. And how could Deputy Chairman Qian not know this? I hope Jian Rong can stay calm, sighed Deputy Chairman Qian. If he can secure second place, earning a spot in the Traditional Calligraphers Association would be enough. The contest at the Traditional Calligraphers Association tested more than just skills. It tested temperament as well. Every session, the geniuses from each city who came to the Traditional Calligraphers Association were hit hard by the array of exceptional talents. This year, there was more than one such prodigy, with Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun being trump cards in any session. And this time, these two happened to be in the same session. With such pressure, how were the others supposed to stand out? They waited for an hour and a half, and not a single person from Qian's group left. They all waited downstairs for them to emerge. However, just 10 minutes into the competition, a figure came out from inside. Which contestant has broken down? Given up? Someone asked. Deputy Chairman Qian, chatting with people from South City, looked up, curious to see who had such poor composure, but upon recognizing the figure, he struggled to maintain his calm. You? Why are you out so soon? Chapter 163. 062 Lon Jie's Slick Moves. Approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang_2, he watched Bai Lian in disbelief. Bai Lian had just pulled out her phone when she leisurely began to fetch her earphones, ready to listen to an English audio lesson. Can't come out. Bai Lian looked up, the black earphones still in her hand. The girl wore a snow-white top, her eyes slightly lifted, dazzling in the noon sunlight that cast a luminous yet overly vivid glow on her cool, jade-like features. The golden threads of her skirt's hem reflected a cold light. Vice President Qian, you finished in just 10 minutes? Such a serious competition, occurring once every 3 years, and involving the traditional Calligraphers Association slots. Even Xie Jinyan would consider carefully to ensure not a single mistake. Who finishes in just 10 minutes? Uh-huh. Balian put the earphones in her ears and glanced sideward. I'm catching a flight, and I have classes tomorrow. Vice President Qian. He's leaving for Xiangqing today? No. Could your move be any smoother? He felt somewhat tired at heart, but then he thought it made sense. Balian wasn't here to win a prize, and lingering in Jiangjing was of no use to her. Then you should go back. Just be careful on your own. Vice President Qian waved her off without trying to keep her. He watched Bai Lian leave, and only after she had gone did someone from South City ask in surprise, "She's with you?" "Yeah, just here for the excitement," Vice President Qian said with a smile, refraining from discussing Bai Lian further, just to gain some experience. His gaze was fixed on the building, waiting for Jian Rong and Qiu Buqing to come out. Meanwhile, Bai Lian returned to her hotel to pick up her backpack. She took a flight back to Xiangqing. A black car was already waiting quietly not far from the hotel. Inside, Jiang He sat expressionless in the back seat, a pile of medicine beside him. Bai Lian got into the car. She glanced at Jiang He. "Where's your brother?" Jiang He hugged a pillow, listless, at the Jiang family. Bai Lian nodded without further questions. She and Jiang He headed back to Xiangqing first. They still landed in Damping City, and Ming Dongheng came to pick them up because Jiang had just seen a doctor and was emotionally unstable, so Bai Lian accompanied him back to the manor. In the Great Hall, Director Chen had been waiting for Ming Dongheng's return. Seeing Bai Lian, he didn't dare to ask much, simply greeted her carefully, then inquired about some trifles. After keeping Jiang He company for a while, Bai Lian planned to go back and have dinner with Ji Hong. "Miss Bai, I'm actually heading back as well." Director Chen stood up in a timely manner. "I need to rest early tonight because I have to pick someone up first thing tomorrow." He seemed to be calculating nicely, offering her a ride along. "Who are you picking up?" Ming Dongheng asked coldly, looking at Director Chen. He couldn't tell if Director Chen was really going to pick someone up or if it was just an excuse. Director Chen, however, was not frightened. His excuse was not entirely false, just the timing was off. Picking up Su Yajun tomorrow, changing it to tonight, did that count as a lie? Xiao Su. She just finished her competition and wants to experience the history in Xiangqing. Ming Dongheng narrowed his eyes, failing to recall who that was. That one who came last time. Director Chen helped him remember. Although talking to Ming Dongheng, Director Chen didn't forget Bai Lian and turned to calmly explain her. "Miss Bai, this Xiao Su is Su Yajun from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Yesterday, she met with President Shui and the Old Master. The Old Master said her Liang style was written exceptionally well. She should shine in the Orchid Pavilion Award this time." He paused midway, noticing Bai Lian's calm face. He quickly changed the subject, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead and wondering to himself why he was discussing this with Miss Bai. "Miss Bai, I'll drive you back." He picked up the car keys. "Thank you." Bai Lian gathered her backpack and left with Director Chen. Meanwhile, in Jiangjing, the Traditional Calligraphers Association, the Orchid Pavilion Award, held once every 3 years, is always a significant event for the Traditional Calligraphers Association. This year was no exception. The morning exams had just concluded, all works were sealed, and in the evening, they were all delivered to the evaluation room. There were 7 judges participating in the scoring. This year, because President Shui had a student participating, he recused himself to avoid the appearance of impropriety. At this moment, he was at home drinking tea. Then he got a phone call and suddenly stood up. "What?" "Teacher." Su Yajun got startled by her teacher's reaction and also stood up. "What happened?" President Shui, middle-aged, grabbed his coat. Not having time to explain in detail, that person actually showed up at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Didn't he refuse to be a judge? How did he suddenly? President Shui hurriedly left. Su Yajun quickly followed. "Teacher, who are you talking about?" "It's nothing." President Shui shook his head. "I have to go to the Calligraphers Association. I've arranged for you in Xiangqing already. You go ahead." Chapter 164. 062 Lon Jia's slick moves. Approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang _3 didn't have time to explain to Su Yajun. He drove directly to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. The Traditional Calligraphers Association's judging area. In the middle of the conference table, a man in a snow-white shirt sat, his eyes lowered. His pale fingers tapped on the computer's surface, fine black hair falling over his eyebrows, the corners of his eyes and brows carrying an air of coldness. Even without speaking, one could feel the chill of his lofty demeanor soaking his whole being. With a single movement of his finger, it seemed as though a cold gust had swept through the entire judging room. Next to him, a refined elderly man stood smiling gently. "Everyone, don't be restrained. Our young master is just here to have a look. All the teachers need to do is score properly. Just relax a bit." 7 judges clutched the artworks tremblingly, and upon hearing this, were almost in tears. "Your words sound good, but with this gentleman seated here, who dares to relax? Also, don't you know that even when young Master Jiang is silent, he's not very approachable?" As soon as Chairman Shui arrived, he saw the 7 judges huddled in their seats like quails. "Butler Jiang, what brings you and the young master here?" Chairman Shui was very, very polite. He didn't dare speak to Jiang Fulai directly, only to the old butler at his side. Butler Jiang chuckled. "Young Master Jiang just came to take a look. He intends to donate a sum digitally to the Lanting Award." As he said so, Butler Jiang gestured with his fingers. Chairman Shui rejuvenated. "I thank young Master Jiang on behalf of the participants." Butler Jiang looked at the 7 judges. "I heard that this year has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chairman Shui's student is also among them." Yajun. Chairman Shui proudly mentioned his outstanding disciple. For her, a young lady, to have come this far, it's truly not easy. The arrival of Chairman Shui greatly improved the atmosphere of the office. Finally, the 7 judges could give the artworks their scores. The grading was on an average point system. "This slender gold script must belong to Xie Jinyun," said one judge as he flipped to a piece, admiring it with a colleague, and then sighed. "No wonder he is the hot favorite this year." He gave the calligraphy 91 points. Calligraphy has many contenders, but nowadays, not many people can truly settle down to study the art. The Lanting Award is intended for the younger generation. The levels of skill were varied. Apart from Xie Jinyun's slender gold script, most had not seen any other good work. "Isn't Chairman Shui's student also here this year? I thought I saw she wrote in the Liang style." Judge chuckled as he turned to the next piece, his words trailing off abruptly as he stopped. He stared at the artwork. It was in Liang style. It was record of Xiangqing. The person who wrote this poem, each stroke was like a bayonet. The curved strokes resembled vines, and overall it flowed like water, the brushwork splashing ink onto the paper unrestrainedly, as if the vast waters of the Milky Way were tumbling down from the heavens, the style and spirit striking one in the face. He looked at the piece for a long time before he could bring himself to put it down. The person next to him noticed the unusual reaction and looked over. "What piece have you found that has left you so?" After a long look, he suddenly turned to Chairman Shui, who was chatting with Butler Jiang. "Chairman, you are really keeping a low profile. Your student is remarkable, this vigor in the strokes. It leaves me somewhat ashamed." "What?" Chairman Shui was momentarily dazed by the remark. "This one, the judge showed him the piece. Look at this boldness, this sharpness. It's quite a bit higher than Xie Jinyun." Those present were intimately familiar with the capable competitors for the first prize in this contest. The one who excelled in the Liang style was Su Yajun. Chapter 165, Fault 063, Part 1, Second Update. _1 Apart from Su Yajun, they couldn't think of a second person who could write in the Liang style so well. Did she outperform herself? Chairman Shui also felt astonished. He stopped his conversation with Butler Jiang and walked over to the judges to have a look. With this glance, Chairman Shui was somewhat stunned. Chairman Shui thought he understood Su Yajun like the back of his hand. Although finding the right artistic conception could sometimes be difficult, the basics were there. He held the work with fervent eyes. This isn't Yajun's handwriting. Yajun definitely doesn't have this kind of wrist strength. Not Su Yajun's? Then whose was it? Where did this dark horse come from? The 7 judges looked at each other, perplexed. Jiang Fulai, who had been sitting at the front and gazing down at his computer, finally lifted his head. His slender fingertips tapped on the table decisively, and he uttered 2 indisputable words. Bring it. Chairman Shui wanted to take another look, but hearing this voice, he didn't dare refuse and respectfully handed over the work. Jiang Fulai took the piece, looked down, and his eyelashes covered the pale hue of his pupils as he silently examined the writing. The most captivating aspect of him was the almost imperceptible pressure he exerted. Without doing anything, just sitting there casually, his very presence was enough to make people dare not approach. At this moment, as he gazed down in silence, Chairman Shui couldn't bear it. The entire selection room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Butler Jiang by his side could withstand it a bit. After Jiang Fulai had looked for quite some time, Chairman Shui couldn't hold back any longer and sought help with a glance towards Butler Jiang. Butler Jiang also felt it strange. He bent slightly, lowering his voice. Young master, the plane is about to take off, answered Jiang Fulai as he returned the work to Chairman Shui, picked up his laptop with one hand, and took a few steps. Then he seemed to remember something and looked indifferently toward Chairman Shui. Double the funds and send this year's first-place work to the Jiang family. Chairman Shui was slightly stunned. Jiang Fulai cast a glance over. It wasn't that his expression had changed, but his sharp, knife-like face emitted a chilly aura. Chairman Shui shivered involuntarily and hurriedly replied, "All right, I'll personally deliver it." Finally, the man left. The selection room instantly warmed up, as if spring had returned to the land. The other judges immediately surged forward. Chairman Shui, let me have another look. Where did this person come from? This is not even on the same level as the others. After one of them had finished admiring the work, they suddenly asked, "How should we judge this?" All 7 turned their gaze to Chairman Shui. Chairman Shui looked at the piece and slowly made a decision. The scores weren't fully tallied yet, so names couldn't be revealed. Chairman Shui took out his phone and called the Human Resources Department, checked the list of participants for this year's Lanting Award Art Prize. He was familiar with most of the contestants this time. Xie Jinyun and his apprentice Su Yajun. Each of them was like a bully amongst the rest. How could there suddenly appear such a person? Bai Lian had no idea that because of her work, the 7 judges had spent the whole night discussing it at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and had not slept all night. Wednesday, early in the morning, around 6, Ji Xiaojun arrived to see Bai Lian sitting on the stone table, eating and talking at the same time. "Who are you talking to?" Ji Xiaojun put down a carton of milk, not seeing Ji Heng in the kitchen or the yard. He had just finished speaking when a faint voice came from the bathroom. "It's the growth hormone. Pinching the back of the cucumber will inhibit the growth hormone." Ji Xiaojun, what was all this about? He could understand growth hormones, but why pinch a cucumber? Ji Xiaojun didn't understand, but he didn't dare say anything else. After Ji Heng came out, Ji Xiaojun finally spoke quietly. "Suan has invited our family out for dinner, Dad. Alien. What do you think?" Suan had a very good impression of the Ji family as a whole, with their upright and noble characters. If he was to marry Ji Mulan, it was only proper to invite them to discuss wedding matters over a meal. Ji Xiaojun also held a good opinion of Su An, a courteous man, far superior in conversation skills compared to the Ren family. He had only this one sister, Ji Mulan. Even when Ji Mulan had run away from home to marry into the Bai family, Ji Xiaojun had never given up on his sister. Now that she had found a decent future, Ji Xiaojun was happy for her. Of course, if Ji Mulan could improve a bit as a mother, Ji Xiaojun might be even happier. "I have class," Bai Lian spoke leisurely. "I missed 2 days and need to catch up." "How did you miss 2 days of classes?" Ji Xiaojun was unaware of her participation in the Jiangjing competition. Bai Lian drank the last sip of milk and smiled at Ji Xiaojun. I want to see what Jiangjing was like. If it's good, I'm considering applying to Jiangjing University. Chapter 166, Fault 063. Part 1, Second Update, _2 Ji Xiaojun. As long as you're happy. Alien isn't going. Ji Hung, holding a rag, asked Ji Xiaojun to carry out the embroidery frame and pondered for a while. I'll go with you. He needed to clarify things with Ji Mulan. Ji Xiaojun nodded as he moved to carry the embroidery frame. Then Il replied to Mr. Su. Grandpa Uncle I'm off to school. Bai Lian was now extremely sensitive to the name Ji Mulan. She and Ji Mulan were like two parallel lines. As long as the other party didn't bother her, it was fine. Go ahead, Ji Hung, while instructing Ji Xiaojun to be careful with moving things, waved to Bai Lian. Watch out for cars on the road. It wasn't until Bai Lian had left that he looked at Ji Xiaojun, who had moved the embroidery frame out. Really going to demolish? Ji Xiaojun set the embroidery frame down properly and uncommonly took out a cigarette, responded vaguely. I want to sign the contract. He squatted to one side, looking very silent. Ji Hung, holding the rag, slowly wiped the embroidery frame. Should I go talk to the Ren family? Don't bother. Ji Xiaojun had an extreme aversion toward the Ren family. He knew what Ji Hung was thinking just by hearing him. They wouldn't agree to it anyway. Ji Hung, seeing Ji Xiaojun like that, didn't bring it up again, but his brows were slightly knitted. Bai Lian took her backpack and headed to school. She had just left Pure Street. That's when she saw the blue car parked across the street. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. She walked over and knocked on the car door. The passenger window lowered, revealing the man seated in the driver's seat. Jiang Fulai was still wearing the white shirt from last night, his right hand loosely propped on the steering wheel, supporting his face in the palm, his light-colored eyes looking toward the passenger side. Aren't you still in Jiangjing? Bai Lian paused her listening practice, taken aback by his early morning appearance at the entrance to Pure Street. Jiang Fulai came back to his senses. He leaned over to open the passenger's door, fingertips casually tapping on the steering wheel. Came back last night. There was something at the lab. Get in first, he said, unfazed. Bai Lian opened the passenger seat door. Just as she was about to turn her listening back on, she saw several WeChat messages on her phone. Lance, this idea is simply fantastic. Lance, I'm going to try it now, Lance. Image. He had sent a CT image. Bai Lian opened it and could clearly see the bone structure. Initially, she was very resistant to Western medicine, but after these 2 days of communication, she realized that Western medicine's popularity in society wasn't without reason. One reason was that most traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions had been lost. Another reason was because Western medicine was based on scientific principles, and they could tell you everything about your illness clearly. Nearly reliant on machinery, you could clearly see where the lesions and sources were. Bai Lian had to admit there were merits to this. They didn't need to use inspection, auscultation, and olfaction, inquiring, and palpation. Bai Lian leaned back in her seat, but she had seen true doctors who didn't need instruments, like those itinerant doctors in Xiangqing who could identify the soldier's lesions at a glance. She always felt that culture hadn't been cut off, but now she couldn't help beginning to think, after being passed down for thousands of years, why it was on the verge of being replaced by a few hundred years of Western medicine. The traffic light was red. Jiang Fulai noticed she had paused on the English listening page for quite some time without hitting play, so he tilted his head slightly and commented on her studying. Meditating on English? Bai Lian snapped back to reality, dressed in her blue and white school uniform, revealing the pristine white collar underneath, the window half open, the breeze lightly lifting her fine hair. Her features were so delicate they were dazzling. Bai Lian first glanced at her phone, then lazily turned to Jiang Fulai, her eyes slightly narrowed, the corners of her lips lightly curved up. No, I was thinking about how to kill English. Jiang Fulai, capable of great things anytime, anywhere, he pressed on the gas pedal. Not for any particular reason, but he knew Bai Lian genuinely wanted to kill English. Why aren't you saying anything? Bai Lian propped her chin with her hand, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai maneuvered the steering wheel, speaking with utmost calm. I'd like to as well, but one must be rational. Peace, peace. Bai Lian reopened her English listening, gave him a smile, then sighed, I know. Jiang Fulai turned the car around a bend, glimpsing the trace of regret between her brows. When Bai Lian returned to school, Pu Xiaoan and others asked where she had been the past couple of days. Something came up, Bai Lian replied casually, as she placed her backpack on the desk and glanced over in Yang Lin's direction, frowning. Did my deskmate come in yesterday? No, Pu Xiaoan kept her voice down. Lu's mom seemed to have gone on a home visit last night. Not sure what the situation is. After saying that, she glanced at Bai Lian's expression again, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 167, Fault 063. Part 1, Second Update. _3 Yang Lin had always been a loner, and it wasn't until Bai Lian had come that she became familiar with Yang Lin. Bai Lian sat down, slowly took out the books from her bag, and considered going to ask Lu Lingxi for the address later. The cell phone lit up again. This time, it was a message from Qiu Xuejing. Qiu teacher, the slots will be announced at 10 today. Remember to tell me immediately. Bai Lian took out her biology book, glanced at it, can't watch. Have to attend class, she replied with a calmness. Qiu teacher, did you return to Shangqing? You just went back like that? Did you really go back? Qiu Xuejing asked 3 questions in a row. Bai Lian, I still have to attend class. Qiu teacher had no doubt she could win the award. But after the announcement, you still need to accept the award. You have to attend the awards ceremony. There's always time for class. Bai Lian's response was cold and merciless. Then they can mail it back. At the other end of the phone, Qiu teacher found it hard to comprehend. The Orchid Pavilion Award, which is held every 3 years. 3 years ago, even if Qiu Buqing was only nominated, he stayed until the last moment. Bai Lian says mail it back. You don't even accept the award in person, and it should be mailed back? Seeing that Bai Lian didn't reply to him, he reckoned that she was probably tackling practice questions again. Qiu Xuejing took out his phone to call Vice President Qian. Vice President, Qiu Xuejing spoke politely, pausing slightly before saying, as soon as the results are out, please inform me immediately. The roster for the Traditional Calligraphers Association's Orchid Pavilion Award is announced publicly. Immediately after the assessment, it is posted on the board of the Calligraphy Association, and 2 days later, it is uploaded to the official website of the association. Today at 10 o'clock, the list will be posted on time. I know, said Vice President Qian, even more anxious than Qiu Xuejing. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and he was already waiting in front of the board with a crowd of people. Don't worry too much. After hanging up the phone, Vice President Qian then turned to Jian Rong beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. The second-place prize is secured for you. Jian Rong smiled and shifted his focus. By the way, what about that female student from before? Why haven't I seen her today? She has gone home, replied Vice President Qian. Gone home? Jian Rong was somewhat astonished. Beside him, Qiu Buqing was not surprised. She wouldn't have won an award anyway. Vice President Qian mentioned Bai Lian to Jian Rong to divert his attention and didn't bring her up again, as there was no point in talking about her. Xie Jinyun and Miss Su didn't come today, either. Qiu Buqing remembered these two and glanced around him. That's normal. Vice President Qian knew very well. One is first place, the other second, that's a sure thing. They don't need to come. This year's Orchid Pavilion Award, running into the 2 of them, it's just bad luck for you guys. This is the confidence in one's own ability. 9:40. The staff of the Calligraphy Association came with the red roster. Everyone eagerly watched the red list, covered with a red silk cloth, being attached to the notice board. Vice President Qian and Jian Rong, usually talkative, remained silent, intently focusing on a list. As soon as it hit 10, the red silk was unveiled. Instantly, the crowd surged forward. Vice President Qian had foresight. One of the reasons Beijing Writers Association sent him was his good physical strength. He squeezed into the front and started reading from the bottom, first coming across the nominations, skimming past each name. He saw Sun Hao and Xiao Buqing. Both had a chance for the third-place prize. Vice President Qian thought at least one of them would make it into the third prize rank. How come they were only selected? He frowned slightly. Why did neither of them perform well? Then he looked towards the third-place winners. There were many third-prize winners, and he scanned through them, ready to skip ahead, but then he saw a familiar name inside. Jianrong. Jianrong was Biqing's biggest hope. A second-place prize was almost certain. How could it be just a third-place prize? Vice President Qian couldn't believe it and read the third prize section 3 times over to confirm that Jianrong truly was a third-place winner. Meanwhile, exclamations of "What's going on?" arose from the crowd, as it seemed most people were questioning the assessment. If Jianrong was a third-place winner, then who could be second? Vice President Qian, with a furrowed brow, looked towards the second-place area. The Orchid Pavilion Award has many categories, and in the past, the Art Calligraphy Prize would have 3 to 5 people awarded first place and about 10 for the second place. However, this year's second place had only 5 people. He looked at the first name listed under second place, Xie Yufeng. This was the pseudonym that Xie Jinyun used in the calligraphy community, and nearly everyone present knew it. The question was, how could Xie Jinyun be just second place? Had Su Yajun surpassed Xie Jinyun? Vice President Qian looked at the names following closely behind Xie Jinyun, and there was Su Yajun. The 3 names after her were those from the Calligraphy Association who were expected to compete for first place. So what were they all doing in second place? Was there no first place this year? Everyone with this question turned their gaze to the top row. The sunlight at 10 o'clock was somewhat dazzling. Vice President Qian thought maybe there was some problem with the world as he wiped his eyes and looked towards the first line. Then, his fingers trembling, he took several tries to fish out the wrinkled report form from his pocket. His eyes went to the last name. Name, by Lian competition name. By Jian after repeated confirmations, he lifted his head again. Looking towards the top row, there were only 5 words. First place. By Jian this year, the Orchid Pavilion Award had a breakthrough in its history. For the first time, there were no multiple first-place winners concurrently. Instead, a first-place prize had been set aside for one person, with no other names standing in comparison. A standalone first. Chapter 168. 064 Calligraphy History Book. Remove her _1 before this list came out. Even if these people doubted whether they could be selected, they never doubted this year's seed contestants. However, it turned out strangely. First place wasn't Xie Jinyun, nor Su Yajun. Even these 2 didn't make it into the first-class awards. Those who squeezed at the front to see the list were stunned for a moment. Then the scene exploded like a drop of water in a hot oil pan. Who the hell is Bai Jian? Has anyone heard of him? Dropped out of nowhere to first place. What on earth did he write? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award is really something, isn't it? It should go down in the history of calligraphy, right? Can we fast forward to 3 days later? At such a time, nobody doubted the level of this first-place winner. After all, among the second-class awards were Xie Jinyun, who is being groomed as the next president, and Su Yajun, who is a student of the current president. Who would dare to tamper with the results at the traditional Calligraphers Association's venue? This year, to outshine these 2 and secure first place decisively. What else could the rest say about such strength? Deputy Qian, because he was too startled, got pushed out of the crowd again. Deputy, the members of the Beijing Writers Association quickly gathered around. What's going on? I heard the list is really weird this year. Xiao Buqing, also anxious to know if had won third place, asked, Deputy, have you seen the list? The list this year is going to explode, the manager from South City said, getting squeezed out too. He noticed Jianrong only got third place. Who the heck is this first place winner? Old Qian, have you heard of them? After Deputy Qian blinked his eyes, he looked back at the sign-in sheet and said distractedly, that Sun Hao, Xiao Buqing, You two were shortlisted, while Jian Rong got third place. Hearing this news, Qiu Buqing and Jian Rong exchanged looks, their heads drooping. Their eyes suddenly lost all sparkle. Don't lose heart, the South City manager shook his head. His students only received shortlisted awards. This time the awards are really bizarre. There's been a change. Not just you Jian Rong, even Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun only got second place. Jian Rong's heart, which had been steeped in disappointment, suddenly revived. They only got second place too. He voiced what everyone was thinking. The boy kneeling beside him quickly took out his phone to message Bai Lian. Damn, bro, it's such a pity you left. Did you know? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award welcomed a freak. Even Xie Jinyun was pushed down to second place. Bai Lian, his sister, was ice cold and didn't reply. The most explosive news of this year's Orchid Pavilion Award wasn't that Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun didn't get first place, but that they were both relegated to second place. Deputy Qian watched the manager from South City and waved his hand over the sign-in sheet. That, the only first-place award seems to belong to ours from Beicheng, that girl who left after just 10 minutes that day. His voice was not loud. Yet, as if radiating from Deputy Qian at the center, the people within 2 meters gradually fell silent. The boy who was still busily messaging Bai Lian on his phone suddenly froze. Ah! Qiu Buqing also instinctively looked up. Deputy, who did you say? Bai Lian. Qiu Buqing's mind buzzed, as if it was about to explode. The members of the Beicheng Writers Association were in a half-crazed state. First place, and having eclipsed the twin stars Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun, it was an unprecedentedly glorious moment for the association in many years. Deputy Qian promptly took out his phone, his mouth stuck in an irretrievable smile, as he reported the news back to the Calligraphy Association's group. Deputy Qian, usually stern and aloof, was now smiling as if smiles cost nothing. He then called Qiu Xuezheng. Where the hell did this come from? Bai Lian was oblivious to the storm caused by the Orchid Pavilion Award. When Qiu Xuezheng called her, she was in the middle of biology class. Only after class did she notice the 19 calls from Qiu Xuezheng, which he had made 20 minutes earlier. She took her phone to the restroom and called him back. Having calmed down for 20 minutes, Qiu Xuezheng's emotions had stabilized. Why didn't you answer the phone? Bai Lian casually closed the door of the stall, lifting her eyebrows. Am I not supposed to attend class? After a long pause, Qiu Xuezheng spoke airily. You got first place, the only first-class award. Oh, Bai Lian responded nonchalantly, then remembered, standing up straight. Does that mean I can apply to the Calligraphy Association now? How do I apply? Where do I apply? On the other end of the phone, Qiu Xuezheng's forehead was covered in question marks. Aren't you a little too calm about your massive first place? That's what he was thinking, so he went ahead and asked it. Chapter 171, 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves, second update, _1 who? Minister Su leaned over to take a look. He only saw the name Bai Lian. He had just been transferred today and was informed that he would be in charge of the Calligraphy Association matter. This slot had been directly assigned to him by the director, and Minister Su hardly knew anyone involved. Apart from Ren Wanxian, he had only heard of Qiu Buqing. Not to mention the name Bai Lian, he hadn't even heard of anyone with the surname Bai in Xiangqing. But with caution, he still asked a question. Do you know her? Ren Wanxian spoke indifferently. My father's niece. Ren Wangshuan's father? Minister Su had not heard of her father's name. He only knew that the Ren family had taken in a son-in-law. I see. Minister Su suddenly felt enlightened. Miss Run, shall we exchange contact information? Of course. Seeing that Minister Su was on board, Ren Wanxian was not stingy either. The two amicably added each other on WeChat. Minister Su smiled. This was not his first time doing such a thing. As a new official, he was using an insignificant person to ingratiate himself with Ren Wanxian and the Ren family. This deal was indeed extremely worthwhile. Meanwhile, Suan was having a meal with Ji Heng and others. The place was Su In's rented cottage, where he was always able to lighten the mood. He started the conversation. Why isn't Alien here today? Alien had something to attend to the day before yesterday. Xinqing felt a bit uneasy about the situation, but Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun were never ones to talk much. She has to make up classes today and is quite busy. Naturally, she would not say that Bai Lian didn't want to come here. The implication was clear. Bai Lian hadn't been attending school the past few days. Across from Xinqing, Ji Mulan was holding her chopsticks and glanced at Su In subconsciously. Su In didn't mind. He knew about Bai Lian's grades and lightly moved past the subject. The date has been tentatively set for the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, close to the new year. Alien will be on holiday by then, so you all will have time to attend. After the wedding, you can still enjoy a few days in Jiangjing. At the mention of the wedding date, Ji Mulan's expression softened. This was the date they had all agreed upon. Ji Heng put down his chopsticks, took out his pipe, but didn't smoke it. His calloused hands caressed the pipe as he looked at Su In. Does your family know about this? He was referring to Su In's mother. I've moved out, and I've mentioned it to them in advance. Su In smiled, unconcerned. It's our life, after all. If Alien comes over, she can live with us, too. Su In had everything arranged properly. As he spoke, suddenly there was a noise from upstairs. Upon hearing it, Su In recognized it as Su Yajun's voice. He didn't wait to excuse himself from Ji Heng as he stood up. Miss Su? At the dining table, as soon as Su In left, Xinqing felt less oppressed. After about a few minutes, Su In came down the stairs holding his phone. Behind him followed a woman in a white dress. She had a delicate face, but she didn't look very well. Sorry, I have to drive someone. Su In apologized and explained to Ji Heng. Miss Su said there's been a change at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and she's anxious to return to Jiangjing. I'm going to see her out. Traditional Calligraphers Association? Xinqing had never heard the term and asked instinctively. At most, she had heard of calligraphy and paintings. Although Ji Mulan didn't introduce her, Xinqing also knew that the woman following Su In wasn't an ordinary person, especially given Su In's respectful attitude. Su In had no intention of introducing Su Yajun to them. This, for the first time, Su In was surprised to find someone unaware of the Calligraphy Association. He paused, unsure how to explain. Ji Mulan couldn't help but purse her lips and glanced at Xinqing. Su Yajun looked at Xinqing indifferently. While her gaze bore no particular meaning, to Xinqing, it felt somewhat piercing. Uncle Su, I'm in a hurry to return to Jiangjing. All right. Su In picked up his car keys and nodded to Ji Heng. He also signaled for Ji Mulan to take good care of the Ji family's guests. After Su In and Su Yajun left, Xinqing turned to Ji Xiaojun. Should I have not spoken just now? She was just an ordinary and common market woman. Ji Xiaojun was quite used to it over the years and shook his head, indicating it was all right. However, Ji Mulan's face turned cold, looking back and forth between Xinqing and Ji Xiaojun. She was amused with annoyance. Since he's not here, Ji Heng finally lit his pipe, the smoke rising thinly, blurring his vision. Let me remind you not to push Alien too hard. Ji Mulan watched Ji Heng smoke his pipe. The image of Bai Lian flashed through her mind in an instant, and she made the connection in a heartbeat. Isn't what I'm doing for her own good? Me pushing her? She used to listen to me so much, but look what she's learned since coming to Xianqing. Chapter 172, 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update. _2 Ji Mulan is just a refined egoist who never thinks she's the one with a problem. What does it mean that she learned something in Xianqing? Xinqing's temper flared up, and she became domineering. She knows so much more than you. You're not fit to talk about her. The last few sentences she said were somewhat dirty. Ji Mulan hadn't expected that even Xinqing would dare to raise her voice and talk to her like that. She pointed at Xinqing, her chest heaving violently. Ji Xiaojun hurriedly stopped Xinqing, preventing her from cursing further. Let's stop here for today. Think about Alien's matter. We're going home first." With a cold face, Ji Mulan saw the three of them out, then sat in the hall, contemplating whether her return this time was right or wrong. By the time Suin finished sending Su Yajun back, Ji Hung and the others had left long ago. Suin sensed a very familiar nicotine smell in the air, sniffed it, and then asked, "Have your dad and the others left?" The smell of smoke was indeed familiar. Ji Mulan didn't want to talk about them any further. Seeing Su-in standing still, "What's wrong? What cigarettes does your dad smoke?" Su-in pondered for a moment. Ji Mulan shook her head. "My brother gave them to him." After speaking, she looked at Su-in. "It's nothing." Su-in shook his head. Then it was no problem and changed the subject. "Do you know about Bakhtur Street?" Bakhtur Street was across the river. Ji Mulan had known about it since she was a child, but didn't know much. "It's chaotic." "What happened?" "Someone's competing with me for the territory. As soon as the tourism planning of Xiangqing was released, many were eyeing it. And Su-in had the advantage of quick information within the circle. Mr. Ren's secretary said that those people seemed to have the backing of a bar, not something easily messed with, having known each other for so long. Ji Mulan saw Su-in worried for the first time. She was truly surprised. There were people in Bakhtur Street, and even Jiangjing, that could not be provoked. Bai Lian received a message from Qiu Shuejing on her way back to Pure Street. One was about the awards ceremony. Two was about the launch ceremony of the Calligraphy Association this Saturday. She must attend. Leaning back in her seat, Bai Lian tapped the screen subconsciously. "What is this? And they even want me to attend in person." To be honest, sharing an award with people who haven't properly practiced brush calligraphy made Bai Lian feel awkward. Qiu Shuejing, "I asked for you. No one else can accept the award on your behalf." Bai Lian was straightforward. "Then I don't want it." Qiu Shuejing. "Do you realize what you're saying?" Bai Lian reverted to her carefree state. She lazily tilted her head. "This wouldn't be illegal, would it?" Jiang Fulai finished processing a page of documents. Hearing someone casually use words like peace and illegal, he even considered borrowing criminal and civil law books from Qi Yundai for a bit. And then he started to think. How many things had she done? Stay calm. He lifted his head. His fingers holding the pen were very cold. His mind flashed through various possibilities, very calm. "Talk to me first." Bai Lian turned off her phone and leisurely took down her slightly loose hairpin to reinsert it properly. Just the traditional Calligraphers Association. She briefly explained. Jiang Fulai slightly relaxed. This was indeed a minor issue. His gaze lingered on the hairpin at the back of her head for a while, his tone neutral. "I'll have someone pick it up for you." "Proxy acceptance?" Bai Lian smoothed her sleeves, raising her eyebrows. "A trifle," Jiang Fulai replied unhurriedly. The car arrived at Pure Street. Bai Lian got out of the car, while Jiang he intended to follow her out. He was pulled back by Jiang Fulai using 2 fingers. Jiang he kicked his leg a bit. In the end, he was frustrated. Jiang Fulai stood tall and handsome beside the car, watching Bai Lian walk back, and only returned to the car unhurriedly afterward. Then he took out his phone and found someone on WeChat. "Go collect an award," on the other side of the phone. Jiang Shijue was a bit stunned. He rubbed his temples, thinking there might be a problem from working overtime, and signaled his executive director to come over. "Read this message from young Master Jiang for me." Seeing the name on the contact, the director felt tingles. He read it out with a hard scalp. "Ah," Jiang Shiju muttered, looking up. "My eyes aren't playing tricks on me." The next day, Lu Lingxi took Yang Lin back to school. Things hadn't changed much. Bai Lian sat at her desk, observed Yang Lin for a long while, and then took out her phone to message Chief Chun. "Help me check on someone." She remembered Chief Chun was from officialdom. Saturday. The final location of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was chosen next to the water wheel by the Xiangqing Building, a well-preserved ancient building. Knowing the location, Bai Lian arrived early. She stood in front of the tall threshold, looking up at the architectural relic with many years behind it. Chapter 173, 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update. Underscore 3 Her gaze was dark and cold. The entrance must have been renovated many times, but one could still tell that the gate was in the shape of a spire, overlooking the rockery inside and the surrounding corridors. She knew that just beyond the corridors lay the conference hall. She wondered if the sand table was still there. Now, the entrance and the corridors were adorned with bright red silk. Firecrackers and fireworks were lined up at the grand entrance, while the staff bustled about cheerfully. Her hem was gently tugged. Bai Lian looked down to see Jiang, he looking up at her. Bai Lian stretched out her hand and ruffled his hair. Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng said respectfully, holding the car keys. I'll wait for you outside. Please take care of the young master. Bai Lian, holding Jiang He's hand, stepped inside, crossed the corridor, and saw the sign-in desk on the left at a glance. A long row of tables was set up, covered with tea-colored tablecloths. The hostess greeted them with a gentle smile and perfect demeanor. Hello, guest, please sign in here. She gracefully reached for the sign-in sheet and handed Bai Lian a pen, asking Bai Lian to sign her name. Bai Lian had arrived early and saw the lengthy sign-in sheet untouched. No guests had arrived yet. Her eyes scanned from top to bottom, but her name was nowhere to be found. Hello, the hostess said in surprise, quickly taking the sign-in sheet. May I know which guest you are? Let me help you find it. No need, my name's not on there, Bai Lian said, instantly knowing her name was absent. I'll ask around. She took out her phone, intending to ask Qiu Xuezhing. What's the matter? At the entrance, Ren Qian's Secretary General and a middle-aged man were laughing as they entered. They noticed the scene from afar. Minister Su, the hostess said, this guest can't find her name, and am checking for any omissions. Minister Su, upon seeing Bai Lian, instantaneously realized who she was. He involuntarily turned to the Secretary General. The Secretary General's gaze met Bai Lian's, and his smile vanished in an instant. He stood at the threshold and addressed Bai Lian. Miss Bai, I know you're proficient in Liang style, and joining the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association must be important to you, right? Ordinary people in Xiangqing could not easily secure notable masters like Ren Wanxian had. Minister Su stood beside the Secretary General, looking up at the sky. The hostess from before seemed to have understood something as well. She looked down and quickly stepped back. Bai Lian calmly ended the call, looked up, the sky-blue dress complementing her serene face. Go on. You're quite sensible now. The Secretary General looked at Bai Lian. Silent for a moment, he now had complicated feelings about her. Jingjing said, the promotional video was recorded by you as a stand-in for Miss, right? If you agree to let our Miss re-record the video, I'll ask Minister Su to add you back to the list. He no longer dwelled on their past issues. Bai Lian's mastery of Liang style would eventually come to Ren Qian's attention. Give it to her. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes. The Secretary General was about to praise Bai Lian for being understanding when her unhurried 3 words struck him like a thunderbolt the next second. Is she worthy? If the Secretary General glared at Bai Lian, his eyes fierce. You're nothing but dogs that grovel behind the Ren family, begging for scraps. Old Master Ren might respect you, but you've certainly started to take yourself too seriously. Minister Su at his side was taken aback by the Secretary General's tone. The Ren family indeed had the final say in this part of Xiangqing. He just didn't know how this girl had managed to offend the Secretary General. Fortunately, he hadn't rejected Ren Wanxian yesterday. Minister Su wiped off a bead of sweat. Otherwise, this Secretary General would have inevitably spoken ill of him in front of Ren Qian. Bai Lian stood in the arcade beneath, her almond eyes clear and deep, reflecting the inverse of the rockery before her. She scoffed at the Secretary General. Do you think giving me a spot is such a great favor to me? You can't possibly believe I'm keen on joining the Calligraphy Association, do you? The Secretary General frowned, not comprehending her meaning. Tired, Bai Lian glanced at the Secretary General. Idiot, go play by yourself. Leaving with Jiang He, she turned and walked out the door. Chapter 174. 066 just casually crossed out the applicant's name. _1 by Lien left in such a decisive manner that the Secretary General and Minister Su took a long while to regain their composure. Especially the Secretary General. Ren Xian was still unaware of the incident where Ren Wanxian didn't take a video. The Secretary General had originally thought that Bai Lian would make a compromise this time. It was the first time Xiangqing had held a calligraphy association event of great significance. Anyone who understood the underlying importance would not give up this opportunity. Unexpectedly, Bai Lian was tough and left as soon as she said she would. The Secretary General watched Bai Lian's retreating back, his eyes unfathomable. Having obtained the video recording from Ren Wangshuan's hands and being able to join the first batch at the startup ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian was now far from being one of the Ji family's unimportant people in the Secretary General's mind. Next to him, Minister Su finally withdrew his gaze that had been fixed on the sky, acting as if nothing had happened. He personally handed a pen over to the Secretary General with a smile and a jest, "Please." He felt no particular sentiment about Bai Lian's departure. To him, she was just a name he had casually crossed out. She was merely one of the countless waves he had personally suppressed. For Minister Su, it was the Ren family and this Secretary General who were the most important at the moment. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty. Naturally, he had to grasp the thoughts of those above him. As for fairness, there's no such thing in this world. Ming Dongheng's car was parked not far away. There were many people today, so he didn't go in with Bai Lian and Jiang He, but parked the car on the next street instead, from where he could see Bai Lian appearing at the end of the street. Bai Lian's coat today was the same color scheme as her inner garment, both close to sky blue. It wasn't that particularly dazzling blue, but rather serene blue revealed through the gaps in clouds after rain, pure and gentle. However, it didn't match Bai Lian's indifferent complexion. Although he didn't know the reason, Ming Dongheng felt that Bai Lian seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. Ming Dongheng quickly snapped out of it and got out of the car. He opened the door. "Miss Bai, why have you returned so early?" Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Calligraphy Association, but he knew that Bai Lian was supposed to attend the startup ceremony today. He had attended such events himself, which usually took an entire morning. Even if one left early, it would take at least 2 hours, but Bai Lian had returned too quickly. "It's nothing." Bai Lian stood at the car door with a languid yet sharp air about her, and gestured for Jiang He to get into the back seat first. "Let's go to the library." Her backpack was already in the car, so there was no need to return to Pure Street, just to pick it up. There was some distance from the city wall to the library. Taking bus route 12 would require a detour along the Ring City Road past Pure Street to get to the library. Ming Dongheng took a shortcut through the middle ring to drop off Bai Lian and Jiang He at the library. Ming Dongheng sat in the car, watching the backs of Bai Lian and Jiang He. After some thought, he reported to Jiang Fulai, "Miss Bai has come out." On Saturday, the library had more people than usual. When Bai Lian arrived, the second floor was already half full of patrons. She and Jiang He found an empty spot and sat down. As soon as she turned on her phone, she saw a message from Jiang Fulai. "Jiang teacher, back already?" "Bai student, tired." Nothing more was said. Bai Lian scrolled down further, seeing that Lance had also messaged her. "Lance, myopia can really be Lance? Goodness, this is unbelievable." "Bai Lian." Lance never minded Bai Lian's reticence. "I am coordinating with my assistant to find time." Bai Lian. The two had intermittently exchanged medical knowledge over time. Bai Lian's mind was filled with thousands of years of uninterrupted traditional Chinese medicine, discussing many pharmacological aspects that amazed Lance. Meanwhile, the surgical videos sent by Lance also made Bai Lian realize the horror of Western medicine. In their respective fields, both held a kind of proud solitude that overshadowed all others. Initially resistant, Bai Lian's attitude had turned into one of reverence. She even somewhat admired those who had developed Western medicine to its current glory. She wished she could too. Lance was referring today to Bai Lian's suggestion from a few days ago that acupuncture could cure his myopia. Due to his profession, Lance couldn't use laser treatment and was planning to arrange some time for her to treat his myopia. Bai Lian was very straightforward. I don't have a medical license. Lance seemed to take a moment to check what a medical license was, as his response was a bit slow. Lance. Bai Lian didn't look any further and kept scrolling until she saw the Jiangjing brother who had competed with her. Bai Lian. Spamming? With just a question mark, the Jiangjing brother at the award ceremony was startled by her message and dared not post another word afterwards. She replied one by one until she reached the back and saw the documents sent by Director Chen. Bai Lian slowly sat up straight. It was a document. Chapter 175. 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _to Director Chen is not a detective agency after all, and the information he could obtain was limited. There is even less about Yang Lin, only her address, family information, and some records at the police station. Bai Lian looked slowly from the top down. There was no news about Yang Lin's mother. Director Chen had specifically noted in the mother's column that her mother was driven away by her father when she was 5 years old. And Yang Lin's father had multiple detention records, either for causing trouble while drunk or for gambling. Bai Lian's fingertips slowly scrolled down, flipping to a very old record. Yang Lin had called the police when she was 9 years old. Bai Lian sent a screenshot of this record to Director Chen. Frowny face. Image. Director Chen replied very quickly. Frowny face with such cases had been detained for a few days, and once back, he would become even more abusive. Director Chen. Frowny face. Now that she's turned 18, I suggest she relocate her household registration and distance herself from him. Bai Lian was silent for a long time. 1. As Bai Lian was pulling books out of her backpack, she asked Director Chen about the relocation of the household registration. Meanwhile, Ren Xian received Ji Mulan and Su In at the Ren family household. Su In's visit this time was for the major tourism business. He was from Jiangjing and reaped the benefits of Jiangjing, but he had no clear idea about the power dynamics in Shanxing. I understand what Mr. Su means. Ren Xian never brushed off Su In. You're probably talking about Boss Lu. Boss Lu, it was another surname Su In hadn't heard of. He looked towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan hadn't been back to Xianxing in over a decade and was even less clear about the situation. Ren Xian set down his teacup and solemnly said, his main business is on Backter Street. The manager of Qinglong Bar is very familiar with him. Does Mr. Su understand what I'm saying now? Xianxing turned a blind eye to Backter Street. One reason was that the place was on the border, not within their jurisdiction, and the second was the intricate web of powers there. A bar with the most comprehensive information in Asia. A world-famous fighting arena. An auction house on the underworld that no one dares to provoke. Ren Xian could manage a city well, knowing whom he could provoke and whom he couldn't. He had a list in his heart. I see. Su In furrowed his brows. Qinglong Bar, do you have Boss Lu's contact information? He had actually guessed as much. Since he couldn't go it alone, he also wanted to collaborate with this Boss Lu, especially with the backing of people from Qinglong Bar. Su In didn't expect that little Xianxing could offer him such a big surprise. By his side, Ji Mulan naturally hadn't heard of any of this. But she didn't ask, just looked at Su In, and he patted the back of her hand. Mr. Su, Ren Xian was still due at a ceremony later today. I need to attend the launch ceremony of the Xianxing Calligraphy Association, so I won't keep you both any longer. Su In stood up, surprised that Xianxing even lacked a calligraphy association. But then he thought about it, considering Xianxing didn't even have a high-speed rail yet, and he felt he could understand. He politely took his leave from Ren Xian. Only once they were outside did Ji Mulan ask Su In about Qinglong Bar. Backter Street. Su In took out his car keys, opened the door, and turned his head to explain to Ji Mulan. It's a complex border area. For Qinglong Bar to be established there, the forces behind it are no less significant than the several big families in Jiangjing. It's normal that you don't know. The several big families in Jiangjing? Ji Mulan settled into the passenger seat, looking rather silent. The launch ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was an important event. Ren Qian wore a dark-colored formal suit and called the Secretary General to confirm. "Did you inform Mr. Chen?" Mr. Chen said he is working on a case. The Secretary General was very respectful and doesn't have time. Ren Qian wasn't surprised, but felt a sense of regret. Ren Wanxian had also dressed meticulously in a design gown, accompanying Ren Qian to the vicinity of Xiangqing Building. When the two arrived, it was already 9 o'clock. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau and Qiu Xuezhing were standing at the entrance. The Secretary General and Director Su dared not be negligent, standing at the entrance accompanying the two of them. Ren Qian was startled, wondering why these two elders were outside to receive him. "Teacher Qiu, why are you two outside?" Qiu Xuezhing was in high spirits. Having especially worn a gown with dark red helical patterns for the day, smiled at Ren Qian, waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian looked at each other in confusion. He thought Qiu Xuezhing was waiting for him, but didn't expect they were waiting for someone else. Qiu Xuezhing, however, didn't say much, only occasionally glancing down at the time. Then, his gaze turned towards the street corner. The launch ceremony was to start promptly at 9:30. It was 9:10. Bai Lian had not yet arrived. Because Bai Lian had made a good impression on Qiu Xuezhing, he didn't think she was someone who would be late. But as the start of the launch ceremony neared, and there was still no sign of Bai Lian, Qiu Xuezhing couldn't help but send Bai Lian a message, "Frowny face, where are you?" Chapter 176. 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _3 the other side did not reply. 9:20. Qiu Xuezhing finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he took out his cell phone to give Bai Lian a call. The library. When Jiang Fulai arrived, only Jiang he was sitting at his seat, flipping through a book in a sullen manner. He simply reached out and knocked leisurely on Jiang He's desk. Jiang he looked up, somewhat expressionless. "Bathroom." Jiang Fulai withdrew his hand, his gaze always carrying a nonchalant aloofness when he looked at people. Bai Lian had gone to the bathroom without her cell phone, which lit up on the desk. Jiang Fulai immediately spotted Teacher Qiu's call. He was the one who single-handedly facilitated the matter with the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, and he knew who Qiu Xuezhing was. Bai Lian was supposed to attend the Calligraphy Association today, but hadn't gone. Jiang Fulai glanced at the incoming call and directly cut it off. "Why are you here?" Bai Lian, who had just finished washing her hands, came out, wiping her fingers with a paper towel in a leisurely manner, and spoke in a lowered voice. Jiang Fulai didn't speak. He just coolly glanced at Jiang He. Jiang He angrily made room for him. Jiang Fulai sat down, his hand lightly resting on the desk, and spoke indifferently. "I was driven out by the people at the Institute. Deep in the mountains of Xiangqing. CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute. Hewan was observing particle collisions, using machinery to search for the decay products of strange atoms when he suddenly sneezed and muttered, 'I hope it's not someone thinking of me.' No reply to WeChat messages, and no answer to phone calls. Qiu Zuzhang's brow furrowed. 9:25. Director Su didn't dare to urge Qiu Xuezhing and couldn't help but look towards Ren Qian for help. Ren Qian took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Teacher Qiu, let's go in and wait. It's almost the auspicious time." "All right," said Qiu Xuezhing, holding his cell phone, but his frown did not relax. As he stepped over the threshold, the receptionist came forward with the sign-in book and handed it to Qiu Xuezhing and the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. "Director Su, we'll still need your help with the Calligraphy Association in the future," Ren Qian said smilingly to Director Su. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was the bridge for communication with Beijing and Jiangjing. Director Su wanted to ingratiate himself with the Ren family, and Ren Qian also wanted to get on good terms with Director Su, a mutually beneficial relationship. His name was further down the list. Qiu Xuezhing scanned it and saw that everyone on the first page had arrived, and almost everyone on the second page had too, except for one unchecked box. Suddenly realizing something, Qiu Shuezheng flipped back to the first page and looked down the list of names. Bai Lian's name was missing. Why is there one person missing? Where's Bai Lian? Qiu Shuezheng asked the receptionist coldly. The director of the Culture Bureau, who was looking out the door, was startled by the question. What happened? He hadn't examined it closely before and now took the sign-in sheet from Qiu Zuzheng's hand. Indeed, Bai Lian's name wasn't there. Director Su was taking care of people involved in the opening ceremony. Being Xiangcheng's chief planner for this event, he hurried out from the commotion and quietly told Qiu Shuezheng to lower his voice. Ren Qian also faintly heard the name Bai Lian. Ren Wanqian lowered her head, sipping at her tea, masking the contempt in her eyes. The Secretary General calmly glossed over the incident. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanqian for a while, holding his teacup, and ultimately chose not to meddle too much. The media journalists are all here. Director Su glanced at the lobby, gesturing for Qiu Shuezheng to speak more quietly, then explained, I didn't know Bai Lian was one of yours. I was the one who crossed out the name by mistake. Let's talk about this later. Qiu Shuezheng suddenly knew why Bai Lian wasn't answering the phone or responding to messages. She was someone who had never intended to compete, who went to Jiangjing for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association slot only to return and have her name crossed off by some inexplicable people. Did she come by this morning? Qiu Shuezheng asked just one question. Director Su hesitated, glanced at the Secretary General, and then nodded. Qiu Shuezheng took a deep breath, restraining his composure, resisting the urge to smash the sign-in sheet into Director Zu's face. He pulled out his phone and turned to leave the place. Teacher Qiu. Director Su was panic-stricken. Qiu Shuezheng was the second most important figure for this opening ceremony, next only to Ren Qian. The Calligraphy Association's future talent acquisition would largely depend on Qiu Zuzheng's reputation. How could he leave? Both Ren Qian and Ren Wanqian saw Qiu Shuezheng leave, and at this point, they could no longer pretend not to notice. Ren Qian stepped out. Why is Teacher Qiu leaving? Director Su was also frustrated. Director, isn't Teacher Qiu being too frivolous? I said I accidentally crossed out a name, and if he still wants someone to come in, I could in a few days. Frivolous? The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau interrupted, glaring at Director Su, then verbally lashed out. Cross out just like that? With just one stroke, you crossed off an applicant's name, and you think you have such insight. Chapter 177. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. Under 1 when Qiu Shuezheng left. Minister Su had a vague sense of unease in his heart. Just as the director finished speaking, darkness seemed to fall before his eyes. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The applicant. Minister Su turned to the Secretary General and Ren Wanqian a few steps away. Miss Ren, didn't you say that Bai Lian was just a relative of your family? How did she become the applicant? Minister Zu's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He had finally gotten this opportunity, only to offend the most important person here because of a single remark from Ren Wanqian. Ren Qian, who had been observing with a cold eye, moved the corners of his lips slightly, finding it fantastical. She is the applicant? In his eyes, Bai Lian was someone completely unrelated to the Calligraphy Association. So how did she suddenly become the applicant? Why hadn't the Ji family let slip a word? Mr. Run, said the director, his face cooling, probably understanding the situation. Let's postpone today's commencement ceremony until Miss Bai arrives. He didn't exchange further words with the Ren family. He left promptly, following in Qiu Zuzheng's footsteps. Miss Run, you really have caused me a disaster this time. Minister Su gave Ren Wanqian a look. The stir-causing commencement ceremony was thus put on hold. Ren Qian held his forehead, glanced at Ren Wanqian, who was looking down, sighed, and said to the Secretary General, Look into this. Before lunchtime, Bai Lian finally answered Qiu Zuzheng's call. They agreed to meet at the coffee shop on the first floor of the library. Qiu Shuizheng hadn't been to such a place in many years, and upon entering the coffee shop, he saw Bai Lian sitting by the window. Next to her sat a stranger, whose face he couldn't see, but whose silhouette was somehow disturbingly alarming. By classmate, Qiu Shuizheng sat across from Bai Lian, not daring to look at the person next to her, and apologized. I just found out about today's incident, and it's related to me as well. He and the director had already investigated the matter thoroughly. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian, a quantum mechanics book in hand, and upon hearing this, his long, narrow phoenix eyes lifted slightly. Russell, his pale, slender fingers turned a page. Even without saying another word, the nearly 70-year-old Qiu Shuizheng felt an inexplicable pressure. Old Mr. Ren also said he wants to personally apologize to you. Bai Lian sat leisurely inside, one hand lazily propping up her chin, quietly listening to Qiu Shuizheng finish, her long eyelashes casting a subtle shadow. It's her, huh? Qiu Shuizheng looked at Bai Lian, clearly tense. No need to apologize. I could continue, but then remove those two names from the list, Bai Lian said, turning her head to look outside the window, her voice neutral. Qiu Shuizheng didn't know about the conflict between Bai Lian and Ren Wanxian, but Ren Wanxian was, after all, his prized disciple. Hearing Bai Lian's words gave him pause. This was beyond his expectations. Minister Su is already making arrangements, but Wanxian, after all, she is Ren Qian's granddaughter. Qiu Shuizheng considered both sides. Bai Lian, although a student with decent calligraphy skills, also needed a stroke of luck. Bai Lian's phone vibrated, a message from Ji Xiaojun, inviting her to have a meal together. Bai Lian didn't want to talk more with Qiu Shuizheng and stood up, nodding slightly to Qiu Shuizheng. Teacher Qiu, I only have one request. If met, it'll continue. Qiu Shuizheng stood up, wanting to follow. At the seat, Jiang Fulai closed his book and looked up, glancing over at Qiu Shuizheng. Those pale, shallow phoenix eyes, with just a fleeting glance, made Qiu Shuizheng stop dead in his tracks. At Ji Shan's home, an old 6-story building, the elder on the first floor brought a basket of eggs for Shun Qing. Holding her hand, little Shun, you and Xiaojun need to look out for us. We've lived here all our lives. We really don't want to leave. I know, Annie. Shun Qing took the eggs, her tone calm. Don't worry. We don't want to demolish either. That's good to hear. The elderly woman, thin and bent over, descended the stairs. Mostly solitary elderly people lived in this part of the neighborhood. Some had children who went out to work and were seldom home. Some had gone away for good after succeeding academically, and others were like the old couple on the first floor with no descendants. In the entire old neighborhood, only Ji Xiaojun was the sole intellectual. Whenever there was a problem, everyone liked to come to him for advice. Ji Xiaojun, sitting in the living room, frowned at the eggs Shun Qing was holding. Why are you still accepting people's eggs? It's not easy for them without children. Shun Qing put away the eggs and glanced at him. Then you can go downstairs tomorrow and drink the dew. There was a knock on the door. Shun Qing closed the fridge door. That must be Alien and Dad. You go answer it. Chapter 178. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. Undeferred 2 Ji Xiaojun quickly rose from the sofa and opened the door. It was indeed Bai Lian and Ji Hong. There was also a child with Bai Lian. Hey, Ji Xiaojun recognized him. It was Jiang He whom he had seen that night. And he made way. Kid, you're here too? Jiang He nodded. He didn't talk much. Shin Qing had never seen Jiang He before, so when she encountered such a delicate-looking child for the first time, she didn't know how to interact with him and washed a plate of grapes for Bai Lian and Jiang He to eat. Going fishing this afternoon? Ji Xiaojun noticed that Ji Hong had brought a fishing rod. Ji Hong set the fishing rod down. Xiaojun found a good spot for fishing. We'll try it out this afternoon. Okay, I will come too, and he'll let Yongkuan eat here tonight. Ji Xiaojun didn't have many classes these days and was annoyed with the headache brought by the demolition issue. and he also enjoyed fishing with Ji-hung. Having said this, he went to the kitchen to join Shin-Ching and help out. Ji-hung originally wanted to take a smoke break, but catching sight of Jiang-hee, he resisted the urge. The living room in Ji-Shane's house was small and not very well ventilated. The old-style phone rang once. It was Ji Xiaorong calling. Holding his empty pipe, he picked it up. "Dad." The voice from the phone, Ji Xiaorong's, was calm. "Is Alien there?" "She is." Ji Xiaorong paused. "Ask her if she wants to come to the Ren family." Hearing this, Ji-hung frowned, glanced at Bai Lian, and knew the intention behind Ji Xiaorong asking him this question. He didn't ask Bai Lian and directly replied, "She won't come." He hung up the phone. "Did you hear that?" At the Ren family, Ji Xiaorong placed his phone on the table and looked at Ren Qian. "She's not coming." Next to him, Ren Qian managed to show a good expression to Ji Xiaorong for once. It's like a temple being flooded. Xiox's mistake caused such an awkward situation between our two families. Ji Xiaorong looked at Ren Qian, but didn't respond. "Wan Qian." Ren Qian then turned to Ren Wan Qian. "Regardless, you need to apologize to your cousin and try to get her to forgive you." Ren Wan Qian said nothing and got up, heading straight upstairs. This time, Ren Qian didn't stop her. Instead, he continued speaking with Ji Xiaorong. "Xiaorong, this matter isn't bad for Bai Lian. Teacher Cho said she's unwilling to go to the Traditional Calligraphers Association, but as her parents, you should persuade her more. It's not good for her to be stuck in Xiangqing all the time." The opportunity at the Calligraphy Association was too rare. Even Ren Qian thought that he had misjudged before, acknowledging that Bai Lian was indeed extraordinary. Ren Qian recalled the recent estrangement with the Ji family due to the Chun family incident, followed by the ugly dispute with Bai Lian caused by Ren Wan Qian. His heart immediately knotted up. "We'll see what she wants." Ji Xiaorong wouldn't make decisions for Bai Lian. Having said that, he went upstairs to find Ren Wan Qian. After Ji Xiaorong went upstairs, Ren Qian furrowed his brows and looked at the Secretary General. "What's going on with you and Wan Qian?" "It has nothing to do with the young lady." The Secretary General lowered his eyes. "It's entirely my fault." "Enough. I know Wan Qian better than you." Ren Qian massaged his temple, feeling a severe headache, knowing full well that this matter must have been instigated by Ren Wan Qian. Where's Bai Lian's information? He knew that after Bai Lian attended the landing award event, he had people check out Bai Lian's background again. The Secretary General pulled out a sheet of freshly printed paper and handed it over to Ren Qian. "It's all here." Ren Qian finished scanning the information. Bai Lian was registered under Ji-hung's household, with information clear and detailed, nothing more. As ordinary as it gets. Ren Qian glanced through the straightforward information and put it away after he was done. "Bai Lian is at her uncle's place?" "Yes, her uncle lives in Yongfu Residential Area, Building 7, Apartment 601. The Secretary General had anticipated what Ren Qian was about to do and recited an address. Ren Qian was quite satisfied with the Secretary General's efficiency, pressing the bridge of his nose. "Prepare yourself. You and Minister Su should have a good talk with Bai Lian." At Ji Shan's home, the door was left ajar. When the Secretary General and Minister Su arrived, Ji-hung had already taken Ji Xiaojun out for fishing. Bai Lian was watching Jiang he play with a puzzle. "Mr. Secretary," Shen-Qing brought out new teacups and brewed tea for them. She then glanced at the cramped living room, unsure where to put her hands and feet. "Please, have a seat." She patted the sofa again and again. The Secretary General looked indifferently at the somewhat yellowed sofa cushion, didn't speak, and did not sit down. Minister Su, seeing Shen-Qing's demeanor, felt much more relaxed. He took the tea Shen-Qing brewed, casually putting it aside and smiling, "Thank you." Bai Lian leisurely helped Jiang He place a puzzle piece before standing up. Without looking at them, she pressed Shen-Qing down to sit on the sofa. "Auntie, please sit." Chapter 179. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. Underscore 3 Bailian didn't sit down, but just leaned against the back of the sofa and looked up. Is there something? She used to be quite polite to the Secretary General, but during the last two encounters, her attitude was very perfunctory, without a hint of manners. First, I apologize to you on the young lad's behalf. The Secretary General fully played the part, wanting to reconcile with Bailian. His demeanor was gentle, and after a slight pause, he still sat down on the yellowing sofa cushion. I also apologize to you. We're all family after all. She now realizes her mistake and has been grounded by the Sir. Can we consider the matter settled, Miss Bai? Minister Su also hurriedly spoke up. Miss Bai, I'm sorry. He stood up and bowed deeply to Bailian. Absolute sincerity. Bailian languidly leaned on the sofa, with one leg propped up, holding a mobile phone in her hand, her sky-blue skirt hem half-pressed on the couch. Upon hearing this, she tilted her head, smiling but not really smiling, like a white tiger startled by an intrusion. Settled? With her response, Minister Zu's heart sank. He thought that with Xing like this, it would be easy to fool this family, but it turned out Bailian wasn't so easily fooled. Miss Bai, Teacher Chiu is already considering terminating the apprenticeship with the young lady. The Secretary General squinted at Bailian, neither humble nor arrogant. The young lady has also been punished by being made to kneel by the Sir, and her promotional video was replaced by you. She has already received plenty of punishment, while on the other hand, you haven't lost anything, have you? It's better to spare others when you can, so that future meetings will be more pleasant. As the Secretary General spoke, Minister Su sat on the side. He did not interrupt. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Jiang he had been piecing together a puzzle all this time without lifting his head, but Xing couldn't help but grip Bailian's arm and looked up at her. Bailian's eyes did not change. She just gently patted Xing's arm, and then spoke slowly. It's better to spare others when you can? Why should I have such a thing? You and the young lady are relatives. The Secretary General held back his anger, knowing that Ren Xian wanted to court Bailian. Stop, Bailian laughed, extremely indifferent, lazily raising her hand. I'm not relatives with your young lady. The Secretary General could no longer keep up his act, and his face turned cold in an instant. He had intended to have a good talk with Bailian and to help each other in the future. He had not expected that she wouldn't give any face, and was just as stubborn as before, really thinking that with the Orchid Pavilion Award, she could have a world at her command. Miss Bai, I have already been dismissed and have apologized to you. Isn't that enough? Minister Su had never seen someone like Bailian. After coming here, facing Bailian, who lived in the cramped old neighborhood, he truly couldn't harbor any other thoughts. You shouldn't be too excessive. Bailian chuckled lightly. You apologize and I have to accept it? Realizing Bailian was not joking, the Secretary General turned to leave. Halfway through, he turned back and sneered at Bailian. Miss Bai, don't be naive enough to think that just with calligraphy in your background, you can make a name for yourself in Jiangjing, right? Minister Su did not speak to stop him. The Secretary General glanced at Xing and sneered, really thinking that old Master Ren had no temper. To be in his position, Ren Xian was not someone to be easily manipulated. The Secretary General almost ridiculed her. Bailian, you can prevent the young lady from entering the Calligraphy Association. But have you forgotten who Xiangqing belongs to? Forgotten that Xiangqing bears the Ren surname? What if we don't agree to the startup ceremony of the Calligraphy Association? Or perhaps the Secretary General's voice was almost soft. I remember you transferred to Xiangqing, right? Secretary, wait. Xing broke free from Bailian's hand, quickly standing up, almost crying out. The Secretary General sneered and, without stopping, simply reached out to open the half-ajar door. At the doorway stood a tall and indifferent figure, a knee-length black overcoat. His features were cool and detached, not looking at the Secretary General, but slightly turning his head to look at the person behind him. When did I not know that Xiangqing suddenly changed its surname to Ron? Chapter 180. 068 Ren Qian suspended. VIP member. _1 The Secretary General and Minister Su did not know Jiang Fulai. But even without recognition, they felt a tremendous pressure upon opening the door. It weighed down on them so heavily that they didn't dare lift their heads. Following behind Jiang Fulai, Ming Dongheng, who had lived for so many years, had never felt such a strong sense of oppression, not even when Jiang Fulai once told him, "You might as well not bother going to university." Xiangqing is surnamed Ren? Ming Dongheng had no idea how they dared to make such a claim. He reached out, and, with one hand each, he lifted the Secretary General and Minister Su and threw them out. "You go in first. I'll handle this." Having Jiang Fulai handle this matter would likely strip a layer of skin off the entire Ren family. After Jiang Fulai entered, Ming Dongheng glanced down at the Secretary General and Minister Su. Chen Yangkun's men? Only after Jiang Fulai had left did the two men feel relieved. However, before the Secretary General could catch his breath, Ming Dongheng's next words made his blood run cold. As Ren Qian's right-hand man, the Secretary General naturally had received information about Director Chen. Even though Ren Qian and his people always called him Lord Chen, it didn't mean he didn't know Lord Chen's real name. Seeing the Secretary General's reaction, Ming Dongheng knew he was correct and couldn't be bothered with him. "I will have Chen Yongquan communicate with you." After saying that, he went back inside and closed the door, leaving the two men outside. Minister Su, who had just been transferred here, naturally had not heard the name Chen Yongquan. Only after Ming Dongheng and Jiang Fulai had gone inside did he look up at the Secretary General. Who are those two? And who is Chen Yongquan? Prejudice led him to look down on Bai Lian. Just as he had finished speaking, he saw that the Secretary General had turned deathly pale. "Chen, Lord Chen." The Secretary General's finger trembled slightly, and he suddenly realized they had acted arrogantly in the wrong place today. "We must hurry back and find a master." With the demeanor of those two individuals, the Secretary General had no doubt that the Chen Yongquan mentioned by Ming Dongheng was the one of the same name. Considering the Ji family's people, he initially thought today's matter would be easy to resolve. But now how could it be related to Lord Chen? He almost sprinted downstairs. Behind him, Minister Su belatedly realized that something seemed amiss. Following down the stairs, once he reached the bottom, he turned back and looked at the nearly dilapidated building in a daze. Who exactly is Chen Yongquan? The Ji family. Shen Qing was being tugged at her sleeve by Alien. "Alien, please let me go to the secretary and talk again. Don't hold on to me." She looked urgent. The Ren family status in Xiangqing was well established in people's hearts, and being located in a remote area, they might as well have been the emperor. Shen Qing couldn't comprehend everything, but the mention of the school had thrown her into panic. She was aware of Bai Lian's seriousness about her studies. Ji Heng often said Bai Lian would study until 1 in the morning, determined to work hard for a place at university. "What's the rush, Andy?" Alien was strong and forcibly made Shen Qing sit down, comforting her. "If worst comes to worst, I can switch to another school." The best school in Xiangqing was #1 middle school. What good would changing schools do? Shen Qing opened her mouth. "You child, stop pulling me. What do you know? Are you just like your uncle? So stubborn you can't see sense. Why are you causing trouble with the Ren family? At this rate, you'll miss the secretary." She had spoken only halfway when she suddenly felt a chill throughout the hall and shivered. Looking up, she caught sight of the tall figure entering leisurely. With his head slightly lowered, fine black hair slightly droopy, his skin pale and cold, and his light-colored eyes devoid of any superfluous emotions. His black coat was casually open, emanating a frosty demeanor, making even this old hall seem to take on a different elegance. Almost instantly, Shen Qing recognized him, the young man she had seen at the police station last time. Alien was contemplating how to stop Shen Qing from leaving when, without a word from anyone, Shen Qing quieted down on her own. She touched her chin thoughtfully. He was quite useful. "Don't worry," said Jiang Fulai. Glancing at Jiang, he playing with a jigsaw puzzle on the floor, to Shen Qing, "It will be all right." "Really? Qing was somewhat hesitant. Her eyes, those of an ordinary citizen, always saw the Run family as an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Fulai replied with ease. How could Xiangqing possibly be surnamed Ren? Xiangqing belongs to the people. Bai Lian nodded in agreement. That's right. Qing felt something was amiss, but also thought it made sense. You're right. Alien, let go of me. You're hurting me. She rubbed the hand that Bai Lian had been squeezing painfully and went to make tea for Jiang Fulai. She also got a new cup for him. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.